Hey Noah, how's it going, man?
I'm doing good, Greg. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Today
Awesome.
is gonna be a good day.
Agreed.
So we took a little bit of a break from the MAGA stuff because there's big things happening behind the scenes, and I gotta turn my lights on. I'm so sorry, I'm dark. There's big stuff happening behind the scenes, and we're trying to get some of this stuff rassled up. And we had this logical thing today, this logical sort of conclusion we came to that we needed to get something set up for those things. I'm being very vague, being intentionally vague. So what we're setting up is let's just throw it out on this document. We're making a website for Omatum Studios, and Omatum Studios is our venture. So what we're doing is we're getting very serious about content creation here at Omatum, and I've got to hire 2 people. And part of hiring the 2 people, I don't want them to think I'm just some weirdo on Indeed posting jobs. So I need to have like a legitimate that's the legitimate word's a little bit loose, like a website that they can look at and say, oh, okay, yeah, this is a real company. So that's what we're doing today. We are making a website, like basically a business card website. Chime in whenever you want, Noah.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I am debating on how the idea of the microsite architecture is going to be kind of set up. So I think one of the things we should probably try to figure out is like the high level sections. And
we got that.
Yeah.
We got that, baby.
Do we want to go over it?
Yeah, we can go through it. I think it makes sense to go through it. So Noah and I have taken some notes last night and today to get us kind of started in this process, so it's not as long as it's not going to be me and him sitting here saying, well, what in the world do we put on one of these websites? We kind of have an idea. We have, though, absolutely zero idea how it's going to work and look. So that's what we're going to be scoping out today and trying to nail out. So the structure is, I think this is pretty simple. The stuff in red, I'd say, is the stuff we're kind of questioning right now. But we'll have a hero, obviously. Like we want to show off the tech skills a little bit and make a really pretty hero. I don't know what that's going to look like yet, but I have some ideas. I don't know if you've got ideas yet, but I got some ideas, man. We're going to have a little section right underneath the hero that says, what do we do? Kind of quick explanation of what the company does. Like maybe a little diagram there or something like that just sort of like ties it all together and says, okay, yeah, we're a content creation studio that also just happens to be making software. And it's good software. Apparently, like 3 people show up on a Twitch stream.
The only thing I'm addicted to right now is winning.
Thank you for the sub, Haxified. Thank you, man. And then we're gonna probably maybe do a scheduling plugin. I've been horrible with my scheduling lately, but in the future, the goal is to do this like at least 3 days a week, probably more like 5. We're probably gonna be targeting in like a 5x5 schedule. So that is, it could be a plugin, or it could just be like a static image or something. It says like, this is when we do these things. We'll do some attribution crap to get people over to our Twitch and to our YouTube and to our Discord. Cause I don't really expect much blind traffic on this thing. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe like we'll hit into some SEO thing and people will organically find us, but I doubt it.
We should make those links bit.ly links so we can track engagement too.
We could just throw analytics on top of this whole thing.
Yeah, that works.
No, just the GA. Yeah. Does GA track external links? Yeah. Right? Like it throws something on top, some layer on top.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's I always have issues with GA depending on the site. So that's why the bit.ly ones, like, so let's say, for example, you're on this site and you have JavaScript turned off.
Right. See you later,
so
Google Analytics.
GA is gone.
Yeah.
However, the bit.ly link, you have to click on it and you go through bit.ly's proxy and then they'll track the analytics and then send you on your way.
That's why I see those things everywhere, huh? It's just because, they're super
The
good.
no JavaScript folk are the one you got to worry about.
Who are those people? The no JavaScript people.
Good question.
They're like, I run into them and they're always this is the same person who's like, I run Red Hat as my primary operating system on my Dell laptop. You're like, okay, so you're running Red Hat on your Dell laptop and your JavaScript's turned off.
Yeah, so like a good example, like you heard of the Brave browser before?
Yes, that's a little mini Firefox spin-off one, right?
Yeah, it's a Chrome clone.
Chrome
Basically,
stuff.
but they
Okay.
take out a lot of the tracking stuff in it. And one of the things that it comes with by default is like called Brave Shield, and it tracks, or I should say, it turns off tracking, so it blocks things like Google Analytics scripting.
Yeah, and not only that, but AdBlock does too.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
noticed
AdBlock
that.
the exact
Yeah,
same way. So
yeah. So we noticed
AdBlock
that.
is extension based, and then Brave is browser based. So
And
they
who
do it for
doesn't have AdBlock nowadays? That's the real.
Exactly.
It's not so much about the Node.js guys; it's the AdBlock people that are like
Exactly
80%
right.
of the traffic. Yeah, and Nick is the guy. So as you see, Nick is the guy who he just said in chat that he uses Linux and Brave. LOL. Yeah, I'm sure you do, Nick.
Yeah, I use Brave. I like Brave. It's
Do
nice.
you? I don't
get-
care if they
I
track
get
me.
cryptocurrency for using my browser, man. I'll be down.
I want them to try. I want to be tracked. I want them to use their algorithm and be like, "Hey, man, like you need this product, and it is the product I need. I want that. I want that like Minority Report future." Okay, so
I'm waiting for the day when my my smart fridge that I may never buy wants to throw me an ad of something that I was looking at on my my toaster LED screen.
and your refrigerator's like reordering stuff for you, and it's showing up
Oh,
through
that
like
happens. That's a real
Shipped
thing
and
now.
Instacart.
That totally
yeah.
happens now.
Mm-hmm. They're like orders a new refrigerator because it's getting
Oh,
bored.
jeez.
Okay, so I guess we were thinking about doing this Kanban board thing because another thing that we're going to change in the future is that when I come off a project, so right now we're on the MAGA project, when I come off that project, what we wanted to do was open up sort of like a pitch day. Like I think that would be a lot of fun. So if you guys have anything that you think would be good to work on, pitch it. It'll be like Shark Tank. You come on, we'll bring you on a voice chat or a video chat or something like that. You'll pitch against a panel of people, and we'll decide if we're going to work on it. And you'll get the full swing of potentially, I would say like $150,000 of resources thrown behind your idea, and we'll build it out for you. That's a little complicated when it gets to the nitty gritty of the business end of that, but that's the idea. So we were thinking we could have this board here where you could fill out a little form. We have a format for these things. We have sort of like a minimum required information thing that you could fill out. And then you stick it there and get people to vote on it. And those votes would be computed as part of the rubric, when it actually comes out, if that makes sense.
And on top of that, if we do go with one of these projects, maybe we'll even reward you with some imaginary internet channel points.
I can't give channel points to people.
You can't give channel points? What?
Dude, I was looking at this today. So we have channel points now. You guys can check the rewards.
We have Omatum bucks.
They're Omatum bucks. Yeah. So we have those, and those are just for funsies. But there's some real stuff you guys can earn by watching now. So that should be cool. Yeah, I wish I could give them away because I would completely incentivize things. I would be like, if you go and sign up for YouTube and let me know you did that, like we'll throw you 1,000 or something.
Well, we
10,000,
we could always
50,000.
like, hey, if we do some really crazy stuff, we can do some swagger gifts. Like, hey, we'll give you some stickers or something.
They're there. Earn them right now.
No, I mean like on top of the channel points. Like for like if we go with your
Oh
your
yeah.
pitch idea.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I would hope
There's a
it.
lot of
I hope it's at least a sticker. You'll get at least
at least
at least maybe not a really big sticker, but it'll be a sticker. Yeah, you throw it on your laptop, your Dell laptop running Red Hat. Okay, so we were gonna also maybe put in a section to say when the next pitch day is. I think that might be hard to figure out, but it might be good to explain pitch day. Maybe just have a pitch day section, or just for now forget it. Like this is literally just to make it so when I put a job posting up next week, somebody is not like, what in the world is this company? Like, what is this? Like, I don't get it. They're a software company. I don't understand, So we had a little structure for that. And then there's the all important jobs section. So we'll do like a little company description. I think I have that written for Omatum. So we'll just jam that in. Some way to show the job description. And I was going to use a service to do the applications, but I looked it up and it's stupid expensive. I used to use this thing called Workable, and Workable did the whole deal of like, hey, when we're not caring about money because the VC told us to get users, it's free. But now the VC wants to take us to market, so we need to test pricing. And the pricing they're doing right now is a $100 per job per month pricing. So I'm not opposed to spending that, but they don't give you much. I can just go through email. So we'll just tell the person like, hey, yeah, just if you're interested, just email us and we'll tell you what it's sent over. And again, don't know how to get those job descriptions in. There's probably an easy way to do it. Maybe we should just write paragraph of what it is and then say for like more information, email us. Because I think the job description for the editor, dude, it's like 4 pages long. It's like so many things. It's like so many things. I don't even know. I don't even know what they care about.
Yeah. So I've seen it a couple ways. Like I've seen it to where you have the high level JD just on the actual jobs page, or it's just a link to like a Google Doc which has a form link from there.
That's a jank way to do it. We are a technology company. Use our Google form.
Yeah.
That will do a footer, and that's I don't know. It'll just be the logo and like a copyright thing or something. I don't know. So this is the structure we have to work with. Now we got some identity work done. So let's pull that bad boy up. Boop. Boop. So this is the Omatum Studios logo. I like it. So we had to contain the word Omatum and the word Studios inside of the hex because of reasons that I don't really know. I want to make a wall decal, and this is what I got. So we can probably break away from this format if we find trouble with it, but I kind of like it. So there we go.
Nope, I like it. We should keep it.
Yeah, we should keep it. Looks sort of like 4-dimensional somehow. It's playing tricks with my mind. So I guess we should just get into this. Like, we could sit here and figure out personas and crap, but who cares? They're looking for jobs. Like, they've seen some bad websites in their time. We're going to try to make this a little bit better than a bad website.
So maybe one thing that we could talk about a little bit is theme. Like, we know this is our quote unquote Omatum Studios marketing site, if you will. What's the overall arcing theme of like Omatum Studios, for example? Are we like the carefree, semi-serious, we'll meme it up a little bit, or am we going to throw some jabs and jokes, or are we going to be, hey, this is a real thing, this is the facts?
I don't know. I think we could, when you said theme, I immediately thought color scheme, and I'm thinking dark. So I'll just get that
dark
out there.
For sure. Absolutely. We'll go dark for color.
So
for color palette, I always recommend dark, but I think for voice,
tone, tone and voice, I don't want to be super memey, but I started the stream today with the Baywatch theme, so I kind of want I want to make sure that whoever we attract into a position like this gets that we're kind of funny. I think I'm funny at least. Like, so
we're dad joke funny level status.
Right. My wife thinks I'm funny too, but not in that way. Not in the good way.
My wife just thinks I'm funny looking, but
yeah, that's unfortunate. So I think we'll kind of have to find some balance there, but I would say not clinical, not information dense. So what does that leave? That leaves like we could still be a little bit serious. We could still kind of take ourselves seriously. But yeah, maybe we can spice it up and hit it with some pieces that'll make it like round it off a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's smart.
Okay. My biggest thing I don't like about doing this is copywriting. So let's just use Ipsum text for a little while.
Ipsum it up, man. And we can figure out the actual words later.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to do a 1920 by 4000 artboard here to get started. Just make sure everything else is turned on. Pixel mode. I'm not going to hit that more settings button. That's when it turns into something else. Don't need a bleed. And create. Okay. So that'll get us started. I'm going to throw some guides down on this guy to give us at least the probable bounds of where we're going to have content wrapping. So let me just pop this out. So I usually go with like 1440 as a width, and then I'll just throw some guides down to make this easier on us. I don't know why.
Greg, you wanna make a gentleman's bet for how many times Illustrator will crash on you today?
Sure. I'm gonna go with 2.
You're gonna go 2. I'm gonna go with 3.
Notice how neither of us went to 0.
Correct.
Yeah.
How much faith we have.
0 faith. Okay, that looks all right. I think I might. Well, we're gonna be in dark mode, so this is gonna be a little bit. That light blue will be fine. Okay, let's get started. I think, dude, I do have some ideas for the top part, so I think I'm just gonna jam on that for a second.
Do it. Lay it out.
Okay, so I'm thinking it's a full viewport. It's like this very dark full viewport, maybe like 95% black. And for a full viewport, was it 1080-ish? We can go maybe like 1,000 just for design. Yeah, that's where I'm starting. I'm going to lock that down. I'm going to bring in that identity and let me group that boy up and slap it in. That's not the thing. Why did I just paste that? I was showing somebody the Twitch UI.
That's funny.
There we go. Okay.
All right,
So
so are we doing tablet mobile layouts for this?
we're going to probably do a mobile.
Okay.
And just leave it at that. Cuz listen, I want to get this thing up to
I understand. I know the pain.
Today, not in a week. And maybe we can make some choices when we get to the CSS that would sort of make that a little bit easier to do, right?
Display flex all the things.
Everything's got to be display flex. All right, let's see if we can make this maybe a little bit smaller. I got to outline the studio's font or else this is going to get into Jank City. There we go. Hope we don't want to change that. All right, let's see. So this right now is 464, 536. Let me change that up. Let's get some math involved here. If we say 1920 divided by 3, 640. Let's do 1920 divided by 5, 384. Okay. I'm going to try 384. Nope. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Center it again. There's an easier way to do that, and I didn't do it. Okay, delete. All right, so my thought would be this is like a static background, sort of like a parallax thing. And then the next section underneath it is going to just sort of like do this thing where it comes up over and you scroll past it. And for this guy, so let me just move that down. I got this idea. I don't know if it's going to work. So I'm going to have to do some gridding to get these things in place. But the general idea I have is like we would take the color of these sides, right? Which I could eyedropper or something, but we'll just use red to kind of show the idea I have. And these sort of what do we call them? The angles, the faces of this shape, and we will find out a good starting point, which might be like halfway through here, and then the full side for this one, and then do this. We'll bring lines down like this, and then bring them in like this. And same thing for over here. Bring them in, bring them in.
So it's almost as if the logo is like a CPU.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. So these will be like, yeah, your little runways. And we're gonna have to. This is gonna take a little time to get looking pretty. But I think the only thing I think might be hard to do is that what I want to do is as this comes in, indicate some depth. Like I want it to take a step up somewhere in here to meet these angles. So, I mean, I guess I could just start railing on it. Like what we'll do is we'll make this as an SVG. So when it comes back in, when we bring it into HTML, CSS, we'll have an SVG to work with rather than just a bunch of lines that are going to be a background image.
Yeah, so it's like a top-down view as if the logo is sitting on a pillar. So you're going to have the lines start the way and then they extend upward.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. No,
I don't really know what that looks like. I don't know if we just have the lines be this entire thing and then they have to come to some point and then kind of curl in.
I would probably take that hexagonal shape, like just make another hexagonal shape and extend it out. So it's like an outline, and that's essentially where the lines would meet. So you'd have one line going straight off the edges into that, and then from there, then they branch upwards to the actual logo itself.
Okay.
That's a good way to give you guides.
Yeah, just take it to the edges. Ooh, what just happened there? That's some crazy looking something.
We're making hypercubes, man.
Cubes inside of cubes inside of cubes inside of cubes. But who was that movie? Was it called Hypercube?
Cube?
Cube. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it was
Cube
like
1, Cube 2, Cube 3.
That was the worst.
I love those movies.
I don't
Those have a special place in my heart.
I didn't like it. I didn't hate, like I didn't not like it from the point of like I thought it was bad. It just it hurt my brain so much, man.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a thinker.
Yes, I don't like movies that I have to think through. So you're thinking like this is sort of like we draw out. Yeah,
So
yeah,
make
yeah.
the-
I got
make
you.
the
I got you.
bigger
I got you. I
hexagon.
got you. Hold on.
Yeah.
I think we just gotta try it. So we're gonna. These lines have to. They have to kind of like meet on these points, right? And then. Just
Correct. Yeah, they have to
here.
be straight.
Yep. And 1 pixel stroke width so you can actually see it. Yeah. And then I'll go down and we'll make let's use some magic number for this. We could do 13. That's unlucky. 18? 18's lucky. Why is it going this way?
I would make that larger hexagon smaller though, because it might be too much of a pedestal if it's that large.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Because this is going to the edges, right?
Exactly,
So let's
right,
let's just see. Is that 18 things? 11, 12. This is the dumbest thing. 12, 13,
I believe it's 17.
16. It is 17. Okay. So now we'll do some Illustrator magic. I'm going to throw this down here. And grab these and distribute them. Nope. Not like that. Like this. Okay. And then we'll bring that over to the other. Well, let's just do this one side, then we bring it over to the other side. So now we're going to make. Can I join these things really easily? Yes. So I'm going to take this and then copy paste it. Why is 18 lucky? It adds up to the number of completion. And hey, Christy girl. So it's a thing that's in Gematria. So 1 plus 8 equals 9, and that's apparently a lucky thing. But you see it a lot of times, like Jewish people will use it when they like write checks to people. It's a number of prosperity. I'm really curious how my wife is watching this right now. Sometimes I wonder how much work she gets done when she's at work. Oh, it's so tedious. This must be a quicker way. Yeah, we'll just do it quick. So what I'm doing is I'm connecting these line groups to provide a single line, basically, for the stuff we work on. When it goes to SVG, if these are two separate lines, is that connecting? Oh, you got to be kidding me! It's not even connecting. How many of these aren't connecting? That one's connected, so that one didn't. Was it just that one I missed? So when we go to SVG, if these aren't solid lines, we won't be able to animate them very easily, and we'll have to sequence. And sequencing is not fun, because then you have to bring JavaScript in. But luckily JavaScript nowadays has for a long time, has had this a listener that makes your life real easy when you go to animate. And that listener is called animation end. It's an event that gets thrown out when a CSS animation hits its final point. Get out of here. It is a little bit tedious, but
Yeah, but tedious is accurate.
yeah. I'm sure there was a like master way to do this. Like if we had split these up and then just moved all the points over. But that's for next time. Okay, I gotta go through and delete that anchor. And hopefully we don't have to add one of those back in. But what we're going to do is we're going to have these like nice long lines as an SVG and then be able to use some cool stuff like the line dash and make it look like it gets drawn in.
That's going to look pretty darn good.
Yeah, and we can even make it look like it's pulsing things into the center and all sorts of cool stuff.
Yeah.
Clean, that looks clean, that looks clean. Okay, so I think these had a fill on them for some reason, so get rid of that. And like normally I'd do something like this with boxes, but since we've got to go to SVG, we can't really do that. So now is the hard part. We have to, so this is, where's the inner shape on this? It's right there. So we've got to get them in there. Let me lock that up. We'll get rid of that guide. Just need it there for now. In you go. Okay, so now we need to space those things the same way. So this is where it gets real weird. How are we going to do that? I guess we could make 18 points here and then just line them up with it. Doesn't have to be super duper accurate. Oop. 170s. Oh, I wish that was just a little bit taller. 176. So, do we just make it? Just got to be close. Close enough for hand grenades, right?
Agreed. Close is good.
Yeah, let me just get rid of that. We'll just do it. Do it the old-fashioned way. You know that we're not getting that effect of it like coming up onto a pedestal.
Yeah, I think it's because that outer hexagon that we made is too large. You want sharper angles from the edge to the center to make it look like an outward popping type thing.
Okay. Yeah, let's just take a look. Oh god, we're missing so many of those. Here I am thinking that was the outside. Because I want this denseness. I like the denseness, you know.
Right, and that the close together of the inner lines is what gives you that the depth feel.
Yeah. You know what it is doing though? It's receding.
Yeah, it'll look like it's receding. Correct.
Maybe
so that's because it's too large.
Maybe that's okay.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. Yeah.
Or do we?
When this is done, we can hide that larger hexagon and see what it looks like just from the two sides. And
yeah, let's just take a look. Yeah, we'll just hide it right now. Let's just look. Oh, that's a whole group. Dang it, Greg. You should know better. Hide that. All right, let's just make these white for now. Bring that up. I mean, we're gonna have to get the spacing of these like perfect.
Yeah, I would.
Let me do that right now. I can do it. I got a way, and then once it's perfect, you'll see it lock in. It'll either lock in or it won't.
Yeah.
Okay, so we gotta hide that. We're gonna grab all these points. Make sure we just have the points selected. We'll make sure that they're all aligned. So we align those anchor points like that, and then move them. Oh, come on, I had them all. I clicked out. Let's align them again, and then move them all in. And then we only need to worry about getting the top and the bottom alignment one, because then we can distribute. And when we distribute, it'll just figure out spacing for us. Okay, so those two are good. Grab that. And then make sure it's to the selection, and then bingo bango. Yeah, so it's receding down. And I wonder if this Omatum Studios thing is a knockout instead of what it's doing right now. Because I think the way we would have to do this is we would have to start these line groups like tight, not loose like this. Because if they were tight and they were broadening out, it would kind of give that feeling. And we can move this
right.
over.
So if it's less lines with less space for the pedestal, I think that'll probably do it. Like the way to understand the best way to look at depth is if the distance between the outer edge, like of the straight lines, is less than the distance between the endpoints on the slanted ones, it normally gives that depth perception going in.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want out, you want the distance to be greater on the inner than it is on the outer ones.
Yeah. So can we fake that? Can we like do it twice? Can we have it start wide, come in tight? See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll see why not.
Yeah, let's try it. Might get too complicated. Name of the game. Get too complicated. All right, so that would maybe be the final thing, but we're thinking it's got to get wider at this point, at this internal point. So
yeah,
okay,
yeah, because right now you have that falling in effect. And the other thing you can do, depending on how much of a design ticket you want, you can also use color, a lighter straight line with a brighter inner line to give you the feel as if it's getting more illuminated as it comes up. That'll add some depth to it as well.
Yeah, I think that might work pretty well too. Just like a little difference between the points. It might be hard to do that.
Yeah, I don't know how that'll work
with
on
the animation. Yeah, it's going to be a trade-off, one or the other.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get these top and bottom ones into a better place. So we know that when it comes up here, it's the angle here has got to like be probably the angle. Yeah, like that's coming off the hex. So we have to stick that one there.
I think you probably have better luck with 9 lines.
But I want 18.
I know, but you technically will have 18 because you can take the left and the right side, which then add up to 18.
Dang it. Let me just try it. Let me try to make it come true. All right. Remember that point that I deleted earlier?
Yeah, that point that you really wanted.
That would come in handy. Yeah.
You can probably just delete every other, and then just distribute from the top and bottom.
No, I'm sticking with all these. We haven't hit a point of resolution on this yet.
Right.
So until I see it, like, and I'm like, yes, that was the intended effect.
Yeah.
I don't want to remove anything. Why do you keep selecting that other one, Illustrator? Am I just an inaccurate, bad selection goblin? The good thing is we only really have to do this twice. We do it one for the left and right piece, and then we can...
Oh, technically we only have to do it once, don't we?
No. Because we have 2 different shapes. We have the shapes that would come in from the left and the right, and then these angled pieces will all be the same. Oop. These angled ones. Because you can't just rotate this. you've got to figure out what the effect's going to be on the corners and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
Okay, so now I would be lying if I said this wasn't my favorite type of design. I love this.
Same.
I don't know why. Just like tight geometry and trying to fake stuff. I was talking to somebody yesterday that like I think they were just getting started in front end or something like that. And it was like they were trying to do some sort of an animation. It was just interesting to me that they didn't have like that knowledge that animation is basically fakery. It's basically you're faking everything when you do animation. It's just like you understand there's like a viewport that the user will look at, and beyond that you're just faking stuff. You're like covering things up with boxes, you're like moving stuff around. You're not simulating, right? You're just trying to pretend that a thing is happening,
right?
And I think that it must be like Pixar or something got it in everybody's head that you should be simulating your animations. I don't know, just my guess. Okay, so does that look like it's coming up? Well, so then this has got to be.
So the issue for this is the lines are taller than the end point. So if you bring them in shorter and branch out, because you want the top.
Why don't we do that? Yeah. Why don't we bring them in flat here?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we need another group of points here.
Yeah, normally depth is done based on the top and bottom angle. So we're having a downward angle and upward angle respectively. You actually want them reversed.
Yeah. I'm going to see if there's a quick way to do this. I think I can intersect this and get all those lines we need. I might be wrong. As I go to do it, it just doesn't do it. Is it divide? No. I think that might have been it. That might have... You know, I shouldn't do that because it might jank up the way the points are laid out. Let me just do this. Yeah. Good thing we've got Noah here telling me how geometry works. I'll be here for like an hour. Like, why does it keep looking like it's going backwards?
It'll always look like that if your outer edge is larger than your inner edge.
Okay, so we got all those points in. Line those up. So the big thing here is the alignment. So if the alignments go off, the whole effect stops working. Well, wait a second. Did those not line up? Oh, it's just so many things at once. Okay, so that looks lined up. I wonder if those are lined up right. It's so many little dots in a row that I just can't see it correctly anymore. Is there a reason we constructed our own perspective lines instead of using a perspective create tool? Good question, Shiro. Yes, because we're going to take this and we're going to chop it up for use as an SVG. So because it's going to be an SVG, we need to use our own lines. They can't, what's the word? They can't be faked. And we can't just be drawing on top of them. We have to construct these the way that we need the animation pieces. I am just saying words right now. Okay, so select these. Nope. I gotta do a key anchor alignment. I don't think it's gonna let me do it. Give me the pink line. Is that it? There we go. That's lined up. So by doing it like this, we get these little chopped up paths that'll export to SVG really easily, where we can do magic. Go down. But this is only because we know the outcome, right? I'd say if you were just drawing, crank out the perspective grid tool. All right. There we go. There, it's going to do it. It's going to do it. Here we go. Yeah. It still looks like it's going down.
Yeah, no, it's the... Okay, so this is what you want to do.
This one needs to go even tighter, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah. So take your 18 lines, your straight lines.
The straight lines are the way to go, right? Like at this final piece? Okay.
It's the issue is that your outer edges, like your outer 18 straight lines, are wider than your inner 18. You want them to be smaller, branching outward. Mm-hmm. Make sense?
Well, we at least need some point of it right here to get smaller before it gets, yes.
Correct.
Gotcha.
If you want it to look bigger, then you just take your 18 straight lines and it'll essentially.
I should know this shit. Why don't I know this stuff? Like, I went to art school. Like I've drawn like 2-point and 3-point perspectives. I put a city on a turtle's back as my final project. Like,
right.
Like this. Now we're doing it. Right now we're doing it.
Exactly.
As soon as that line
the angle needs to be opposite. Exactly. It. Yeah.
That was just money wasted. That my art school. It was just, what did I get out of it? It was fun, I guess. There were times when I was in art school and I was like, I should have just been a doctor, man. It was so much work. Okay. You'd have like these lab classes and they would tell you like the number of hours of the lab. So if it said it was, let's say it was like a 4-credit class and then it said 4 lab hours on top of that, they'd be like, you take that number, you times it by 5, and that's how much homework you should expect in hours every week for the class.
Right.
So by the end of the semester, by the end of the scheduling, you're always trying to find these like low lab hour classes, and there weren't many of them. And I had one semester, man, where I was probably doing homework like every living hour of my life. And
that sounds about right.
Yeah, it just was not fun. It was like, what am I doing? Yeah, we got it now. Okay, so let me get this where it should be. So we actually have to do some alignment here to make sure that the shape is the same at the top. So we're gonna pull that up and then go 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll try that. We can make it tighter if we want. And then here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then just gotta move this guy down just a little bit. We have to keep these spaced out because if we do distribute, it won't care. It'll just move these things into a distributed pattern. There we go. There we go. Look at that.
Yep. There you go.
Look at that. Okay.
And you can even adjust that how much of a pop you want based on the total height of the right hand side of the straight lines.
Right. So right, and we can just move these back and forth, and like
okay. if you wanted to make those straight lines,
then we're gonna get an even better kind of thing. Yeah. And if we wanted to get these a little bit tighter here, and maybe we could do some math to get that. Let's try half the height of the thing and use that as our guide for the spacing of those points.
No.
Was that 1?
And you can make it look like it's even popping out further by decreasing the height of the far right hand side of the page on those lines.
Well, and I think we could even put another thing in here because there's something in my head that says that this might look weird when it's all laid out. So I'm almost thinking the right hand side. This is why I wanted 18 because I think the right hand side
do it like that.
might
you
look
could absolutely
more
like
stretched out. Yeah, maybe I'll just design with this in mind.
No.
Oh shoot! What was that?
Yep, that's an oops. That's a Control Z right there.
Yeah, where it kind of all comes in from that side, right?
Right.
And now you get the full tunneled effect, and obviously this is probably too bright, but we're just designing right now, so we'll bring the value that way down. And let's just see what happens if we really shrink this down. I'm cool with where it is right now, but we haven't really done that on purpose. So let's see what happens if we do move these things in with a purpose. I'm gonna have to move this a lot. Loud keyboard, just smacking up against things. And then this.
Which keyboard you rocking?
DAS.
You still got the DAS keyboard? That's what I got. I love that thing.
Did you get the one with the little media controller on it?
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm going to go to anything that doesn't have this media controller, to be honest.
Did you know that your keyboard stand is a ruler that comes off?
Did I know? Yeah, baby. Oh, I can't.
Isn't that how cool?
Sometimes it comes off. I think I might have glued it to the bottom or something.
Mine comes off. Magnet. I love that thing.
Yeah.
So much.
Yeah. And you know what the funny thing is, though? I still have rulers on my desk. Like, I just forget that.
Yeah, I know, right?
That.
It's crazy. Well, I think it's because nobody wants to lift their keyboard up to get a ruler. So.
But it's there if you want it.
Exactly. It is there.
It's a convenient little feature of the keyboard. I really, to me, though, like the media controller, and do you know that's all key binding? You know, that's all key binding. Yeah. And then some programs can and can't use the key. So I guess you can make your own.
Yeah.
But I literally evaluate keyboards based on whether or not they have that thing. And maybe DAS has a a patent on it because you don't see it on any other keyboards.
No, I've got one of those the Razer Tartarus things, like the hand keyboard thing for like massive multiplayer online gaming for like macros and stuff.
Yeah.
I use that more in programming than I do in gaming because I'll set up my macros to it.
Where'd Illustrator put my bars? They're gone.
Oh.
I think I might have done that on accident. Toolbars. Show tool. Cortana. Show toolbars. It's gone. Maybe I just. Where are they? They just disappeared. Oh, wait. Okay. So I have to hover them? Just stay. No, come back. Stay. How do I make you stay? No, not okay. This would be like auto hiding, something like that.
That can't be good.
Where is this? View, hide toolbars. It's something I've done. I have done this too.
Yeah, there's a thing.
When I went to pick my keyboard up, that was the end of it. I hit some F button and then they just hit everything. Whoa, full screen with menu bar mode? Nope.
I'm on Google. I have ideas.
Get it. I should probably save this thing real quick.
Yep, good idea.
as it's not been saved. Let's see, Google Drive.
Let's see.
This is F11. Thank you, Fettel. That's not it, man. Oh, no.
Wait, just hit Shift Tab.
They got me. Oh, yeah, that was it. Shift Tab.
There you go.
And what about this guy? This guy just doesn't want to. Oh. Are we? Nope. Come on, guy.
Yeah, I don't know about that one yet. Still looking. There's also the little panel icon on the upper right corner of each panel that should change the display options.
Except for this one.
Oh, well, that's not a panel then.
What is? It's a toolbar.
I don't know. You know, I'm just going to go to Illustrator, see what the F keys do.
Just tab. How did Nick figure this out? Thank you, Nick.
Just tab?
Like booted up GIMP. That's how it works there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's distribute those. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. That's it.
I like it.
Now, these guys came out of alignment a little bit, so I'm going to fix that. Although they should be working the same way as the other ones. So let me just distribute them. There we go. Okay. And then we got this big spread out thing here. I like it. I mean, we could add more depth to it. Like we could add another straight channel in here. And I'm almost tempted to try it just to see it before we commit. Because I think when this gets to like several of these on the screen, we're going to probably want to reduce the amount of crossover that there could be on the way in. So I'm just going to do one more. Maybe we'll do it at this halfway point or something. Nope. Don't do that. Fettel 1, dude, I appreciate the help. If you guys have suggestions, I never want you to think it was a problem if you gave me a suggestion that didn't work. I'm just glad you have them. Unless your suggestion is to use Sketch, then I'll light you up. We should just do all the designs for the websites in Blender.
We should use a complete tool that's not meant for it. We'll screw that. We'll just use Paint, man.
Paint is kind of meant for it. I want to use the one that's
but
not even kind of meant for it.
Oh, then if that's the case, let's use like Unity or something.
SketchUp.
Make it better yet. We'll make our website designs inside of like Unity Game Engine or the Game Maker Studio.
Perfect. I have met people that do use tools you wouldn't expect, like InDesign, and
yeah,
it works really well, like because it's all set up for it. I'm trying to think, what was the weirdest site? There was a site out there. I don't know the name of it, But when you hit it, it's like absolute insanity because it's all done in WebGL. But it's like a fully functioning website that's all done in WebGL. And everything is in like weird perspective and 3D, and I don't know.
That's kind of cool.
It's super weird. Yeah. It's like, it's cool and it's super weird. It's all video and stuff like that that just kind of plays in sequence. Okay, so these just have to come up just a little bit more. As long as nothing is above anything else, we're in good shape. Okay, and then we have to align this over. Get it. Got it. And these in our SVG can be the flexible size because we can use these as a percentage. I just said that. I don't know if you can do it, but the idea is like this track would be the one that gets wider.
Right. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Smell what you're trying to cook.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a pure SVG way to do it. There's some ways to hack it in. Whoa, I just cusped that. So I just converted that to a curve on accident. That would have been problematic. It's one of those things you find later and you're like, how did that happen? Oh, Greg fat fingered it. How about that?
I like it.
Cool. All right.
Do we want to stick with white?
No.
Okay.
I think what we do is we use the, I gotta open up the library. We'll use the brand color for that thing.
Yeah, for sure.
And then we'll tone it down. Just make it like 50% opaque.
So you should be able to clone that and rotate it for the left-hand side then, right?
Correct. And then we just have to do a weird one for the side units. Well, I think we can use the same shape, but then it's just going to be a matter of getting it. There's going to be some weirdness to get the shape correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Let me just play with this angle just a little bit more. I don't know how much of a track we want there. Like maybe something like that looks pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, I kind of like it when it's tighter like that.
No, we'll just easy mode this over to the other side.
Yep.
Make sure everything is close to alignment. It looks like that came a little bit off alignment, but that's okay. It's not like you wouldn't notice it, I don't think. I'll notice it. Nobody else will. Okay, so now we got the red side hooked in. Oh, that's so cool looking.
You know what? I actually think for the edges, like the angled ones, you could use that exact same shape, and all you really have to adjust is the outermost points.
You think have them crisscross?
No. I don't think they're gonna crisscross. So just copy that again, and let's put it.
They
up
definitely will. They'll click because it's 1920 wide and 1,000 tall. So that's 1,000 pixels of spread right there. We could.
Yeah. But I'm saying that's the angle you have to adjust. You just have to bring those tighter in.
I see what you're saying. Okay, let's try it. So I gotta lock this up, or else that's gonna be a problem. We'll start over here on yellow. Yeah, let's see. So really, it's gonna be a 30-degree rotation, right? Yeah. So we can't do it like that. So we'll rotate it once to get it close, and then rotate it again. The wide lines come from the bottom and other lines go out on top and in motherboard hardware line. Yeah, let's see what we could do here, Fettel. So I think the idea is like it's all plugging in like a cybernetic brain, you know?
Right.
Now is when I figure out that the Omatum logo is off by a few pixels. Wonderful. Okay, well, just a little bit of crossover is probably okay. And then for these guys, yeah, we'll have to figure this out. So if we put one in the corner, and then 1 over. I mean, let's see. Let's just see what would happen if we do this like full widthy. Because yeah, you're right. I mean, like nothing really needs to get changed here, right?
Right, yeah, because the way that the angle is going to work, it's just the edges, that outer ring, like the widest part is what's going to need to change. Nothing else will have to be adjusted.
Oh, sweet Jesus. What did I?
Well, that was a thing.
Why did I put that black box down there? Let me just put that there and screw myself later. Okay. Yeah, and then we put this here. We can always tighten this up. I'm just going to do this first to see if we get what we're looking for.
Yeah, and then to do the right-hand side, you just have to mirror that shape.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're going to get these like weird sort of pockets of nothingness in here.
Yeah, but I think that'll actually look really cool because it'll be the same geometric pattern as a pocket to have parity with the left and right, top and bottom.
Now, do you see what's going on here? Is because this is coming in from this angle, these racer lines are a little bit longer.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so you can take if you crunch all those bottom ones, the inward a little bit more, so you're going from like the edge of your white line, your left-hand ruler line.
Yeah, do we want
to the center point?
Let me do another one. Yeah, let's do another one and just see what that looks like.
Yeah, for sure.
So copy that, and then lock it, paste it, and that's gonna have to rotate 30. Doop. Okay. Is that the right rotation? No. One more.
Wait, which one did you just do?
I'm doing this guy. The green guy.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Greeny boy. Let's make it green, because that's going to make things easier on my eyes. Just mirror the one we already made for yellow. We're trying something different on this one really quick, Tig. So we're going to try a little bit of an adjustment to the geometry. Like if we leave it like this, in a sense, so we keep the same angles out, does it look better than if we do this sort of thing that's going to create weird pockets of shapes, you know? Ooh, it's so cool looking. Okay.
I just had a crazy idea for that.
I actually think it looks better like this.
Yeah.
I think you keep everything here the same. I'm going to have to figure out how to line these up. But that looks to me a little bit cleaner, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, you could do the bottom and the two bottom angles. So for your yellow and green, you could make those flat. So it's like if it's a hallway, right? So now you have your left and right, how they come in from the angle side and then have a flat 90 degree. So it's on flat surface.
So you're thinking like take this here and flatten it.
Correct. Make that angle flat.
Like that.
So straight line. Exactly.
Oh.
Do the same thing with the other side and it'll look like you're at the end of a hallway type thing.
Oh man, that looks so cool.
Yeah.
I think I screwed that one up. Yeah,
that one got screwed up.
That went into matrix mode a little bit. Okay, do we like this hallway or left hallway or right hallway?
I kind of like the left hallway.
Cool. Okay, let me take a quick look. Yeah, because I mean we don't really want too much spacing. I think we want to keep it tight and distributed.
Yeah.
Okay, so take that and let's group this because my God, why is that not grouped? And then reflect it. This is just easy mode from this point on.
And then we can do the exact same thing to reflect it up, and then you'll have your top ones.
Yep.
I love messing with shapes like this. This stuff is like, whoa.
Yeah, I mean, this is the graphics that you and I grew up with.
100%. Right?
Like this is the Tron level, like
playing Uplink on my PC from the 90s. Oh.
Uplink. I once I had what was it? Is Uplink's the one where you're a hacker, right? Like
yeah, Uplink's the hacking simulator.
I had friends over at my house once, and I had that up on the screen, and somebody was like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Dude, watch this." And I tricked them into thinking it was like I was actually hacking.
Right.
So,
for sure.
It was so hilarious. They're like, no way, you can do that stuff. I'm like, yup. Had it going for like a full hour before I was like, it's just a game, man. Like, look up and see if I'm on that social security lookup-er on the game.
This almost kind of reminds me. This has like a heavy like Tony Stark vibe to it. The way that the line work is.
Tony Stark. It looks like his chest. Oh, that looks so cool. Ooh.
That's a shirt. That's a shirt design right there.
Ooh, somebody put a copyright on this. Look at that, man. That's fantastic.
And you see how you get like the really cool, I don't know what the word is. I want to say dithering, but in the corners
moire.
of like the
it's
hard
called
angles.
Moire patterning.
Moire.
Yeah.
It's
a rendering issue, yeah.
No, it is.
But it's good.
But that's what makes this good.
Yeah. Little interference patterns like that. Like that's what they tell you not to go on TV with like the tie or whatever.
Right, yeah.
Okay. So can I make this like one step further?
Of course you can. What are you thinking?
Okay. So as we're talking, like we're getting a studio set up, right? And I had this idea to throw cameras into the corners of the rooms. So you'll have one camera that's in the corner of my studio room, and then another camera that's in the corner of like the office room. And when I was younger, there was this company called Razorfish. And Razorfish was like the top of the top digital innovators. They're the guys that if you had a piece of technology you needed made in the advertising world, you go to Razorfish and they figure out how to make it. And their agency website was like this is like 2010, was like this video feed from their office, and everybody was just like so crazy about it, like, wow, you can, like, how did they do that? And like, I've always wanted to do it. So my thought is, okay, here's my thought. There's a Twitch stream happening right now. Thank you for the save reminder. There's a Twitch stream happening right now. We can do a check on that. We have a service that we built, a microservice that actually sees if I'm streaming or not. And when I'm streaming, it tells people. So if you were to go to what's the site?
On the
we have it
Badger
like
one.
Yeah, we have it like on our, I think our primary domain too. That's a good sign. Netlify. Let's get you doing things. Is the service down? Maybe it's down. But we'll have to check on it because like we had this thing. Yeah, we had this little thing. It says like if streaming, present this thing. It like comes up from the bottom of the screen. And I think as part of that, we could use that service plus feed the video in. So the video becomes like the background of this. But we still keep it dark, and maybe we do some interference patterning to make it look a little pretty. There's only one agency I think that does this right now, which is Sagmeister's, because he's a freak. I don't know if this is safe for stream, so I'm just going to pull it up really quick. Because Sagmeister is a crazy guy that is a brilliant designer. He's like good crazy, but they do such experimental things that sometimes like there would just be nudity right on their design pages. The guy once, for an AIGA poster, he once carved it into his back.
Well, that seems excessive.
Yeah, put him on the map though. So let's see. Yeah, they don't do it anymore. So they used to have like on their homepage, they used to have like a live stream of their office, and it was cool, but it's gone now. I don't know if like we went to, maybe if we go to the team page or something, it's there. No, it's gone. Maybe it was too much liability. Maybe people were like, I don't feel comfortable with this. I don't know.
That very well could be.
But we can Sagmeister back. Or was it on his chest maybe? Poster. There's an AIGA year in design poster, I think. There it is. And that's questionably close to not safe for work, so because it was Sagmeister, but I can at least I can zoom in on one of these just to show you guys. Absolute crazy guy. But brilliant. There we go. That's just man nipples. Look what this is crazy. Like, he did this. He had his assistant with a razor blade carve this into his chest. Is it still there?
That's so crazy.
Right? Like, is it still there? Because if it's still there,
sure it is.
What a thing to do to get your name on the map. Marker Sagmeister. I like that you marked the stream there because questionable. Absolutely just questionable. So yeah, the idea would be we'd put the stream behind this, and then do some sort of patterning to, I guess, to clean it up, right? Like clean it up, or rather clean the image up in front of it, so this doesn't ever sort of lose its.
So, question for you.
Shebang. Yeah.
So, if we were to take our Omatum Studios cube in a cube thing logo and put a red live banner on the top part of it and swap that out for the image, and if you hover over it, then the video can like do like a cool little animation to show up into it.
Sorry, I was in the middle of trying to mute things. Say that one more time.
Okay, so on the design, you know how we have the Omatum Studios cool little hexagonal logo, right?
Yeah.
If we duplicate that and we'll use we'll put a red live banner at the top. Like, you know how we have Omatum Studios and the text banner on the bottom part of the logo? We'll put a live one, red banner, white line, or
something like that. Yeah, like on the air, whatever.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and then we can flip it to off air.
Interact with it. Exactly, yeah.
And for now, I think we could do something like if it's off air, maybe, I don't know, do you guys watching know what static is? Do you know what, have you ever seen a TV with static on it?
Yeah, for sure.
No, not you. People.
Oh, you said kids, so I assumed you were talking.
I mean, like, we've got a lot of people that are watching that are in an age group that you and I aren't really in.
True.
And I'm curious if, like, let me close this. This is freaking me out. I don't. I'm like Adam Driver or whatever. The guy who's like,
man.
"Don't show me my face." What a crazy way to go through life. Did you hear about this? This guy, like, he was on a radio show, and he was it's the guy that played Kylo Ren. And they started playing like a clip from a movie he was in. He's like, "No, I don't like to see clips from the movies I'm in," and he freaked out and left the show. Could you imagine being that, whatever that is?
That's intense.
Yeah, he just like doesn't like to see it. Oh, look at my stupid fat face. I gotta get on a diet. Look at that fat face. If I make it to 50, that'll be good.
I told myself when I turned 30, I'm gonna do the same thing.
Did you? I said the same thing. Look where I'm at.
Yeah, I'm not 30 yet though, so it's okay. I got time.
I'm saying that was the promise I made to myself at 30. Okay, so we're gonna unlock this guy, and then we'll have to find that background. There we go. And then 80% maybe. Oh, that's not gonna do it. 50%. What am I changing? What exactly am I changing the opacity of right now? I think I'm changing the video. So, oh, come on, just unlock stuff. Unlock everything. Then we'll grab that and make that like 50. What does that do? What does that do for us? That gets crazy.
I don't like it.
I
don't like it.
I freaking hate it, man.
No, bad.
Why is that so horrible?
I have an idea. How about you mask the video to fit inside the Omatum Studio hexagon?
Are you crazy?
Yeah.
What if we put a pattern on...
You want experimental.
Hold on. What? Yeah, but that's like so tiny, you know? And it'll just be like this weird little clip of that whatever's behind it, you know?
No. I mean, like, shrink the video size down to fit on the outer edges of the left and right, so it's a square inside the hexagon. Yeah.
What I just
that way,
shrink?
if it's live.
Okay.
I don't know what you just moved.
Hold on a second. Yeah, it's just yeah. Okay. So we take it and then you're gonna stick it here. I'm questioning things. Maybe.
A little lower and you're good.
Little more opacity. Oh, I don't know now. I don't know, man. Maybe. Oh, yeah, maybe just a little, like, stick it in here like this and then back it up. Oh, it's so weird.
All right, abandon ship. We'll just stick the little live notice somewhere else.
I don't know, man. There's something. Let me just try a couple more things. Like, I'm not walking away yet. I'm not convinced this doesn't work.
See, I would have thought when you wanted to do full background that it would just be visible in the empty space. so you'd have masking, so you still see all the
Could
lines.
could we mask the SVG like that? Yes, we totally could.
Yeah, you could. Could you just make it basically black solid fill almost?
I'm trying to think. I remember I've seen this solved before, and I think what comes to mind is, like you have to essentially pixelate the background in some way, shape, or form. You can't use a full fidelity version.
Correct. Yeah.
Or else it's just gonna look like it just looked. It's gonna be this awful overlay. Yeah. So let me just get that guy. Yeah. Let's get him up because we're gonna have to build this in between layer. Why can I move that? What am I getting wrong here? There we go. So we'll get this up to 100%. We'll just say that's 100%, and then we'll make it full width. Shiro hitches that shit like a Gaussian blur. I think that's the idea, Shiro, is that we're gonna have to find some effect that we can stick onto this thing, that does like the same idea of a Gaussian blur. It removes a lot of the information, right, of the image. But I think we can do this like we could probably find several ways to do it. Like, what about scan lines? You know, like those things that removes a lot of image resolution. A little bit of a blur would definitely help. We can put a mask in between it too. We could just, let's see, move this behind it so we get that horribleness again. And let me just let's get rid of the black just so we're working with like the full on worst case scenario. Okay, now we're not going to touch this layer. We're going to put another layer in between these two things. And then I need a repeating pattern is what I need. Oh yeah, that's the thing. So that's the thing. So Shiro mentioned it's like a contrast issue. We could do like, let me put this layer in and let's try like the first and foremost, let's convert to black and white. I think we should be able to use a CSS overlay to pull that off nowadays, right? There's sort of those image filters that you can attach that make everything underneath it do a different thing now. Oh man, I'm fighting for this. Fighting hard. All right, so take this. Blending mode, saturation. There we go. Now we're black and white. So that's step one, is to get that black and white. Let's duplicate this. And now let's reduce the opacity of it, I guess. Why? That's just, what is this doing? What? Oh, I didn't select anything. That'll help. Yeah, so now we've knocked that down. Bring that down to 90. Let's get it to something where it's like a little more in the area before we start Gaussian blurring stuff. Probably right around the value it's got to sit at, so just have to work around it. Like, can we achieve that with some other method? So let's try the blur. I'm definitely think that's a good blurring video in real time. Is that is that gonna be a problem?
That's an interesting question.
Yeah. Is that gonna turn a computer off on somebody? Like
it might.
Freaking the span spin up. Yeah, let's take a look at CSS filters just to see what other things there are available in the space of that. So blur, yes. There's the grayscale. And we can combo all these things together. Is that it? There's just these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these. Is that okay? There's a little bit more. You can hue, rotate, invert, opacity, saturate, why sepia? Did somebody really fight for that? Oh yeah, make sure the sepia's in there.
I'm gonna test this. I'm just gonna pull up your Twitch stream in my browser and add that filter to it and see what happens.
Yeah, let's just see. And we could always use an SVG filter, and that opens up a bajillion options. I mean, you can throw these on images, so why wouldn't you be able to throw it on a stream? Right? Noah's computer just turned off because he tried to blur it. Again, the SVG filters give us a bajillion options. Hey Slayer, thanks for liking the design. Hit that like button. Okay. Well, the blur is definitely smart. What I almost want is I want the cops effect. What is that? Like, what is the cops effect? Video effect called? I think it's like a mosaic or something. Yeah, it's not going to do it. People do not like police nowadays. Cops TV show blur effect name.
Dude, it totally works.
It does. It does. Like,
oh, it totally works.
1000%. Okay. Do you have a value for?
You have to do it on the video player itself. You
That's
can
fine.
put filter blur 10 pixels, and it completely blurred it.
If we can blur it, we can grayscale it too.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a screen of it. Hold on.
Okay.
My snip go.
Will it blur? Do you have a blur that you like? I'm gonna put a Gaussian on it. Ooh, dude, that did it. Take a look. So that really did it. That was a great suggestion, Shiro. Because the blur is removing so much information from this. Like, so that's at 0 blur. Like,
I put 10 pixels on
0.1.
what I just sent you in Discord.
Yeah. So if we crank this up to 10, I can't click right now. If we crank that up to 10, that does it. So it removes all this additional information. So all these lines have like the ability to live now. There's going to be probably some sweet spot in here, but I think 10 is probably a good starting point. Let's try 20. Probably too blurry.
Whatever you do, don't do 100.
How about 80? Yeah, you can't even tell anymore.
No, it looks like
we're just wrecking bandwidth. Yeah. So somewhere maybe try 5. I think 10. 10 might do it.
$20 doesn't look that bad. You can still tell something's there.
Yeah. Well, I wonder too if we make this so like if you were to mouse it, it comes into focus.
You could. Depends on the interactions you want with the SVG, because
right.
Remember, this video is behind the SVG element.
Do the SVG filters allow us to change the blur type? I don't know. You can do it with SVG or the CSS filter blur type. But yeah, with that we could. There's always other stuff that we could do. Just trying to think. Let's see here. Could be something we just mess around with until it looks right too when we're actually doing it. Because I've sort of been faking in opacity too. So I wonder if we... Oh, we didn't really mess with the opacity yet. So this is our opacity rectangle. So let's say we knock it to 50. Yeah. Maybe 75. Yeah. So you can still see that something's going on. There's clearly going to be like some crap going on in the background. But
and it doesn't take away from the line work, which I think is good.
Bingo. I think that's the sweet spot. Yeah. And we really have to wonder too with the line work. The line work can be static, but it is real easy to make this stuff not static. So we can actually animate the line work on top of all these things. So you just want to see what it looks like with thicker strokes. That's what somebody wanted to see. So I'll try it. I think the way with this stuff is usually the 1 pixel is the way to go. But maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. This is 2. Because it could make sense because there's stuff behind it now.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna do the video in the back, the 2 pixels probably good.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
This new guy, Shiro, is he's throwing down some. He's throwing it down, man. He's got some good information today.
I love it.
It looks almost like a rose or something, like a flower. Let's see.
I'm still going with arc reactor, man.
Don't say that. You can't. Take it back. It's
Omatum Studios is now a clean energy business.
Who am I in this whole situation? I'm definitely not Tony Stark. I'm probably that Jeff Bridges character from the beginning. The Bo Bridges character. Okay, so I'm just gonna try a couple more things here. Now that we have those thick lines, I'm just gonna see if that bought us any room to mess around with the saturation filter. Because right now it's at 100%, so it's totally grayscale, and I think we can get away with that. Just a little bit of color. I don't know. Yeah, I think so. Maybe even all the color. Give me all the color. Maybe. I mean, that's the cool thing. By thickening that up, by blurring it, it does this thing to this. It makes this like really work. Now, I do think this is gonna sound crazy, but I do think we can actually make these draw into place. I'm pretty sure I know how to do that. Like, so these lines, this will start. We can sequence a start event, and I think what I'd like to do is sort of like these come in linearly. They draw in right to left or left to right from their endpoints. They draw into the hex, and then this background image will flick on like a TV. So you'd use a opacity curve that looked like this. You'd start it at 0, you'd bring it up, drop it down, and then bring it all the way up, and then maybe down a little bit. That's like a TV powering on. So maybe not that much of a curve, but we could draw that into CSS and make that nice Bezier version of that.
I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. I used to do a lot of animation work, man. Like, this is like my whole thing, day in, day out for a year, maybe like 2 or 3 years. So this is the kind I love this kind of stuff. Whenever I can fit it in. So now that we've done the craziest thing we could do up here, could we go down and make the rest of the site make sense? I hope so. And also, we kind of should maybe figure out that on-air thing, right? Like, where would that go? I'm a big fan of those on-air signs, but I don't think
that's what I was thinking, like the red banner with the white text or something. Yeah, I would put it inside the actual logo. Like, I would put it on the top portion of it.
We're buying one for the office. We can bring that up. It's literally like these things. The one I'm getting is it's like, well, the one I'm getting is completely dark when it only has light when it's on. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like it's black unless you're recording. If you're recording it, like the lights flip on and it looks kind of like this one right here, but better. There is that kind of iconic version of this. That's like the triple-sided one. This one. Oh, that's the one I'm getting right here. But it says recording instead of on air. But yeah, that's sort of the iconic one that I always think of, is this like vertical text that says on air. And when we say on air, maybe live could work too. So you're thinking it kind of comes in somewhere in here. This guy killed me. I gotta get rid of these black boxes right here. Doop. The things I do to make Illustrator do what I want it to do. Okay. So did you have a place where you saw this that just made sense to you? Because I don't know where that would be.
Yeah, I was thinking if we take just essentially take the text for Omatum Studios, right, and clone it, put it on the top, make it red background, make it about half the height, and put live.
So could we make one that said like that had the off state too?
Yeah, like I was saying, you'd swap out that essential SVG based on your trigger state. So if your off state is nothing, then it's your regular Omatum Studio logo or one that says off air. And if your trigger says, yeah, it's on, then we're going to swap that for the other SVG, which is the on-air version.
So I'm just trying to think in my head, like, I kind of would like it to say off-air, too. Because then you make sense out of the background, and it's just, like, showing. Yeah. I don't know how smart that is. Should we have, like, a live stream from an office? I don't see how that could hurt anything. It's a common area that's just there when we're not streaming. So if we're not streaming, you're connected to like one of the IP cameras or something in the office.
You could do that, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, is that going to be like a bandwidth suck? Is that?
Yes, it is.
Is that going to be a problem? Yeah, we'd have to stick that feed somewhere. Unless there was just a constantly going Twitch feed that was like The Office that nobody wanted to watch. That could be a thing too. We could just have another Twitch feed that or YouTube feed or something that's just live streaming that all day. That would kind of correct that, but we still need bitrate on it, but we could go pretty low. We could maybe just like cap out at like a 3000 bitrate or 1000 or something like that. So Shiro's got an idea for that. Running it on the side of the cube. Yeah, let me see. So we're not going to have these fonts, I don't think, on this site. I don't think we're going to be using Gotham on this. So it's probably about time that we find a font. The main font that we use on all the other Omatum properties is Gotham, which I guess we could use. Like, there's nothing that we couldn't. There's no reason why we couldn't. Is there any stupid reason we wouldn't? Is there anything that we want to try out font-wise? I've still been wanting to get IBM Plex. It's fair shake. Let me see. Let's see what IBM Plex looks like. I think Plex is kind of it's something about it to me. Just I want to use it. You know what? There's like a gap up here that almost makes sense for that more than the cube. The reason, Shiro, I'm a little worried about doing the cube because the cube is an identity piece, right? So you're like it's almost like sacred. You don't want to go too crazy on the identity piece. Like you want it that identifiable, and if we start throwing things on top of it.
I like putting it in the empty space there.
Yeah, it might just be might work. I don't know.
And if it's got an off state, you can even use the SVG lines to, or some other type of SVG to like tie it into it to the existing line work that we're doing.
Yeah, we could draw a shape there that we flip. Not even flip. You just ID it, and once it's ID'd, we can control the color and all that stuff of it. The this text part will have to be text though. Because SVG text, you can get away with not doing it, but it's not the smartest thing to let SVG bring text in and anything but an outline shape. IBM Plex mono. Oh, there's something about it. There's something about that IBM Plex. IBM Plex caught the most hatred ever I've ever seen a font catch. But my God, is it beautiful. I don't know what it is about it. So the mono, let's try black. So sure, is it suggesting a call out? Yeah, I mean, we could flag somewhere. We could just, instead of doing all this madness, do something down here. Maybe that's you know what? I think you're right. Let's leave that big thing alone, and just sort of say it intrudes into the next part of the UI, just a tiny bit, or even like at the top of the UI or something. Just something where it's not tied in. This feels a little better to me. Why would he do all of them? Is there no modifier I can click to make that not round everything at once? God. $8 billion application right here.
Yep, I like it.
Yeah, like it comes down to the next part. Yeah.
Yep, I like it.
Simple.
You want to put a camera icon next to it?
Yep.
Sweet.
But not a real one. We're going to go grab that from Flat Icon.
Yeah.
And I think before we output this later tonight, if you're still around, remind me to clean this up just a little tiny bit. I guess it's okay. Let me just see. Is this going to bug me? Yeah, whatever. Let's let it be. Yeah, let's go find a camera icon. Let me find a better red for this. So we'll use the brand red. Flat icon.
Speaking of cleanup, I just dumped my soda everywhere, so I'm gonna go grab paper towel. Uno momento.
What a dummy.
No, right?
As I drink my soda, that could easily fall out of my hand. So I'm just going to go and do this little flat icon thing. So there was a time when I used to make all these icons from scratch, and that time has passed. I find that, like they look way better when you make them yourself. Especially if you know the sizes that you're going for. But for the most part, you just get away with this. Because if you know the sizes, you can pixel lock everything. Like you can make everything like the exact right size, so when it scales, you come up with like 5 different scaling sizes, and everything just looks really tight and crisp. But for purposes now, I just don't care. Ooh, that is a very complicated. Look at that thing. It's an old timey reel-to-reel camera there. I was trying to think, like what comes to mind is almost one of those, but just not that level of information. Is there like a live icon? Yeah. So it might just be that broadcast symbol. That's almost just as, I think that's just about right to me.
Which one are we thinking?
Cobbs US. No, I don't play games online, man. I was just thinking like the broadcast symbol.
Yeah.
Yeah, like something like this. Little antenna.
Yeah, I think that's probably good.
Just see if there's anything else. We won't go too far. I'm just gonna give it the old quick once over. I like that, but it's kind of weird. I don't know what that is. That's interesting. It's more like the little tower. It kind of looks like a person without any arms, who's radiating. He's like a superpower is to broadcast. That's not bad. That's pretty nice. Like when I think of it, I think of that little circle and the two things around it. I wonder what the moment was when over the air, well, even cable, like broadcast television, have we hit the moment yet where like there's more content getting created Let's get that solid one. Best of both worlds. Where there's more content being created, like, and streamed online with more viewership, I should say. More viewership of streaming, not including broadcast networks, not including things like TNN and CBS and CNN and all that crap. Have we hit that point where we're past it? Where, like, there's more people watching Twitch?
Yeah, I think I think we've already reached more content created by individuals than like networks.
Well, obviously, I mean, the networks could never.
But as far as the
never.
watch time,
I mean, dude, the content people are creating is horrible, though. Like, you can't, like, it's so we don't know about the watch time. Yeah, when is
the watch time is the interesting one. I'm not sure on.
Oh, it looks so cool. With the watch time, that's what I'm really interested about, though, because that's like, you definitely have the number. Like, there's definitely a number. Somebody knows that, and it would just show like we're sort of moving more towards more democratization of the content that we see. And I think what was interesting is, like, a few years ago, it was almost obvious that this was going to happen. It was like there was nothing coming up on the other side of things to prevent it from happening. But then in stepped like a bunch of crazy people, and they launched Hulu, and that changed the game. Like, they got back into it hard with something like I think it was Hulu the first version of that, the first iteration of like an actual network. Because eventually they got picked up by NBC really quick. I don't think it was their venture right off the bat. Just one color.
So according to Nielsen data, YouTube is already the top watch platform compared to TV.
That's crazy.
So yes, we've apexed that.
So YouTube now is just it's 2 billion hours a day of content watched. Every single day. Yep. 2 billion hours. I would not want to be somebody at YouTube, like a high up executive, because I think that's so much responsibility. Just, it's mind boggling. We'll just leave it like that. Keep it simple. Keep it simple, dummy. All right. So we have this little on-air ticker that will, let's do a thing where that goes with the page. You're probably right. It is a little big. So as you scroll, that kind of moves with you.
Do you want it to move with you, or do you want it to, once it hits the top of the viewport, just anchors to the top right the whole time?
That'd be the same thing, right?
Well, when you say move with you, do you mean like you're going to fix position it so it's always going to be in that specific position? Or
why would we do that? Why?
That's why.
Why would we? Why would anyone? What kind of mad?
That's why I was making sure.
What is
like,
this?
Wait a minute there.
It just stays,
you want to sticky it
right there, and it never moves. Yeah. We'll bring it up to the top and
perfect.
Yeah, still lock it up to the top, and then when we're off air, it says off air. I guess I don't know. To figure out that off air state, but not yet. Shiro, that level of suggestion, that you're going too far. When you're telling me what the font sizes to use and stuff like that, don't worry about it, man. Conceptual stuff. Leave it there. Yeah, it's a little better. Or just saying, like, make it smaller. All right, so now I guess we got to figure out the rest of this pig. Now that we've given ourselves probably a 2-hour design task or development task up here, maybe less. Let's be honest, it could be less, but probably not. So now we're gonna draw out the rest of this thing. Luckily, like, we've locked up all this stuff. We're gonna have to go back and do a little bit more prep work, particularly for the SVG. That I'm sure is gonna keep happening, but I guess the rest of this stuff will just stick into one layer and kind of run through it. I don't want it to go to white. So we're going to have to figure out what color it goes to. I'm not opposed to black, because we're gonna get we're gonna have so much color up here that just sticking it into black I think is fine. Maybe not pure black, maybe like a 90, 95. Yeah, 90 is not bad. It's always hard to dial this in. I have it's hard to see this on screen to our stream, because stream compresses the colors quite a bit. So what you guys see is way different than what I see, and playing inside of these little contrast windows is hard. So I gotta lock all this up, lock that. This is that part up top. Yeah, that is just the hero element. Yeah, and that's right. We're gonna do the whole site on this this artboard just with a lot of layers, which I should be labeling. Yeah, we'll have to play with that to get that in place. So our first section is gonna be what? What do we got? The what we do, and then the when we do it, and then the where to find us, the jobs, and then the footer. Okay. So I guess we have to think through how much of a check we want to write ourselves here. And we also have to think through, do all of these things make sense to share a header system? Or is this more like an indication of section? I think the one thing I would want to call, if I were calling something out, if I were to say something should be removed from the visual flow, it would be the job section. So I almost want to try that first, and just to get that out of the way, move it to the bottom and kind of just get that done. Makes the most sense to me. So what would be like a good headline for jobs? Maybe just jobs, job openings or something like that.
Work with us.
Work with Greg.
That works.
They definitely work with us. I don't want. You know what the hardest thing about hiring these jobs are? Do you know? Like, have you thought about this?
The hardest part?
Yeah, the hardest part.
Making the dang job description most of the time.
I got those written. I got one of the two written.
Well, I don't know. What do you think's the hardest part? What do you consider?
The person's gonna have to like genuinely like me.
Oh well, yeah, of course.
That's the hardest part for me. Is like you could get somebody who's like, I just rub them the wrong way, and like that's it. And like they gotta watch 5 hours of video with that every day at least. Job. That's not how you spell that word.
How about careers?
That's a stretch of a word. That's a good way to put it, though. I mean, I would expect.
I always see it on websites as careers. I don't really see job that much anymore. I see mainly careers.
If we say like expendable. Expendable open.
That's a good jab. That's a good humor portion. But
it is, but that's horrifying to somebody looking for a job.
Yeah, don't say that.
No. Okay, well, we go with career openings, I guess. I don't know. All right. So I'm gonna ride with Plex for a little bit. If Plex bucks me more than 1 or 2 times, we're out. We are out. We're gonna go do something else. Crace had the good one. Career opportunities.
Omatum opportunities.
But they're not.
Not true.
Not correct. Not technically correct. because we would never hire an engineer in this way.
Right.
The engineers, they have to go through a rigorous testing. Okay, so we kind of have that. Let me just see. We got 48 picks. That's probably a bit humongous, but let me work with humongous. Let me see what I can get. Now, it would not be a Craig Dizia design run without some lines cutting through these things and some angled lines to make this work. So
Accurate.
yeah, let me see. Because I
want
have
to put that on like a background with like the angled edges, so it's like a sticky note on the side of a page type thing.
I don't know yet. Like a sticky
That's
note.
not how you spell opportunities.
What's wrong with? Oh, come on. What's the button I press to fix this? It's in here somewhere. Spell check. Is it Control L or something? Spell check.
If you're gonna start trying random shortcuts, I recommend you save.
Right. Yeah, Control L. Start. Thank you. Change. That opportunity. Okay, that's a huge word. Yeah, we probably should give it a quick save. It's like a 12-letter word. More. Look, I don't care. Maybe if we leave, maybe that should have been a job test. Like we leave things purposefully misspelled.
Truth.
Now we lost a teaching opportunity or an evaluation criteria. It's kind of not the best one. Okay, let's 1 pixel this line. Let's make it white and then knock it down. I don't know. I think that's not a bad way to do an eval, to be honest. I've definitely had people come up and say like something on your whatever is wrong, and they propose a way to fix it, and like that comes off really well from a potential candidate.
Yep.
They say like I think.
And also, it shows that the candidate has the courage and the gumption to question something that
yes
is coming from above. I've done it before. I've 100% done that.
Yeah. I think it's a great way to show off like your skill or something. Crace, how many jobs do you have right now? Guy that wouldn't apply for a job with spelling mistakes. Do you honestly think, are you that good of a candidate, Crace, that you think that there's just so many jobs falling out of the freaking job tree that like you could just be like, they misspelled something. I don't like the color they used for the background. Are you telling, like, really, come on. You got to be kidding me, saying that you wouldn't take somebody up on a job just because something was misspelled. What, do you got a trust fund I don't know about? What's going on here? The marketing department. What marketing department do you? I am the marketing department right now, Shiro. Like, people, come on. Let's be real about small businesses. You're telling me, hold on a sec. You're telling me you land on a website, it's got this crazy freaking thing going up top. You're like, but they spelled it wrong. I'm out. You'd just be out.
Sounds like we need to make a Chrome extension that replaces correctly spelt words with the most common incorrect spelling.
Yeah, right? And then all the jobs will belong to us. Have all of them. Free reign. So we're going to just use some dummy text here for now. You know what? I do have some text on the Omatum site that I don't think is stupid to use. I haven't seen it in a long time, though. So it could be stupid. A lot of the text on here is quite stupid. We are looking for talented people who want to build the next generation of software. Nope. We are taking a new approach. Nope. We believe that business can be a force for good and that all employees should be respected. I would hope most people believe that. At Omatum, employees self-direct their careers with guidance from senior members of the company, which would just be me. You will be given responsibility and independence and work across functions collaboratively. Who wrote this? Did I write this? We provide above market compensation, not for this job, A stellar work environment. It's a house that's also an office. A promising future. That's true. And only hire high potential individuals in the respected fields. If you're looking for a challenge, don't hesitate to contact us today. That's not horrible. That second part.
Everything you just said, put verbatim into the new one. That's the way to do it.
Oh, come on. They'd say that's not true. It's a house office.
Exactly.
With like a little carrot that comes up and's like got my pencil scratch on it. Just a picture. Oh, man. I am so glad that some people from our chat won't be applying to this job. So
they know too much.
Yeah.
I would say use that text for copy for now.
Yeah, you think? I think it'd probably be
spacing.
about 3 paragraphs with this little extra. Yeah, so we'll just or 2 paragraphs plus the extra. Let me just see. I mean, this is more of a company vision statement. We could drop that, and then then it's just like what the company is about and how we look at people. And then the third thing is, or this piece here is exactly like a place just to say the work environment, which again is a house office. It's a 1,700 square foot townhouse that we are in the process of purchasing right now. Doop. And there we go. Okay. That's a little bit heavy for text. Let's drop this down 18. Probably going to still be a little bit heavy, so we'll go 16. It's probably a little wide. We have a 1440 wide content area here, so maybe a third of that. Be the max out. Start to give us a little bit better to work with. 480. I don't know why I picked 1440. We should have gone with something that divided up better. Too late now. That's not what we want to do. 480. Sometimes Illustrator just... Oh, it's not going to do it. We're going to need... maybe. It's a little tight. Let's just see what the rest of it looks like once she gets in there. So you're curious on how we chose the name, Shiro. The name Omatum, originally we were going with a name called MAGA. This is like 5 or 6 years ago, because we wanted some implication that like what we were doing was magic, and that fell through. Like we didn't have any chance to like really get that one sunk in before we decided we needed the name to say something about automation. So the word Omatum is a declination. Like it's an old, like I think it's a Greek or Latin declination that means automated machines and things like that. So we looked for Omatic, but it would have been, it's kind of a touchy thing, but we bought all the stuff for Omatic, and then the trademark lawyer that we were using that had told us no problem, we can get you that trademark for Omatic, found out that there was somebody else in the space using it, and then said, well, we can still get it for you. It's just going to cost like $50,000. So we decided that was stupid. And like within an hour, I came up with the name Omatum, which again is like, it's just like Omatic or Automatic, but the TUM means like a lot of things doing it, a lot of automation, many automations. And it was in usage at one point, but not anymore. Nobody uses it. So it's kind of nice. We get like this one time in usage word, but not anymore. So we own it. We own it. We own like we would be able to have a dispute if somebody tried to start another company with the same thing. Because I think in our trademark filing, the office letter that we wrote out had something along the lines of like, this is a word that we came up with. Yeah. It was a weird period though, figuring that all out. I think that yellow is the guy in this with this dark background. That yellow is,
agreed. That's
a nice little hit if we want to use it. That looks okay. I mean, we're gonna have to see what this looks like with content now. So let's keep moving the columns over. What else do we have? We've got And let's try 2 pixels on this thing too. So we're here. You think we should color the line pointing to the heading? We could try it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah. Try to see if we have any other colors that would make sense. Yeah, we'll just leave it. I almost think that yellow doesn't work. What would be the other one that would probably be the outstanding? Maybe the green. Yeah, green's nice, but I think I almost want to just leave this colorless for right now. Now that I'm like sort of like looking through it, because if we start messing around with color right now, I don't think we'll be able to hit our timeline to get this done. Because this is like what, a 2-second change in CSS.
Yeah, I would say focus everything white for now, and we can color after the fact.
Go white, and where it makes sense, we can throw color, but where it's just like little accents, we can fix those later. So we need a couple of things here. We need the positions we're hiring for, and we have the little company description. We might want to say located in Jacksonville, Florida. Or that could go on the other side. All positions are in Jacksonville. So we're not really looking to do remote hires for these things. We got to have like a nice office culture. So what we need is a little bit of a current openings. Something like that. Let's this guy's got to be a little bit subservient to the rest of this because it's just a little wayfinding piece. Bring that down. Oh, that's pretty, man. It's just such a pretty font. Plex. Do you remember how much crap it got the day it came out? Were you tuned into that? Are you tuned into like designer channels?
Every once in a while, I am.
Yeah. It was
I remember
crazy.
The flack, though.
It was so much flack. You're like, why? They're like, what do you... The website was horrible. We'll put it that way. The website was really crazy. And you're like, what are you doing? It's a typeface. But the font, just like it got murdered because they went too deep into the website. They got too IBM-y or something. Let's see if that column width works for this side. And then job openings... all positions, or we could just write it into the ticket for the job. Let's just do that instead. So we have 2, we have a content producer, and the other thing, and then the interesting part about this is figuring out how do we display the information, like the big long job description thing.
Yeah, that one's gonna be.
Yeah, what do you do about
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
It's almost going to have to be. It's going to have to be its own page. It's going to be an offshoot.
There's always modals.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that. So let's say I'm a prospective person who I'm looking at the video editor position. If I click on this modal, how do I see the job description? Sure, but then how would I apply?
We'll put it right underneath this.
Okay.
I think that's the way. I don't know though. I'm just saying stuff, man. I don't know. I don't got answers yet. That's how we're doing this. So probably need a little. Let me try a box around these, just to see how stupid of an idea a box is. Dude, I don't know why my house is so warm. That's something I gotta get figured out in the studio. Is like, how do you stay like less warm, cooler would probably be the word, without making noise. Because if I throw fans on right now, you'll hear it on the mic. Those just decided to have different ways to render those dashed lines. Yeah, that makes sense. They look real weird. And the web dash is like pretty tiny. Yeah, I don't know. So if we get to the point now where we're saying like, well, how does this where do we go from here? I mean, I guess you could, if you clicked one of these, how much, let me grab one of the job descriptions and just see. Because I mean, maybe you could just do something where you just run it right there and you hit the button and blah, it's just right there, the whole thing. It's just in formatted text. I got to pull this up. I got too many sensitive things going on right now in my docs folder. So PhillyWeb had asked if the microsite is a one-page landing site. Yep, that's all it is. Is a temporary like one-pager just to get us through a hiring phase. So we just need to make it look legitimate for people, if that makes sense. Because I'm gonna be hiring 2 people. I'm basically telling them like it's a startup, but you know we want them to stick around for a while and that we're taking it serious. And I don't think taking it serious is like we don't have a website yet, you know. Give me a second. I gotta find. I made over the course of the past week, I've made 30 freaking docs, and it's probably 2,000 words per doc, maybe 1,000, 2,000 words. Basically, wrote a book. Kind of getting prepped up for all this stuff. Okay. So I'm just gonna grab this. How long have we been working on the company and product? I might not want to click on your DMs. Yeah, probably not. So how long have we been working on the company and product? Well, the products that we're working on stream right now, we're only like 10 days in or 9 days in. But we've been streaming now for 2 years ish, but I took a year off. So I took a year off. I had a lot of crap go down in my life, and just this was the easy thing to like put on hold, and we weren't looking at it the same way that we do look at things now. But my company Omatum, it's been a company for 5 years or so, and it has gone through a lot of different changes and phases and the whole shebang, man. It's like it's kind of a weird thing to talk about because it's that's not how we want that pasted. It's kind of a weird thing to talk about because we went through a phase where we were legitimately trying to get funding and pitching and all this kind of stuff, and then the phase that we're in now is more like we're just building stuff out for fun, in a sense. Like it should have a monetary thing, but it's more or less just for fun. I take that back. I mean, we're still trying to make money with it, but it's not all gunned at the making of money thing. I don't know how much you're supposed to mix these fonts together. Because you got a mono that we're using for the UI. I wonder if we would serif on this. Just to give it a little bit of space. So if that were there, I mean, that's not like the end of the world in terms of space. And you could always, like, if they click it, expand. Again, on mobile, this will probably be fine, but you'll have to have a close mechanism. We could expand it out to half the width, like that, and stick it underneath this thing. So that needs to be formatted, but that's about the gist of the length for the thing. It could work. We could put it in line. Noah's like mysteriously missing. So then we need
I'm here.
What is going on?
No, I'm debating on like the alignment for it. Like the inline looks good, but then that you're kind of locking yourself into a certain size for future positions.
I hear you. Oh, yeah, I hear you.
That's a tough one.
It's always a tough one, though. It's just the way it works. This should probably be.
You could do it offset. You could do it offset inline, so you have like the credit style. So top left is the actual job title, and then bottom right is the position. That way you have a full line width available.
Oh, say that one more time.
So if you take your production assistant portion and raise it up a little bit, so you act as if there's two lines of text inside of the box. So you'd raise that up slightly, and you drop Jacksonville, Florida down a little bit, so it's like the top left text and then bottom right text.
Would it be top left and bottom left, right?
No. I would say I would off-center them so that it's opposite corners from each other. But you can do it line by line to where it's like a subheader almost if you want to just stack them. But I don't know if that's going to get too busy if you stack it.
No, I probably won't. Let me just see. I think it's something like this. You lose your grid.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. We can work it out though. I think that this is workable in its current little state. Like I think that this provides like enough to get started with. And then if we decide it comes out and you gotta, redo this, it's not gonna be a lot of redoing. I do think though, now that we're here, why don't we go ahead and add some more angled lines? Just to see. I just want to give it just a little look-see. Just a tiny little check for myself later. I mean, this will be pretty easy to do though. Just come out, make this come out to the flex box here, and then straight line. That's pretty cool. I'll take that.
Yep, I like that.
What would happen if that were... Ooh. Oh, it just looks so good. That looks so much better. Okay. And then maybe we can light this up a little bit more now that we've given it a little more texture to work with. We could go 100% on that. Yeah, very clear, easy to see. I think we'll have to play with that thing of, because like you're thinking you put it in the corner. What is your main justification for doing that? Is it visual?
A little bit of both. So in the event, if you have a long job description, it's going to get really, really close to that location, and so you're going to lose some visual spacing on that. Because you know how we always want to try to design for the largest, right? So what's the largest position we might want to actually put there?
Yeah, are we always just going to be like never more than 10 characters or whatever?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like a very standard position is something like senior JavaScript developer, for example. You know, that's a common generic development position.
Then you're in trouble. You're starting to get in trouble. Yeah.
You're getting right into that little extra little space.
Well, you know what? The easy thing, I mean, you thought it might hurt the layout, but really you can, like without a doubt, you can just 1-2 of these just like that. Looks fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can stack it. That's no issue at all.
But who are we going to be hiring as a senior JavaScript? These are the people.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like,
These are the
just for visual acuity purposes.
you can't take it. You're like, it's got to be. What's the largest position? Chief Executive Media Officer.
Oh, so true.
But if we did that too, it would give us a little bit, like, we could push this over a bit and then give that a little more room to breathe. Just see.
Yeah, that would work.
We can make the call later. Whoa. There's some, like, pattern behind all that. What is that? What? Oh, it must be the transparency pattern. There we go. That works. Okay. I'm going to keep it stretched out. We can fix it later. So, Crazy, you asked, how do I handle angle lines in CSS? You will find out if you keep watching. There's a lot of different ways to handle them, but there's definitely, they're not hard. They're not usually that hard to work with. The hard stuff can come in, like, in getting them, like, you have to structure it the right way, because there's 3 lines here. It's not, it's not one big one. You just have to get them to touch each other. What? That sounded weird. Just get them to touch each other. Let's get them to rub up against each other. And Shiro thinks adding another trace after the current opening sections would make it look even better.
Oh, so it's like a...
So it continues...
Yeah, so he's saying goes left to right side of the page, yeah.
It continues off the page. So, let's try it, but I'm not a big fan of it. My worry with doing that is that you, like, create these, like, lines in the page that just stop being... Makes you stop. You know what I mean? It'll make your eye stop. We'll just try that shape. But that looks awesome. So, okay. I'm in.
Those angles have to match, though, man.
Do they?
Yeah. Because you have you have your left angle and your right and your middle angle matching, but then your right
They're
angle's
not gonna.
just skewed.
They're not gonna. Just get used to it. They're not. They can't, because these are flexies. So they're just you're gonna have to be.
True. Yeah.
You're gonna have to just be okay with the incongruency.
Yeah.
We could make a match. So what we could do is make so, like, if you're thinking about how this breaks up, we could make it so, like, this little part right here flexes, and this little part right here flexes, and then inside is a fixed angle.
Right.
Yeah, and then, like, this whole thing flexes. If that makes sense. Yeah, so it's doable.
That's what I would do.
Well, if the angles are so dang important to you, let's do it.
They are, man.
Let's lock them in. 45, okay?
Yeah, 45.
Is
45 degrees.
Is there like a sacred angle we could use? We could use...
you want to use the golden ratio ones? You could start picking numbers from there.
Masonic. 66? Is that what? 67 degree? Is that right?
Yeah.
That might be the Satan angle, though. I don't know. That's 45 right there. 33 is that's one of the Mason ones. I once designed identity based on that. It actually came out looking pretty good. Like, all the little... You use all those little tricks, because that's what's, like, our currency uses those tricks. So, like, the back of the dollar bill with the pyramid on it, it's like Masonic angling, and yeah. So we're, Shiro, you're saying circuits, but we're not an electronics company, so we're not going for circuits. We're just using that as sort of an inspiration idea, right? Because that might be too much. Let's see. Yeah, almost like I'm a little bit wider. God, it looks so cool though. This is when they have to write another chapter in the design books. I hope this one gets in there. The Tron design style or whatever. Whisplash, what's the best tutorial I've ever seen? I don't watch tutorials for graphics. I don't even watch people talk to me on videos. And I'm not using Photoshop. I'm using something called Illustrator. It's a different program. So if I were to tell you like what I think the best way to learn it is, I would say jump in and start doing crap. For Illustrator, it's a vector tool. So you need to get good at vectoring. And I've put people through like little boot camps for Illustrator. Usually what I'll tell people to do is you go and you need to get really fast and good with these pen tool type things first. And you have to get really good at making shapes. So I would tell you like literally, I mean, it sounds so stupid and backwards. I would just be like, look, start, find some animals that are easy to silhouette, like a bear, or a bird or a dolphin, something that's already a silhouette, and just trace it and just start tracing things like nonstop, like, pick up something off your desk, like a screwdriver, and trace it. A bottle, a wheel, a car, and you're just making a silhouette, but you have to make it out of one continual piece. And if you can do that really quickly with Illustrator, you've got like, you'll have the acuity to be able to do a design like this. You'll start having like the outer pieces of that acuity. But in reality, if you want to learn design, it's a hard thing to just self-teach. So it's, to me, I thought it was impossible to self-teach it, because you genuinely need a lot of external feedback. You have to get thick skin with design. And I think the only place that you'll get thick skin to be a designer is at a university, at an institute or something like that. And it's really hard because people want to learn it on their own. I just think like, if you don't know how to receive critique, if you don't know how to even give critique, you're never going to be a good designer. You'll be okay, but you won't be good. And if you're not good, you can't be great. You know what I mean? Hey, Mukala. No, we're not doing YouTube anymore for the stream for now. We tried it. It wasn't the best. Yeah, Wisp, I would say just keep making stuff. Beziers, you got to get good with them. Like, you really do. They're easy in Illustrator. Okay? So don't worry about them too. Why are we doing freaking angle matching? I'm sitting here like burning time. Let's move this down. But like, they're way easier in a 2-dimensional space than they are in 3-dimensional. Like, if I had to draw something using Bezier, like, boop. I mean, they're super easy here. And you learn some tricks. Like, I would say that's why you do tracing, because you learn tricks when you have to trace. And if you have somebody that can review the tracing, then you're going to be fighting with things like, okay, this corner that you made looks janky. So how do you fix the jank? And then you just add another point here and drag it out. Try to resolve it, Yeah, I stopped myself. I knew I was getting close to making something I shouldn't make on a stream. Why was that the thing that my subconscious brain was just doing?
That's humanity, man. That's literally the first thing anybody does. Like when Minecraft Earth launched, the first thing somebody drew and put on Reddit?
I can imagine.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, there is things that I don't think we can do. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just going to try something real quick. I might be wrong. This might be an easy peasy CSS thing. What if we did camphor corners? Like that.
Oh, I like that.
I don't know if you can do them in CSS. We can figure them out.
I feel like you can.
The only interesting part about figuring camphors out is going to be like the dots. Awesome. Because says we can do them.
I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah, it kind of goes with the general style of what's going on, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. think we're good on that section. What's next? What is next here?
Probably say we should probably go with the what we do section.
Okay, let's take a look at it.
The rest of them don't really sound like anything like prioritized wise. We might want to do the where to find
us. Yeah, that's the odd one out. And I think that we'll just give ourselves a little bit of a break, because what we do is sort of like, I can see that as a diagram.
Yeah,
I totally can. I can see that as this little thing, like these are the components that we blend together to make the end content. And you know how much I'd love to do those. So
true.
Yeah, it's already in my head. I got like the three things, and then it kind of goes
there a beehive
here.
in this one?
And is there a beehive? There always is a beehive. Just you don't always. You can't always find it. It's in every one though. A beehive. I had a friend that I went to college with, and I don't think I've ever talked to her about this design. Maybe she's like salty about it. I doubt it. But everything she did had hexagons in it. Everything. Like, it was her thing. It was like her little touch. So everything she produced would have hexagon backgrounds or hexagon logos or something. And it must have rubbed off on me somehow. My reasoning for using the hexagon is totally different, though.
Yeah, I like, for me, I like triangles more than anything.
So you're a triangle guy. Yeah.
I'm a triangle kind of guy. It's the most stable structure. You know, you can deduce almost any shape down to a segment of triangles.
Yeah. 3 is the strongest number.
Yeah. So you should. So question: if we want to go with the camphor corner, should our on air also use that? Because right now we're using rounded edges.
Let's try it. I don't think so.
Okay.
I think this will be the odd man out.
Yeah.
So we camphor both of these, and it looks like crap. So you'd only camphor maybe one of them. It's worth trying. Yeah, I think that's a rounded. Easy enough to change.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree. So what are you thinking for where to find us? How are you thinking, like, leveling that out?
So I'm kind of thinking like the Discord is let's look at the information, right? The Discord to me is like the least important. It's the one that like we could talk to if we wanted to, I guess. So if we were to say hierarchical layout, 50% Twitch, 50% YouTube, and then who cares about Discord? like it's almost one of those things I see it sort of being maybe 40%, 40, 10, 40, 20. I don't know. I just don't see it as a big deal. For Twitch, I almost want to have like a little bit of a write-up on each one of these things that says like, this is what we do here. This is what lives here. Whereas on Twitch, I mean, Discord, we have people in our Discord, but we don't really have the Discord hasn't come into formation yet.
So I would say let's drop Discord and we can do it a side by side 2-column layout for Twitch and YouTube.
Fine. Okay. So I need Twitch purple and YouTube red.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. And then, which makes me wonder if this should be red. The on air. Let me change it. So we call it, are we launching the microsite today? That's the plan. So the plan is it's 4:30 right now, my time. I want to stay working here until it's done. And my maximum time I can work on this is maybe like till midnight. And then I turn into a pumpkin. So we'll try to get it done. If we don't get it done, I'll finish it up tomorrow. But yeah, that's the goal for now, man.
We better bippity bop the heck out of this then.
Yeah, these ones are easy. Where to find us? Yes, it's 4:30 p.m. Bippity bop. You better bippity bop it. What kind of saying is that?
Well, you said you turned into a pumpkin, so I'm thinking Cinderella and bippity boppity boo.
That's a good point. I forget where the things I say come from. Bippity boppity boo. All right, let's see if this still makes sense on a wide section. It doesn't make as much sense to me on a wide section. Probably going to want that angle to terminate. Did I just move? No. Okay. Let's do that. Get your butt down here. Go there. Okay. I think it's doable to get this done today. Like I don't see any reason.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing's going to be the hero SVG stuff.
You're going to be surprised.
Well, I mean, we can get it out and get it into it quickly, but if you want to add any flare animation stuff to it, I don't know how long that's going to take.
I'm thinking simple animation. I'm thinking basically take advantage of the SVG stuff. We might have to redo the SVGs like 10 times to get it right, though.
True.
Yeah, sure, that works. Keep it simple. And we could probably pulse on these too. So we'll have to figure that out if we want to export these guys as SVGs. Probably would be a mistake for this. Okay, where to find us? Twitch purple and YouTube red. And let me go get those colors. And I wonder if we throw in their logos and stuff like that. They change these things, and I don't want to go back and update it. Thanks for making this so easy, Twitch. Listen, I don't care about what. Oh, get out of here! No, I have to do all that just to download the brand assets. Is this really what you're gonna make me do, Twitch? Oh, I'm not downloading your zip file.
Yeah, they're not nice about that.
Well, yeah, how hard is it to just say this is the color code? Right click here. Maybe somebody's externalized it. Oh, you idiots. Sorry. I shouldn't be calling Twitch idiots, but they made this like as hard as it could possibly be. Okay, so we got the hex colors right here. Guess what, Twitch? We're not using your logo. I'm not downloading your virus package. 644 1A4. There we go. YouTube red. Also, questionable decision for YouTube to call it red or whatever. YouTube red.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yes.
What a questionable decision that was.
Yup.
YouTube color. Oh, wonderful. Okay, so that's just the most red that could be.
Yeah, it's literally FF. It's all you get.
Is that for real? The red? They were just like, set it off.
The red is literally just red.
Set it to the pure red. Okay, and if we can do those camphors on this, let's camphor these guys. Let's give this 50% plus a little less minus, or rather minus a little, to get them centered in. So I have an idea for building the panels out. We'll see if it works. So 320 pixels. Just make them a little tiny. 20, and then are they equal width? No. So if we have 1440 for them to live in, let's give them 1340 to split up. That's 720 each. No. Just do 620 and see what that looks like. 620. I think it's probably gonna be too much space. Maybe not. Okay. Yeah, it's a little too much. 660. Oh, whenever I get close to that like evil number 666, I'm always just wondering, like, should you back off that? Is that a superstitious thing? Like
getting some bad juju coming towards you now.
Yeah, right. Is some like dead pope gonna show up in my dreams tonight? And
it's gonna be like Ebenezer Scrooge, man. You're gonna get visited.
Yeah. I don't need any of that happening. I got enough going on in my life there, Ebenezer. Let's. I really hope we can do this. I've never actually done these corners in CSS before.
I'm gonna play in Fiddle right now to see if it's.
just look at corner rounding or something like that, or corner angles or something. There's definitely ways to fake it. The easy way to fake it is why did I just round that one? The easy way to fake it is like we just, throw black triangles into the corners. Just that's it.
Yeah, I'm looking at a filter right now that the chamfered corner for one specific side, so it's doable.
Yes. Thank you for not
a lot of CSS,
steering
but it's
us.
totally doable.
Oh no. It needs
It's
to,
not a lot.
It needs to be doable for this situation where we have.
Yeah, no, it's doable. Like you're basically
preserves
using
the
the
border.
after tag.
How does it? Yeah, but does it preserve the border?
Let me look. I'll add a border to it right now and see.
Because I know how to. I know how to do that thing, but if we have to be making custom borders and whatnot, let me tell you about things I don't want to be doing.
Ooh.
That's gonna be the thing, isn't it? That's the thing. That's
That
the thing
might
it
be the
doesn't do.
thing.
That's what it doesn't
All
do.
right. Hold on, I'm gonna look.
It won't preserve the border. That's right. So it can't do them. That was the question. Like, so there's no.
Oh, there's a border corner shape.
What
CSS selector.
is that a thing?
Yeah,
Hold on.
border corner shape is what it's called, I guess.
Can I use? Oh no, it's in danger. They're taking it out in CSS4.
No.
Everybody, we need to go vote on this. Oh yeah, because look at the madness. I've never seen people do it. So, border quarter shape. That's amazing. Let's see. Can I use? That would be the point where we know. Oh, it's not even listed in can I use. Border corner. Oh, that's not a good sign. That's not good. Yeah, that's what happened to it.
I'm gonna play with some CSS tricks to see what we can do easily that'll still preserve borders on.
I mean, there's things we can just put SVGs in.
Yeah, you can do it.
But at some point, you just have to say no.
Right.
And you get the point where you're jamming triangles into the corners when you're saying no to it. What did this do? Did this come up for spec and never went through? I'm really confused at what border corner shape. I'm really confused. It's in a CSS4 draft. Or actually, I don't even know if that means CSS4. It just says level 4. It's in a draft though. So that would be a no. I don't think there's going to be a way to do it because you need to change the shape of the element.
Border. Yeah, the border is going to be the problem.
Yep. I want to do it so bad, but it is not worth doing crazy stuff. Now, what we could do is try off-centered or off whatever curving. That does a similar thing. So we curve the opposite corners.
Yeah,
like that.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, you get the same idea, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's just not as cool.
For technical debt wise, yes, I think that's an acceptable thing.
Right. 85 lines of CSS to get that to work. The graphics card spins up because we're shunting it through WebGL.
For your background ones though, because these will be backgrounds, right? The color.
Yeah, they're
not gonna have a border, so you could still do the chamfer border on that.
Yeah. Why make it harder?
Fair.
Then it needs to be. I actually don't even like those with those borders. Now that I see, yeah, you get rid of them. I don't even like it. It's just gross looking now. Where to find us? So we would say twitch.tv or probably just Twitch. You don't want to be youtube.com and things and Twitch. And let's do this in the right font. Let's look a little bit bigger. So do mono. Boldy boy. Semi-boldy. And I think for this part, it's probably 100% not brought down at all. I don't know what's going on here yet. We'll figure it out. The first like 5 to 10 seconds of a design element are just horrifying to me. Or it doesn't make any sense yet. It just looks horrible. That's the hardest thing I have to deal with when I stream stuff, is that I know this will look better, but right now it doesn't.
Right.
It's like right now it looks real bad.
Heaven forbid a platform grabs a thumbnail at one of those moments and someone looks
and they
at it
do.
And goes, ew.
And they do. When we put these things on YouTube, like it always happens to just capture the worst parts of it. Like I think that one of the streams we did together, I was like sketching, and that's what it chose for like the 3 different images on YouTube. It was like, oh, it's just him sketching things like a kindergartner would. It's like high-end UI design, and I'm sitting here with like little drawings, like CPU, like this, and like little squiggles. the least fun part of it.
Hey, but at least it's the realistic way of how you do it.
I guess so. People don't care about realism. That's a lie. We're working on it, guys. We're working on it. The intent is 5 days a week.
There.
Yeah. Just trying to make this a little more systematic. So just a little space here. That's horrible.
What do? Question mark.
What do? Huh? I'm just that's probably a little big. Let's try 16. Just right in the middle. Oh, I need some copy for this. Not yet, but gonna need it. The idea is like we would just give somebody a little bit better idea. Maybe that much. Not loving it. Looks like crap. Thought it would get better. Did not get better.
Do we only need a win in what we do in this?
And probably like a link, like some way to be really clear, like check out our channel.
True. You could make the header that though. Add a
that little universal this is a link thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Just do a quick see how she looks when she's all rendered. I made it simple. Probably need to keep these punched up. Put the Twitch icon. I don't know if I want to, Nick. Because the Twitch icon is the
I would
word.
avoid
It's
that.
like the word Twitch. And then they have that other version, and I don't know.
Plus, a lot of times if you use other companies' assets, they have like strict requirements on what you can and can't do with it. Like there's
Could you
has to be certain
imagine if
pixel
some
radius.
freaking jerk from Twitch showed up and was like, "You need to do it this other way"? I'd be like, "What?
Yeah. You're like, well, no, we'll just take it off once you put the red Twitch.
Why don't we just go stream on Mixer?" Like, they don't care how we use their logo. They encourage it. They encourage us to do weird stuff to it. No, I don't think Mixer's the right call.
I like it.
Shiro, yeah, we'll do. Thanks for your help, man. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then maybe I'm thinking maybe like a little link to, I don't know. Seems like we're making a freaking report card right now. That's the plan, Crace. I'm planning on like launching it today. I think like I want to just get it done. I have so much stuff on my plate that needs to get taken care of, and that's like until I can get back to MAGA. And I just decided last night, hit Noah up, see if he could help me design this thing, and just decided like we should really get this thing done. And it needs to be done faster than slower. Because even tomorrow I've got meetings and crap I got to get into. It's just that little bit of a curve. Maybe that's all she needed. Just that little softer look. Then maybe we follow up just the bottom with a tiny cap. Same height as the curve. It's not the worst thing. I've seen better. I've done better than this, but just for a simple where to find us thing. 5 days a week, Monday to Friday. So let me just pull this down and we'll just do a duplicate of it and fill the info in just to see how she looks. Good thing I don't have to remember that brand red color.
So true.
Ew. What is the... It's like that. Okay. Yep. Oh, this link for YouTube is the worst link. There's no point. There is no point to typing that link out. Have you guys ever... Do you know what the YouTube... I'm going to put it in there just so we can see this monstrosity.
Yeah, once you hit a certain milestone, then you can get cool little customized links.
Yes, but we can't do that yet. So
correct.
If you guys want to help me out, go and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Go do it. It's I'll put the link up here. We need to get like, I don't know, 900 more people to hit subscribe. It's only 900 of you that need to hit it, but please hit that button. I don't even know if that's the right one. Is that it? Will that should take people there. Yeah, let's put this in here. This short link. Look at how pretty that is. I couldn't pay them like $8 to just get that to say Omatum. So that means, good thing we checked the data here, because that means this one's no good. We're going to have to almost just have like the click here. Oh, it's just so bad when you say click here. You've lost the game when you say click here. So
true.
What do we do over here?
You could literally just put the text, this is way too long to type, and that's the link.
One of those guys.
Exactly. I like that.
Okay. And well, Nick, we're going to use Bitly for the actual links. No, they won't let me get it. So we're going to use it for the actual link. We just wanted some text link in there. What about using an icon and then your slash name? Unfortunately, my slash name at YouTube is UC06DT8ABYFXKXXIBEWE uppercase Q C uppercase ULQ. That's my slash name over at Omatum. Don't forget my YouTube thing there. Like, what a monstrosity of a name. Like, why does it need to even be that long? How many people have YouTube accounts? They need 40 characters of like 40 different, like, there's, well, how many YouTube accounts could you make with that many characters? Probably like a trillion, somewhere in the neighborhood of a couple, maybe like whatever's above a trillion would give you.
It's like the IPv4 to IPv6 thing.
Yeah, right. They're like, we may potentially like need this to last for a couple millennia. Is that the decisions they're making over at YouTube now? They're like, we're going to be around for quite some time, fellas. So let's make sure we don't have to do this again.
That's funny. How tall are you making those boxes, by the way?
That tall? 320?
The whole thing. 320? Okay.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
I might just pull these guys down just a little bit. They're humongous. That's probably fine. $36 to the 24th. Jeez. Why not show the link, and if it's too long, shorten it with 3 dots on the end? Because there's 2 things here, and you might as well have fun with it a little bit, I guess. Like we could do that. Like that's an actual CSS thing we can do to say if it's overflowing, throw an ellipsis on it. But I think it's, I don't know. I mean, we could make that call a little bit later. Thanks for the suggestion. Let's make sure that's good. Yeah. And then that's fine. Yeah. And then this is going to come in order like this, right? So it's going to go where to find us and then jobs. Yeah. Now, I guess my one thing is we could do this with that Discord channel. We could. I think we totally could. Because to match this section underneath, like you could do like this. And then drag this out to be whatever width this is. And then do the same kind of thing here. That just says community stuff, and then community stuff includes not only Discord but Twitter and all that other crap. But who cares? That'd be a good thing to expand into, though.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Yeah, like there's more than one thing, right?
Yeah, very, very nice.
Very nice. Okay. Yeah, it's not bad. So then we've just got this one last guy to do. Shining Knight. That's where 98% of the audience is people that come in because they should be working on something. Put this up on the screen. If you can get really good at it, you could like convince your boss that this is what you're doing. And you just have to somehow cover up my face that's in the corner here. That's why I use the green screen now. So you can just cover this up and then just put like a hat in front of it. Just put a hat right in the corner of your monitor. And then every so often you just move the mouse around, right? And then just make it look like this is what you're doing. Try to match up when I'm tapping on the keyboard, you know. I almost think for this break section right here, the first one, we could break from this design layout style. So this would be sections that contain information, and maybe again, this is like a diagram up here. It says what we do. We make real world software, we launch businesses, and we make high quality stuff because we're high quality people. That's all done live, and then it's converted into archived for future generations to watch, I guess. So I think we could do that a different way if we wanted to right here. I just really want the whole website to be this thing, though, at this point. The not copyrighted Tony Stark chess piece.
Hey, we thought of that after we made this thing.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when you thought of it. I wish it did. Nobody cares. They still take you to court.
Nah.
I'm questioning, though, if we should have like a little white banner back here. It's kind of like one of these things. Let me just see. Let's just give her a quick once over. I don't know why I made this like a county fair prize with the ribbon on it. I don't hate this. It's a problem. When I do this, I say, oh, I don't hate it. I'm adding things that are not necessary, but I don't hate it. Why is the one side so much brighter? That's a little weird. Why is that? I'm not seeing that, right? Like the left side is considerably, like it looks more opaque on this side. That's weird.
That's messing with my eyes a little bit.
Maybe there's 2 of them there. Yep.
Okay, cool. Now I feel better.
Yeah. That might be too much to have that there too.
I wouldn't. I like the top ends.
Yeah, it's like this cool.
Yeah, just
so cool.
It's pristine.
Pristine. Look at it.
Do not touch. Put a big giant lock on it. Never touch that unless we have to clean up the SVG.
We're gonna have to clean that SVG up. We're gonna try not doing it because it's gonna be tedious. But
yeah,
the problem is like we're gonna have to redo probably starting here, and then redo all these.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Getting some weird lines on the screen. CPU preview. That should clean that up. Okay. You know, I need to take a little bit of a break because we've been at it for 3 hours. It's a pretty good clip. You want to take a quick 10-minute thing? Get your head cleared out?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, guys, we'll be back in like 10 minutes. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. Don't go anywhere because I think that this next spot is going to be another kind of fun, creative thing like this right here. If you do want to go somewhere, please go visit our YouTube channel and subscribe to it because I really need your help there. It's a free thing you can do. It doesn't cost $1. You just go there, just hit subscribe. It helps us. We're really trying to get to a point where we can monetize on YouTube. So I need more subscribers. Do whatever you want to do to get that to happen. I would love the help. Our Discord's pretty cool too. You can go check that out. Noah's got a link right there. And I will be back in 10 minutes. See you guys soon.
See you.
The only thing I'm addicted to right now is winning.
Okay, back at it. Hey, Asbo.
Welcome back.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the sub. 18 months. That's crazy. 18 months. And hey, Noah, how's it going, man?
I'm doing good.
Doing good? You feeling good?
I'm feeling great.
Good. All right, so let's just a little quick look-see. You know, I think we could do a little bit of something to these. I just thought about it on the break. We could do like just a little something to make this a little bit cooler. One of those. That's just going to be sticking a shape over right here, just in a position absolute.
I like that touch.
Yeah. God, I gotta remember the YouTube color now. Whoa. Yeah, it's easy. Easy peasy. Okay. So this next section is first save it. The next section is just the little what we do piece. And to get this right, it's going to be like, I think it's a little diagram. I think it's just this little fun diagram where we somehow maybe do like little circles for each one of these things and then the words underneath it. Just keep it simple.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's almost like an assembly line style.
Yes, you got it.
Type thing.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
So let's just think if it's going to go make real world software, launch businesses, make high quality stuff because we're high quality people. What is that?
I like that one. I like that. It's funny.
It's so long though. It's like the longest.
It's like the memes you see where it's like learn how to draw an owl. The step one big circle. Step two, another little circle. Step three, high detailed quality owl done.
Right. High quality stuff is wrong. Okay, and then like a little pipe that would go to this is being done live, and then another little pipe that goes over and says like we archive and sort it or something. Okay. I wonder if this is let's do a statement line and see how that works. So we would say something like Omatum Studios is a media. Is that what we are? Are we a media content network?
That is a really, really good question. Yeah, we are. I would agree.
Okay. It's a media content network that creates high quality software live on the internet. Where else would it be live?
With viewer participation, so on and so forth. Bah.
And on WJAX. PBS local. Live on the internet in front of a maybe
live studio audience.
Yeah, right. That's what almost it is. Creates high quality software in front of a live audience. Something like that. And we're gonna have to bump this around and make sense out of it. And I think we were gonna engage a highlight color here too.
Well, I think also one of the key things, like if I were to look at that, I would say it's not just in front of, it's with a live audience. Because we're doing it, we're not only just doing it in front of them, but we're taking their suggestions as well.
With the feedback of a live audience. Sure. And now do we just like punch these? Punch it. I'm always a little weary on the punch. I like it. But then it's like, well, was that the most important thing in that sentence? How important is that?
For the studio portion, not important. It's the content part.
Yes, that's most.
That's really the punch.
Media content network. Well, yeah. Punch it. Omatum Studios is a media content network that creates high quality software with the feedback of a live audience.
You could probably punch feedback and then punch live audience.
No, it's gonna be too hard. Yeah, it's gonna be too weird. What we might do is italics on top of the punch. Ooh, baby. Okay. Now we're gonna run our diagram right here. Yeah.
And if we think big picture, the software we make, for example, can feed into the diagram for the larger portion.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
So it would come through and say like we like we would put the actual software in like the projects that we make. When we say like here's our projects.
Yeah.
So you could make like a here's our diagram here, and then boop down and then projects.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
So that way you can feed in 2 sections at once almost.
Okay. I like it. Let's get those guidey bides back up. Guidey bide. I'm gonna try one.
At least you haven't called them boys yet today.
Don't tempt me. Let's get some of those circly boys in now. Some little circly diagram boys. So I think I'm going to go into the margin for this and try it that way. So we have 3 things that'll come up over here. And then, right, so it's those 3 items. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to move this over just so I can read it. What's this guy doing? Why did Google think on-air sign triple-sided that this was the image?
Somebody is incorrectly tagging.
Yeah. What is this? It's like some zodiac chart. Okay. Well, yeah. Mm-hmm. Google, you still got some stuff to work out here, Paolo. I always wonder how much of Google, they make the claim that it's not manual, right? I just can't picture that, because I had a friend that worked at like a major internet company. I'm not going to mention it because I don't know if it's smart to mention it, but a major internet company, and their entire job was tagging searches. So they would take the raw search input for customers that didn't like get to where they needed to go, and then they would map it in, so when people were searching, like, it would go to this thing. So if you misspelled something, or if you had intent behind your search that wasn't clear to the engine, there was just this whole giant list of like, oh, they meant that, and I'm just so curious. I know Google says all the time it's all automated, we don't have any curation or control over it. I think that's BS. I really do. I don't think NLP is at the point yet. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Do you know anything about this, Noah?
Yeah, a little bit. Most of it's based on tagging. So there's the general consensus of don't tag bomb your stuff. So if you are selling something, say for example a blender, you wouldn't tag it with all the stuff for every single kitchen appliance.
So you don't, make like some white text on there and just start filling in things.
Right, exactly. Yeah, like that's how you get basically axed out of the Google search results, because if it's too generic and too widespread of a tag, then they essentially rank you very, very low. And if you're too specific, you get very, very low, because not everyone will search those terms. So it's I think the idea of like tagging and meta tagging when it comes to search results is kind of funny to begin with, because if you go too far one way, you're basically spamming tags, and if you go too far the other way, no one's going to find your stuff.
And you think none of it, what about the automation stuff? Is it automated?
To a certain extent, I think it is. But a lot of it's up to the content creators as well to actually, not content creators just in like YouTubers, for example, but content in general, people who author the pages. Like when you use like a CMS system like Drupal, for example, you tag the page based on that, and it adds it into like your SEO terms. I would say to a certain extent, the automation breaks down when you can hire companies for like SEO optimization, because they essentially just basically tag spam your page for you.
Right.
Just like, oh, this page is primarily a dark mode color, so we're gonna tag it dark mode. You know what I mean? Like they'll basically try to be as vague as possible with the tags to fit. I don't think at like the Google level, for example, the DuckDuckGo level or whatever, ask.com, I don't think that there's a manual portion of that. If there is, that's like deep web style manual portion. Like we would never really know, because that's obviously illegal for one. But
there is a whole bunch of people who do black hat SEO, right?
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And they do live in places like the deep web or dark web or whatever that thing is, where you have to type in onion in front of the thing. And it's interesting because like I used to be a part of a mastermind group where that would come up from time to time. And we never really engaged in it because it was just like, well, what are you going to do with that? You know, like, do you really want to run the risk? But there were people that would know the trick, and they would just like sell it for this unreal amount of money. Like, go on there, you say, I want SEO, whatever, juice on my page. And like, there would be all these crazy tricks, right? Like there was one person I had talked to that had this thing called a PBN. Have you ever heard of that term?
No, I have not.
Private blog network. That's what it stands for, because what you are able to do is Google will not, they don't love new content. Like it takes a long time for content to like enter in. They'll crawl it, but once they crawl it, like you're not like you're in the library, but you're not like, the librarian doesn't give a crap about you. So in order to get you the impression that the librarian should care about, I don't know how to say this right. In order to make it so like you seem like you're relevant content, people will stand up these private blog networks. They're basically servers upon servers. Like I'm sure we can find a diagram of it. They're like these circles of servers that basically like send all this traffic into one site. So this would be like one idea is a PBN like this. So you'd have like 10 of these blogs that are all pointing at your business, saying things. And you get copywriters in that publish these garbage articles on these 10 sites that nobody ever reads. But Google sees all this traffic incoming. And this is like the dummy way to do it. The real way has been shown to me. And it's like, it's crazy. It's like not just one of these layers. It's all these PBNs. All these like blog 9 here would have another 10 sites pointing at it. And then by the time it gets up here, you have like all this link juice, and your site ranks number 1 on Google within like a month. Crazy. And I don't know if this still works.
I would imagine it does.
People on those like shady sites will sell you those. They'll sell you placement on them, or they'll like spin one up for you, and you spend like an unreal amount of money. I mean, you're talking like 5 figures to get one of those set up, and then they put all the content on there, and they keep, sticking content in. Here we go. That's what they look like right here. Main website with 2 tiers of traffic being thrown into.
That is intense.
Yeah, but it was a way to get around Google, because how is Google supposed to know this isn't legitimate? This has all the hallmarks of legitimacy.
Well, they have certain ways of knowing, but
they have to be manual, right?
Yeah, it's a manual judgment at some point.
Yeah, and it might be a manual.
You can automate detection to be like, hey, yo, we noticed that this site basically feeds, like if they actually like do like a link map, almost like a site map of a site's content, and see that it links out to like 300 different sites, there's a good chance you can probably say that that's like PBN status.
Yeah.
If it's like, oh, this links out to the same site 5,000 times across their own thing, then you're like, oh, wait a minute.
Hold on a second. The flag shows up somewhere. Some poor like intern has to figure it out.
Yeah.
Launch real businesses as opposed to fake businesses.
Yeah. I saw a pretty good TED talk about how like business results like on Google can easily be like hijacked, and the guy did a perfect example. He like just made 10 fake listings, and when you searched a specific service in his city, you got all of the 10 listings that just all went to the same one service for the phone number.
And he just hijacked this from somebody else?
Yeah, you just make, all you do is, it's the same idea. You make 10 business pages essentially and say, yeah, I'm at this address. This is the service I do. And then
And
after a
Google's
while,
like, sure. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Seems
they don't, like,
legitimate.
they don't approve it. Like, they don't like vet it to see if it's a legitimate business, for example. And that's actually a common practice in like high populated areas for like similar competitive services. So businesses will create multiple pages, and the phone numbers that they do, and all they do is pay for a number forward. So if you call one number, it's going to ring the specific business on this side.
That's actually one of my people that I knew. That's what they did for local search.
Yeah.
That was all they focused on, was local search.
Yeah.
Man, what a nutty thing when you have like just people gaming these things so hard. You wonder, with the resources that something like Google has, like, isn't it just as like smart of them just to do it all manually?
Right.
Because that's like, do you know much about Amazon?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. So Amazon was my game. When I took that 1 year away from streaming, that's what I was doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I learned a lot about Amazon, to the point where like I don't really buy stuff on Amazon unless it's a name brand anymore, because I know like the manufacturing end now, and I'm just like, this stuff is garbage. This is like absolute garbage quality stuff 99% of the time. And what's happening is somebody like me or you is got an extra $10,000 laying around. You go to Alibaba, you buy some stuff. It comes in a shipping crate. You send it to Amazon. You slap a label on it, and like, if that product were to kill someone, what are you going to go after? This guy's LLC that has $0. It's not a real company. Right. And like, you can go on there and look for things like mugs or something. Like, go look up like a vacuum sealed water bottle, right?
Yeah.
And you'll see essentially the same exact one being sold by 10, 20 brands. And they just don't care. It's the same exact one, and they're just competing against price. And like, how do you separate that from a mug like a Yeti or something that actually is quality? I don't know. I've kind of put myself into a corner here with these circles.
How so? Show me your train of thought. Explain.
We need an icon for each thing, I think.
Okay.
For it to make sense, right?
Well, the softer one can be the code icon, little left curly brace, right curly brace thing. Or not curly brace. Well, you could use curly braces, or you could use like just an HTML tag.
Okay.
So you could do that.
High quality stuff, maybe just like a star.
High quality stuff could be like a 5-star.
That's a lot of stars. Why would just the 1 star?
You can do 1 star. No, I was going to say like the number 5 and then a star icon.
Okay. Launch real businesses. Rocket ship?
Yeah. Done.
Big star. So Crace thinks that Google is 100% automated. I don't think it is. I think they tell people that, Crace. And I don't think that they've ever had to undergo an audit that would expose it. So because they're not losing money. They don't have investors that would give a crap. They can make these statements publicly, because if you're curating content individually, you're in trouble, because you're essentially censoring. And that means that there's people in the company that can promote content. There's people in the company that can shut down content. Like, so you could go get a job at Google that you're just like a mole or whatever that's called, and just like selling out that thing. People used to do that. There was this big internet thing back probably before 2010 called DMOZ. And DMOZ is still a thing. It still exists. If you knew somebody at DMOZ or somebody that had the ability to add things to DMOZ, DMOZ would be like the catalog of record for like Yahoo and Google search and Alta Vista and all these things. You could get something stuck in there in DMOZ and immediately get tons of traffic on it. So I think that they're just trying to avoid that situation, because people pay a lot of money for those postings, like thousands of dollars, just to get into DMOZ. I don't know. That's got to still be around, but I don't think it's relevant anymore. So I think that like, if Google publicly stated, yes, we do have people manually going through things, they run into the problem of like some crazy right-wing person saying, yeah, and you're censoring us, which actually came up in Congress. You can go on C-SPAN and watch that.
I remember that.
Yep. I watched that whole thing and it was very compelling. It was very compelling to make the case that like essentially because of the way Google was presenting information to people, an independent review showed, an independent political review, like they're not Republicans or Democrats. I think in fact they were Democrats. They were on the side that would have not wanted this to be true, and they figured out that something like that Hillary Clinton received X number more votes because of bias in search, and that was amazing to see. And like I don't know what Congress is going to do with that, but that's probably the closest Google has ever come to an audit. But they haven't been audited, right? They're not in financial trouble, so the shareholders aren't going to vote for it. They're not yet breaking any federal laws or anything like that, so they're not going to get in trouble for that. But a good example of a company that was faking it and got audited was what was that one? Theranos. Theranos.
Talking about the what company are you talking about? Like when they faked all their results and stuff?
It was this brilliant lady who was seen as like the next
Theranos.
Yeah.
The cheap lab testing lady.
Yeah, and so Theranos would essentially they said, well, there was a brilliant idea. It was definitely a great vision, and they probably could have gotten there eventually, but eventually might have been 30 years from now, right? But their idea was that you would have these things that were like the sizes of printers that could rapidly and automatically figure out all these like 200 or 300 different lab tests, and they could
from one sample.
Yeah,
right.
And
the trick there is one sample.
Yeah, but the thing of it is like in reality they were taking more blood than they said they were supposed to, and whatever. But the idea was you would have one of these things in your house. That was the long-term vision, and that like you would just prick your finger every day and stick your sample into this thing in your house, and it would spit out like, here's your cholesterol and here's your blood sugar and all these different like very relevant things, even things like cancer detection, because realistically an average person gets their blood drawn and tested maybe once a year, and you're kind of at the whim of the doctor to whatever test they want to run. So this was a way to bypass that. Now what Theranos was doing is they said they were using these printer-sized analysis devices, and the investors one of the investors like caught wind because he went to like a Walgreens or somebody that they were piloting with and realized that this wasn't the process that it was supposed to be. It was like way too much blood being drawn, and it just wasn't the right process, and it took too long to get the results if this were the right thing. And they ended up doing an audit, and the audit found that they were just a traditional lab. They were a traditional lab with traditional people screening all these things out the traditional way, and they weren't in fact this other thing that they claimed to be. They weren't automated at all. They had thousands of people working for them, and I think she's in jail, and so is the COO now, because they defrauded investors, or like was indicted or something. Maybe under indictment.
No, actually, I'm pretty sure she's in prison.
She's in prison. Yeah, well,
I'm pretty sure.
That's what happens.
I'm pretty sure I remember this.
And so before we get back on track, Cobbsy, I'm glad we can provide you with what you're looking for on Twitch, man. I know like we've got like a different channel format, and I'm glad that it's something that you like. The channel format of me getting off topic several times a stream. Okay, let's grab some icons from Flat Icon. So we need a rocket ship. I'm going to see launch. If I type in launch, what do I get? We don't want these to be colored. We probably want them to be this like outline style. Probably not something that clips like that. I'll go with this guy. The problem is where we get into icons is like these things, you want them to all look the same, but
yeah, I kind of like the idea of like just black and white type stencil type icons.
Me too.
I don't think we want colored at all.
Yeah.
Because the color is going to all come from the top of our page and our own accents to it.
If they are color, I think that they are just like muted color, right?
Exactly. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm wrong. She's not in jail. She just had to pay a butt ton of money.
Yeah. Crazy, right? Like, yeah. But that shows you like the egregiousness of lying to people, and they got her on defrauding. So again, I don't know if Google will ever have to fess up to anything. And I could be 1,000,000% wrong. I could be just on the complete wrong of this, that they don't do any of this stuff. You know, that everything is or everything is automated and whatever. I just don't see, like, if that problem was solved, you would see that solution emerge, I feel like, so much stronger than it does right now. Like, they don't have anything else that's automated to that level, and they don't have that curation stuff done to that level. Like, if you have new things that you're looking for, what I'm trying to say is the research results are stinky. They're not great. Like, you have to go through a lot of search results until you find what you're looking for.
Yeah, and I think I think that they change it based on what you're searching for. Like news, for example,
Yes.
is a really good example.
I think
So if
that part's
if you're
automated.
searching in news,
Yeah.
that's pretty real time. That's pretty accurate, plus or minus like 2-3 hours, right? When I want to look up news, I normally go to Twitter. Like if there's like police activity somewhere, I'm on my way to work or something, or if I see a bunch of crap going down somewhere local, I'll go to Twitter. It's the first thing I'll go, because people actually end up posting about it, and then you'll see links about it faster than you would on like Google search results.
So there's like a little bit of catch up that.
Yeah, I 100%. There's definitely catch up. I don't think I've ever seen. Actually, I can test it. I'm gonna go look for something on Google News. Just search a random thing, sort by most recent, and then click on it and see what the article publish time was. Because the thing that I wonder is when they say, like when I search on Google in the news, you can pick like how recent news you want. I don't know if that's based on the index time or if that's based on like the article's published time. Do you know what I mean?
It's got to be the published time.
All right, but then that means Google has to basically read the article and know where it is the published time is, and depending on the site, that published time could be free text in someone's paragraph.
Well, they make you use schema to get into that stuff, right?
So that goes back to the SEO thing then, right?
Because I know schema is something that, like, doesn't Google run schema.org?
Oh, I don't know if they run it.
There's a surprisingly large amount of schema, like, and people don't take advantage of it.
Right.
Like there's even schema for weird stuff like email, that if you wanted to have a second layer of schema underneath an email, you could, and people just don't use it because there's no endpoint application. Like, I guess you could probably build a whole application up around that, about like a new way to do email, where it was all schema based, and like, if you're offering items, like they show up a certain way, because Google has that to some extent. If you've ever received an email that says it has a button in the corner, and maybe they stopped doing it because I haven't seen one in a long time, but it would be like this thing where like you would embed it and say like, you have a bill to pay, so click on this link, and you can embed in the email schema, here's the bill and a link to it, and then your email would have this thing in the corner on Gmail that would say like, pay the bill.
Oh, yeah. I've seen those before. I haven't seen it in very, very long.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time. They may have pulled it because we did.
I remember that though.
We did some tests with Badger, right? Like that we were
Yeah.
trying to take advantage of it or something.
Yeah. So like I just searched IBM because we were talking about Plex earlier, right? So I just searched IBM in Google News, and I sort by most recent. 10 minutes ago is one of the articles that came up, and I click into the article and it's got a published time of 25 minutes ago.
So
there's like a 15-minute lag on news searches.
So do you think that they're scrubbing that, or do you think it's just
I think they're
that it's like
prioritizing that,
hitting RSS or something?
Yeah, I think they probably have a fast track, because it's most of these things are like larger news things like Washington Post, Business Insider, Ladders. It's not like ma and pa type little tiny ones.
The old ma and pa
Yeah.
news organizations.
Right. So I would imagine that there is some type of prioritization based on how you create the actual content, not necessarily where it's coming from. So I would imagine that Business Insider, for example, has their own tried and true formula that gets them quick into the results. Same with like TMZ, right?
And
if
probably
you
pay
look up any type of
they
Hollywood
probably pay
scandals,
a lot of money to figure that
Right.
out. It's all proprietary, and
yeah.
yeah.
And then you see the same thing though, like if like when a celebrity dies, for example, the very first places you normally hear it are from like big three. You'll hear it from like TMZ first.
I get all my news from Discord.
Yeah, there you go.
I just that's the only place I go for my news.
Yeah, most of I do Reddit most of the time, because most of the times if something big happens, someone will start a post about it. It takes off real quick.
Reddit has gotten weird. IMO. Let me just throw that out.
You gotta have the right subreddits. Though. That's the big.
You gotta have the right
Reddit's,
subreddits. Reddit in general to me is
it's funky.
It's weird. It got weird.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's funky.
We got the little thing, or do we put it on the screen? Or do we have this guy? It's a little complicated for an icon. Kind of like this thing, the web programming. Save that. Yeah, why did you?
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah. Why does Chrome think? Well, it's nice to see that Chrome can open SVGs now, but
truth.
Don't they think I have another thing that I maybe want to open that with? No.
Didn't at one point, I don't remember. Didn't at one point Chrome, when you tried to open an SVG, it like showed you like the actual SVG code instead, like XML style.
Yep.
That was intense.
That was a weird call on their end.
Yeah, I don't understand that yet.
Somebody was straight up like, "That's what the people want to see."
Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think I want to copy that.
Yeah, right.
Something. Good guess though. I'm just looking at these real quick. Okay, so we'd have these. I don't know if I love these in their current form. So let me just try a couple. I was messing around with a couple different options here. If we just have them. I don't know. We'll do the rest of the diagram. Come back. Not sure about the colors, but I think these need to be a color. I just don't know what one.
So the diagram, this is technically like a cyclical thing, right? Because it's a repeating type format.
Nah, doesn't have to be. I would say it's an assembly line. It's a build to output type thing. Gotcha. So I'm thinking we just do like the lines, and then they pipe into the next piece. So let me just put the next piece in. So we'll center this because we only have 3 buckets. We have it being done live, and then that it's archived. Maybe that gets a little bigger. Working out something real quick. I got to get resolution on the left. Thought I could.
Yeah, for sure.
Thought I could bypass it, but I don't think it's going to bypass. I think it's going to be a problem until it's fixed. I'm really glad that people can watch this and get feel like that they're capable of doing more. Like I just saw somebody had mentioned that.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a big thing.
Because we're showing a real world process. Most of the time when you watch tutorials or you're watching like the product placement type stuff, it's like perfect path every single time. You don't get to see what the
freaking
blocker
crazy to me. It's so disingenuous to be like, it is that owl thing, right? Where it's like,
right, yeah, it is.
And they're like we've talked about doing this at one point where we said like, well, we'll do all the designs off stream and then just like show them coming together. And it's like, well, no, that's so stupid and disingenuous, and it sort of teaches people the wrong thing in a sense. Like it
It
teaches.
does, because you're not teaching. All you're teaching is what a good design looks like from your perspective. You're not teaching how
Yeah.
you got there. You're not teaching the thought process.
Yeah. I see a lot of design. I think is just it's sort of just moving stuff around. Like it just boils down to
Oh, for sure.
moving stuff
Absolutely.
around. If you know how to code stuff, it helps because you know where the limit is. You know what the you almost like you know what the dumb decision is. You know what the thing that you could do to make your life harder is. So I almost think like if I can figure out a way here to duplicate this over here, I would be happy. But I don't think we have three things. So we have this thing. It goes recorded live, and then it's edited and archived. So it's edited and archived different stuff.
You could say something like,
Or is it two steps? Edited, archived, 1, 2.
well, you need 3 more steps, right? That's pretty much what you're saying.
Yeah, but I don't. It could go up and then. So we've got. Hold on. Let's do this part first. So we have item 1. I should not have done that like that. Do it like this. And make that a 1 pixel line, and then we have item 2, and then we have item 3, and these are going to come in to this guy somehow, and then this guy's going to come out of here that way.
See, I would have done that linear. I would have not done the 3 on the left as one thing.
You would have not done the 3 on the left as one thing. What do you mean?
Like I would do, like if I were to draw, like think of this like a timeline, right?
Yeah.
Like we might start with the high quality idea stuff, the design stuff, right? So we can say make high quality stuff. That's essentially the first thing. That turns into making real world software, which is under that recorded live portion. And then from there, that turns into archiving, launching, distributing. And then the very last thing is that launching real business. Because if something is successful, then boom, that goes off on its own little thing.
Oh, crap. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So, okay, so this is a linear process. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, to me, it's definitely like each one of these has a specific step in that linear process.
Okay, I was hoping for 3 columns.
Well, we can do it 3 columns. Just understand that we need to have the parity on the other side.
Okay, so where does this whole thing start? They call it quality stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the first thing because it's the design.
I don't know, because I feel like those things are combined. I feel like that we're making high quality stuff that's real world.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think those things are combined. But maybe
So you know what you could do?
the launch real businesses isn't combined.
Right. You could flop the recorded live and the launch real business thing. Or not have launch real business in this portion at all. It's further on to the right.
You move it.
But recorded live is like the overarching umbrella for those things.
Yeah. But could we just do like that? Because it's
I think that's
the
probably
pathway.
better. Yeah.
Let me
2 to 1, and then
yeah.
from there you can do another 2 column for archived and distributed or archived edited.
And then launch real businesses is on the far right.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. This just got harder to do, but that's okay because it's gonna be better. All right. Yeah, and like I can. There's definitely ways to do this easier than harder. Let's just see. That doesn't look centered to me for some reason. Oh, it's centered. Just tighten it up a little bit more. Okay. So on the other end of it, we have archived. Like it's going to split out again, right?
Yeah, I would say it mirrors it, splits it out again into the two.
And then it comes back together for launch real businesses.
Right.
I wonder if that's actually launching.
Do we want to say, instead of launch real business, do you want to say something like, oh yeah, I guess launching real business is kind of the, because it's kind of like the launch of the software, but that kind of goes along with make real world software.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think business is good.
Okay.
Forget everything I just said.
Dang it. I forgot everything instead. How many things do we have here? We have some mirrors at editing.
I want the content focused one. That's the important.
Recorded live. Yeah, and I probably will scoot recorded live over for this and maybe make that tiny because now it's the
so
odd.
You'd have like your editing.
Yeah, edited.
So you have your editing is one.
I think he said archived and published. Edited, cataloged instead of archived, published.
You could say edited, catalog, distributed.
Yeah, distributed. Yep. Okay. Let's make recorded live the tiny version that it always wanted to be. Because now we are definitely, this is pipeline assembly.
Exactly.
This is like my hallmark. It's the.
It really is. This is like the signature.
Yeah.
I think I've been with you through like 4 different designs so far, and we pretty much have the same idea for that. So.
Yeah, immediately like,
That is
oh,
the
that's the
signature.
one. Okay.
It's either gonna be like crazy angled, cool little lines, or a bunch of dotted circles in a pipeline.
Yeah. When did Pixel Preview come out? Bam. And are there going to be little circles that travel on paths to get over there?
I don't know if we're gonna do that again. I don't know if
Dude,
we wanna do
that was
again.
so much work. I think I'm just going to go with
was.
the connecting lines.
Yeah, let's not do the animations that follow from top to bottom, because that gets a little.
It was awesome.
That's
though.
Portfolio work right there. That's what that is.
Yeah, that was like my magnum opus of landing pages.
That's so true.
What is this not taking us? It's just like a little less transparent. Yeah. I shouldn't be messing with this. It's easier to mess with it when we have it for real. Let's make this say something else. Recorded live, broadcasted live. Yeah, 'cause that's what we're doing right now, folks. We're a broadcast station. Welcome to Twitch broadcast station.
Right.
Do they have any, like, they don't have to follow any of those rules, right? But they're clearly a broadcaster, Twitch. Like, clearly a broadcast company.
Yeah, I think the difference is how it's delivered.
Okay.
The network television, for example, has much different rules than like public access television. Right? Because you have to pay to see network television. You have to acknowledge that I am an audience member, like paying for like DirecTV to watch whatever station I want. Whereas with like public access stations,
okay.
I can go get an antenna and put it up on a big giant TV and anyone can see it. So Twitch, I kind of think, follows more towards the network television type stuff, because you have to, like, you're on a computer, you're using internet, you're getting content. Normally you're signed in. You can watch anonymously, but they have warnings for like anything that's rated 18 over, that kind of thing.
Gotcha. I still think that, like, they're a broadcast company, though.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. And we should probably hope they never become one for real.
Yeah, that would not be good.
That wouldn't be good for anybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did that just, yeah. Okay, object, transform. Let's just reflect this guy. Why did that not do the thing I thought it was going to do? Copy. There we go. Wilo, we'll fix it later. Just keep in mind, man, that like anytime that this is not getting handed off in a sense. Like we're going to be developing this in a matter of hours, and to make a change in design, as long as the gist of it is the right decision, the design changes to do something like changing a bunch of lines, it just takes too long. In CSS, that's one line of code. And then we can really mess around with like the widths and the heights and anything else we want to do. We're trying to make sure the gist of it feels right.
So one little design ticket for you, develop ticket, I should
Yes, sir.
say. Think about how this production pipeline looks on mobile.
It doesn't.
Okay.
Think about how
I'm
it
just
looks.
saying, like-
It doesn't.
like,
it goes away.
yeah,
It's just the words
does.
right here.
I would 100% agree with that.
Yeah. It's gone.
Turns into a bullet
Display
list
none.
of those processes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what happens to that. Okay. Probably which is then edited. Edited for consumption by viewers like you. Cataloged. I don't know what I'm typing anymore. Let me get rid of this one. Try to stick to these one-liners. Cataloged for easy access, because everybody likes easy access. And distributed. To the masses. That's not true. It actually gets distributed to like 38 people. But one day.
That's to the masses. It's available publicly if anyone wants to look at it.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm putting this into Twitch chat so we can fix it in code.
What's that?
The spelling for cataloged.
Even if you put it there, it's never going to get fixed. I don't know how to spell that word.
Truth.
Lagude.
Yeah.
Catalogud.
Put the U after the G.
So is it
Perfect.
French?
Looks so weird. That's English.
You sure?
Yeah.
There
Google says
is-
so.
Are you sure it's English?
Oh, it's definitely not English, but yeah.
Yeah, how many words did those people come up with on that little island? I feel
Yeah.
like all of them. I feel like none of them. Like the Vikings, probably, maybe.
Right.
More words. Cataloged, edited for consumption, cataloged, and distributed to the masses. So let me get the spacing on these a little bit tighter. Come down to 140 pixels. Probably like that. I kind of want to color code all this stuff because I have an idea here. I don't know if it's a good idea. The idea would just be to color code all those different little pieces. That's my idea. That's my big thing. I was trying.
Your big idea is just different pieces?
Yeah. Just just change the colors so people know they're different things. You know, different as they say, steps of the process. As if it wasn't obvious enough with this this diagram that we've made. Yeah.
See, it's funny because if we would have had something under the first one that started with the letter A, everything would go in line A, B, C, D, E.
Oh, shut up. Where you?
Yeah, because you've got broadcasted for B, cataloged for C, distributed, edited for D and E.
So we need. Well, I don't know because you got two things here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if they'd both
But
have to be
you were
A's.
pretty darn close to having the alphabet attached to this.
Ah, crap. Don't put it in my head.
I know.
We
just
got to
saying,
get this
man,
done
you're pretty
tonight.
close.
I don't,
No, I know.
I don't know how long you're sticking around for, but I just got the clearance.
I'll be here. I'll be here for a bit. Don't worry.
I got the clearance from Christy for my wife for a midnight run. So
There you go.
it's going to happen.
What time is it there right now?
It's 6:00.
6? Okay, so
We
we're going
got
on
it.
3 my time. That's not too bad.
We'll get it. Okay. Catalog. Cataloged. Applications. Ooh. Nick's trying to get it.
Ooh, there you go.
But how do you put it? What's a D word for launching businesses? The D.
No, that one would have to be an F.
How do you figure? A, B,
No,
C,
because you've got
D?
no, because it's like the individual things. Like B for broadcasted, and then cataloged, you've got the C. Distributed, you've got the D. Edited, you've got the E.
I don't know, guys. I think we were close to it, but
You're close.
not.
I don't think we're gonna get there. We're not gonna quite get there.
Not a priority.
Yeah, no. I just thought that was interesting.
Throw that out there. We're here like all night, just like no, we need to fix it. We do need 3 icons though. So let me see what
we do
about that.
The catalog one I think will be pretty easy. That could probably just be like a table.
Yeah.
You know, edited, you can probably get away with just like a slate icon, like a film slate icon. But distributed, that one's the interesting one.
That's easy. I got in my head. I got a thing for that. So we've got software. Yep, good. I'm a little worried about the hang on this, but we'll just try it. If not, we'll just ditch it. These lines, I definitely agree with the guy that said they need to be changed, but I don't really want to screw around with them. It might just be there. Also, we're using bright lines.
Yeah, I think it's just a color thing.
It's definitely part of it. We could always do some stupid thing where if you hover it, a thing happens. Just check these really quick. Because I almost feel like we went in one direction. I think the other one was the right. Why am I changing this like this when we should be doing other stuff?
2 words. Move on.
Thank you. Icons, though, we do need to get those figured out. Those aren't fun to figure out while we're coding. Okay, so editing. Let me see. I mean, sometimes you get lucky. You throw the word at flat icon.
Yeah,
and it's
get some
like
good ones sometimes.
Boom. It's like kaboom. There it is. Video editing. How about that? Video editing. Ooh, we got an autocomplete. That's a good sign.
That is a very good sign.
Yeah, sure. Some freaking scissors and a thing. Yeah, sure.
That'll do it.
There you go. Little some scissors.
I was thinking the slate, the little the clicker thing.
That thing? That's more like filming. That's not editing.
True. Good point. Yeah.
You ever like use one of those things?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're loud and scary.
Yeah. Yeah. And they make really cool ones that like do the time coding and stuff like that.
Which is phenomenal.
I used to think that was like a thing of the past, you know?
No, that's like still.
You got to use it. You got to use it.
Yeah.
How else are you going to line the audio up? And then you're sitting there.
However, I will say,
like a dummy.
DaVinci Resolve. Have you heard of that before?
You know, I've heard of it. I've never used it, but I hear it's a thing.
They can sync audio now based on the waveforms.
Oh, finally! Like, how long did that take?
DaVinci Resolve. It's pretty darn good.
So, do you like DaVinci Resolve?
I use it every once in a while. I don't use it crazily.
Because I had put in the job description I want the person to be using Adobe Premiere.
Yeah, I mean, I would say stick with Adobe, but there are other tools available out there to get the job done. Mainly what I recommend is the tool that you can use in the event that we like have to go in and like make changes promptly.
Yes.
We want to make sure we can do it.
/ fire somebody who's doing bad things on the job.
Right, exactly. So I would say stick with the tool you're familiar with, but experience in other ones never hurts.
So we missed some pieces of this icon. Hold on. So you like the DaVinci? I've heard a lot of good things. I've heard people that are like, well, they just make the switch, and they're like, yep, it was better than Premiere for these reasons, or for their workflow for these reasons.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of video editing nowadays, but I've done video editing with like Premiere Pro. I've done it with Final Cut Pro, like for Macs. I've done it with like a little bit of DaVinci for like mainly the plugin features. I've done some stuff in After Effects even. It's that kind of thing. There's
After Effects is a bear. That is like the biggest bear of a program I've ever used, where you get into it and you're like, Oh, it's Photoshop, but with timelines. That's great. you're like just bogged down in this thing.
Yep.
That I used to remember like the price list for those guys when I used to work at agency was insane.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
these
for
After
sure. Or,
Effects
like, Creative Cloud
specialists.
stuff.
No, the After Effects specialist, the guy. Well, it was before Creative Cloud, yeah. But the guys that would be like the top of their game freelancers that do motion
Oh yeah,
graphics.
it's ridiculously expensive.
Unreal. They'd be like
Yeah.
$1,000+ per second of footage,
Yeah.
and like their hourly rates were like $500. This is 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And just
and
seeing
then
that.
things like Cinema 4D like essentially dominated that market now because it brought the ability to do cool stuff like that into like the common user. And Cinema 4D is actually pretty darn cool. So that coupled with like things like After Effects, you can do some ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, what was the one that they used to use that was like, was it called Combustion? That was like the industry only tool that did all that crazy stuff.
Yeah, I think I don't know if it was. I don't remember what the name of it, but I recall what you're talking about. Yeah.
There was a whole bunch of tools that had to deal with fire.
Yeah,
It's
there's like a special. Yeah, so true. Like take nature element stuff. There was one for. I remember there was like a line of tools that was like for audio, but they like marketed all against like water.
Maybe it was the same company.
Might have been. Well, I would imagine so.
I gotta look
They're
it up.
picking like the natural element type stuff.
Oh, this was a computer program. It's gone now. Yeah, Combustion used to be like the thing to do high
Oh, it was
end.
Autodesk. I didn't know that.
Yeah, neither did I. Maybe they bought
I
it
didn't
and
know
killed
that's
it.
what it was.
Oh, lady in bikini. It's not family friendly. Well, I guess it is. You go to the beach with your family, you see bikinis.
Truth.
Where's the line? Nipples?
Pretty sure.
Is
Pretty
that
sure.
areolas? Where's the line? Like when does it become? When does it
I
become
don't
an
know.
issue?
People can watch Cardi B music videos on Twitch and nothing happens.
I've never seen. Who is Cardi B?
Don't even try. It's not just it's one of your Nicki Minaj style artists.
Who's Nicki Minaj?
Yeah, we'll go down that path another day.
Is the music good?
Ish.
Would you want it playing at your kid's bar mitzvah or something?
No.
That's my litmus test. Can you play it at a bar mitzvah?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with a big nope on that one.
Really?
Wait,
Wait,
it's like an icon from Battleship.
that's what it is. Just keep,
Oh, is
keep
it really?
I don't know. It definitely looks. Now that I see it like this, I see it's like a weird steering wheel kind of situation.
That's more like a crop circle style icon.
Yeah, wasn't Cardi B the one person that said it was okay to rape men or raped men?
Yep, that's Cardi B. Yeah,
Okay, we'll just leave it at that, I guess.
yeah, that's a good spot.
It's a good spot to just stop.
Yeah. So about that weather.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's
I
funny.
had this thing. I had this almost. I had this weird thought today. I was like, before we got on stream, I was just doing my normal daily routine, which sort of involves like jumping on a bunch of different websites and things, and catching up on what I would consider like current events, I guess.
Yeah.
And the article that I saw that was like my one, like, okay, I've scrolled too far, I'm hitting entertainment articles, was talking about how like Justin Timberlake and his wife Jessica Biel, it was something to do with like how they were trying to apologize to each other or he was trying to apologize to her for whatever, something that went wrong in their relationship. And I was really curious. Like, I don't care about that at all. I don't give a crap. And I'm sure most people also don't give a crap. But doesn't that like sort of make them relevant, right? When was the last time you heard a story about Danny DeVito and Rhea Perlman having anything to do with anything in their life? Or like, just like some celebrity couple that like is just low key. And I wondered, and I guess it's worth talking about a little bit. Like, do you think that these guys do have image consultants and brand consultants? Do you think it's possible that they manufacture these things and they kind of come to an agreement and they say, hey, you guys, your stock's going down a little bit. You're not as relevant as you used to be. we need you to kind of like say that you cheated on her. And
10,000% yes.
You think so?
Yeah, I did. When you're in celebrity status, man, everything is a calculated decision when it comes to what I'm going to put on a social media site or a news article. You know, like
That's
even
crazy.
even the types of things you wear when you go out, right? The brands that you wear. Like if you
you're
see
getting
someone
paid.
who's in right, yeah, if you see someone who's endorsed by Nike and you see them walking down the street in Skechers tennis shoes, that's going to be a problem for them. They would never do that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that, branding and like promotional stuff is happening 24/7 when you're in the limelight like that. And it's also a social engineering tactic. You know, you see that a lot.
What do you mean a social engineering tactic?
Like that's the whole point of it. If you want to provide some type of boost, if you will, to you, you want to try to incite emotions of empathy from users, from your fan base, right? Do you ever notice how all the time when you see like big time content creators on YouTube will have like, this is why I quit Twitter, and it's like a picture of them like with a sad face or something, right? Because they're trying to elicit the emotion of empathy or the emotion of, hey, something's wrong with this platform, I want to get off of it, help me type thing. But even in like a relationship type thing, that exact same type of thing happens. You know, you might social engineer a little bit with your wife, for example. If you're trying to do like a large purchase or something, you might butter up a little bit with some small gifts leading up to the question of, hey, I want to buy this, whatever.
I just buy it.
You know, it's a lot of things.
I hide it in the closet.
Yeah, there you go. Or you buy it and hide it until it's like, oh, that was a gift, you know. No, it's the image isn't just in like one self eye. It's everywhere. The second you have a camera,
and it's so calculated, right? Because you have to think
is.
about the amount of money that's worth, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like
yeah.
they said that like Trump, when he was running for office a few years ago, it was good, brilliant. Like he had essentially, because of his personality, was getting like billions of dollars of free advertising.
Yeah.
Right? Because he had just the ability to get the news companies and things to talk about him.
Yeah, for sure.
And I thought the same thing with that Adam Driver guy, where he like walked off the stage or whatever. He walked out of an interview. I didn't care about that interview. I didn't give a crap that he was making some movie called whatever it was called. I didn't even know about it. And I wouldn't have known about it if the interview had gone as normal, like gone as planned. But I do know about it now. And like that's, and I also think he, like, I don't know, in my eyes, I think that's a crazy personality trait. But what was crazy is I like looked at the comments on that thing, and people were like defending him. Like, yeah, if he said he didn't want to hear his voice, you shouldn't have played it. It's like, really? So okay. I guess that's what we can do.
That's one way to go about it, yeah.
Yeah.
But even in my personal life, I can identify exactly what's happened. Like if I'm on Twitter, for example, or Reddit or whatever social platform I want, and I see a post about an actor or actress that I haven't seen in a long while, I'll be like, oh, okay, well, that's cool. What is this? And then I check it out. And then maybe like within a day or two, I might end up watching one of the movies with that person on Netflix. You know, just kidding. Because, like, yeah, be like, I actually completely forgot about that person.
Do you think Netflix, like, I've always wondered this. Have you ever been searching for something on, like, well, of course you have, right? You search for something on your phone, and then you flip on YouTube later in the day, and there it is. But, like, in video form, you know?
Oh, that happens all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Like, they're like, yeah, he wants to see this. He wants to...
Tracking cookies on, like, activity history is, like, a common data set, if you will. So any service would leverage that. Absolutely.
Like, why wouldn't they, right? That's the thing. Is like, you would be stupid to not leverage it.
Yeah. And that exact thing happens more often than it should, right? Because that's like the scary voodoo magic of the internet. But yeah, totally so true. And it gets even further on with that. With like now we have our smart assistants like Siri, for example. Like if I'm talking to my wife about wanting to buy like an Instapot or something, and just in passing I'm playing a game on my phone or something, I swear to you,
me too.
24 hours.
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
get an ad for an Instapot.
Oh yeah. But you have to wonder, like, what is it on your phone that has done that?
Exactly.
Something
right.
on the
like,
phone
they're
did
not
it.
supposed to be actively listening.
Something on your phone definitely did it. And I think people they forget, like, you have to be a developer. We have a lot of developers watching right now, right? And I'd imagine a lot of developers are watching right now. You guys, you must know, like you must know, being developers, you must know the package of permissions. Like if somebody were to say, give me camera access, you can get it. Like you can get pretty much everything off their phone. If somebody was to say, give me that contact access, you can get all of them. Like there's no reason not to. And it's super scary.
Yeah, it's a surveillance state, dude. That's what it is. Surveillance.
Yeah. Yeah. And like it's a mark the craziest
system.
thing is like then you've got the back doors that are there because of NSLs, national security letters, where like through the national security letter or through some proxy funding, then government agencies get access to that data without warrants, and they don't have to mess around, right? And they've even, like, I've seen crap where they sort of say that, where they sort of say like, well, it's easier if we get this access this way, because we could exploit it. That's the thing they say. We could just hack into your stuff and grab it, but we'd prefer if we could just kind of hit that directly. I think who published that? It was like Proton Mail or something like that. It's one of these like email services where they pretty much said that. They said, like, you can either play ball with us or we will just do it anyways. So just play ball. And they ended up shutting down his service or something. I don't remember the exactness of this, but
yeah, I mean, it's like coming from like a tech background, like both of us, like having the programming experience and just in general, we know software can do some scary stuff, like we understand that, but we also understand that, this creates a heck of a convenient thing for me to use this specific thing. Will I forgo my privacy to use it? Absolutely. I use Gmail, not that private.
Not at
Google
all.
Drive, not that private.
I mean, Gmail is completely searchable by advertisers.
Exactly, yeah. So, like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I really don't care about that because it's the best email tool that I've used ever, essentially. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I can do some amazing stuff with Gmail that I can't do with some other services. So.
Yeah, and docs are too. I mean, like, I'll start writing up a document in Google Docs about legal formations, and then I'll be on my YouTube at the end of the night or something, and it'll just show me like, well, what is the best corporate structure? And I'm like, come on.
You know what we should do? We should test this out sometime, like on stream. At the very beginning of a stream, we'll pick a random product that we haven't searched and we haven't have expressed interest in doing. Just fill a Google Doc with that name of the product and see how long it takes for a search result to pop up while we're just looking for stuff on the internet for that to show up.
How many weeks? I mean, and that's the thing is they separate it by like days and weeks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There was like this big deal. What do you think about this for the little? I can't find a good catalog icon.
For cataloging?
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. That's fine. I think that's fine for cataloging.
What are you whatevering? This is important stuff.
Yeah, not really.
We have
After this one, I would say you're better off almost using like an icon for like a spreadsheet almost.
Jeez, why did you say that? I've already downloaded it. They pay me. They get paid by the download. No, they don't. I don't know, man. I don't know if those like cells make sense to me as a catalog.
What if you search index card? Like card catalog type thing. Like a Rolodex. There you go. Yeah, I would do something like that, like the little shelf with the folders in it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, what were we talking about?
We were gonna make a Google Doc.
Yeah, and see how quickly we get tracked.
Yeah.
Because something
like pick a country you want to visit that you haven't Googled before.
Something is definitely doing it, and you don't know what. Because if there's
it totally happens.
Yeah, if there's an app on your phone or whatever, I mean, like they already showed that like these microphones can basically be almost in like a meta gathering state.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll pick
like,
up on keywords.
Yeah, and you're like, what in the world? Like,
and I think it's specific keywords. I think like I see it a lot if we talk about travel.
How do you think
right?
Alexa flips on?
Oh, for sure. I've got like work travel coming up, for example, and I haven't Googled anything about it. Nothing. I haven't looked anything up. I've just discussed it about the places I'm going, and then all of a sudden I'll see like little promoted advertisements about vacations to happen to be the locations I'll be going to. You know, so I think it's like keywords that trigger it. I think it's like when you say things that are like actionable, like travel. Travel, I think, is a keyword that it listens to, and then it kind of fills in the blank based on what you say after the fact.
What do you think?
I like it.
What else do we have to do before we can dev this sucker? Because I think that was the last piece. A footer?
Let me pull up the outline. The footer, I think, will be pretty straightforward.
Why don't we not even design it? We'll just throw a logo on the bottom.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about the footer.
Yeah.
That'll just be basically the logo with the line. So I don't think that's going to be crazy. Do we need to add anything like well, we do need to add
how to
what's
apply.
the click actions?
Why do we have nothing? Here's the jobs we have. You don't worry about applying though.
Yeah.
There's
So
no
we
way to
probably
do
need like the big call to action, like, hey,
that. Yes. Why don't
give
we
us your
just
resume.
stick this as a third item here? And then
Yeah, you could,
yeah,
label the
highlight it.
text.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Well, we don't want to do click to apply. It will just be like, so we'll just do a third item here.
And do we want to talk about projects in this yet, or are we going to wait till later?
I think we're gonna wait because I think we came up with a good system for the projects in the doc that we have.
Yeah.
But for now, like, what's the big deal?
Yeah.
Like,
I think this is. Can we do a render on this real quick so we can see what the whole thing looks like?
yeah. Let me render it. Do you want me to throw it in Discord?
Yeah, you can toss it in Discord. That's fine.
Oh my! I forgot about this beautiful thing at the top. I like how Nick has become the guy that's just like, you need to save it. Because look, look at this.
He's our
look at this.
Our autosaver.
It stopped. It's dead.
Wait, is that our first crash of Illustrator today? Number 1?
Yeah. Oh, we got some funkiness. Things are happening down here. Oh, geez. Oh, what's that?
Oh. Uh-oh.
Okay, so has it crashed? No. It hasn't crashed. We just lost the dialogues again. Just for that one thing. So let me just save it and then...
Yeah, just save.
I mean, we just did save it. I'm just going to double save
okay,
it.
then we're okay.
That's a decent enough CTA, you think? Yeah, because you'd be looking right here, right? And then...
Yeah, I think that's fine.
And then you just say for more info, so it's just sort of like someone's going to hit me up and say, "Hey, I'm interested in the job," and then I can be like,
do you want to hone in spacing between sections, or are we happy with how it is?
Hone it in later.
Okay, then we're good.
Yeah. I don't think it always makes sense to do spacing in these guys.
Yeah.
Although I do think if we wanted to, we could let's do the dev, and then if this section feels weird, I like the idea of repeating this set of elements for this. And then going Twitch, YouTube, and then doing this same thing right here and say like other places, and it's going to be like Discord and just things that we wouldn't have descriptions for.
Yeah, I like that. I do like that pattern when we want to go more into that.
Yeah. All right, let's try this again. So we're going to try saving. And okay, so it's good for right now. Text optimized. Save. And then we lose it. So that dialogue window that's supposed to come up, it's gone. So it's not really a crash. This is just a good old-fashioned Illustrator bug. So I'm hitting escape to try to get out of it. Hit enter.
It didn't like pop up on another monitor or anything, right?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have to really wonder what it's doing wrong here.
Yeah.
So now I can get out of it. Let me close Illustrator and I'll just open up again. Because that's all saved up. Imagine if it didn't actually save.
Oof.
I would just...
I'd be like, all right, you better clip this real quick.
Yeah, I would
gotta go back.
flip my table over. Just be done. The question is, where did it save?
Oh, that's on you, man. I don't know.
I don't know. I saved it somewhere. We put a file
Pull
name
it
on
back up and go to recent files.
That's been funky though. So anybody, what is the points that everybody's at right now? I'm curious.
I'm at 3,000.
You have 3,000 Omatum bucks.
Yeah.
Dang. That.
I've been clicking. Well, you get awarded bonuses every once.
Oh, okay.
Click on it.
Because I did like a whole thing. I like figured it out. I like have if you guys want to know what kind of level of geek I am, I'll show you in 1 second. Show you what like happens when you're an ops guy and you have to figure out how many points people could make. All right, let me just save this out so we can get it for review really quick though. Please save, please. There's no reason you shouldn't save, but you know. Oh, there we go. Why is this so big? This has never been bigger. And I can't even make it smaller. This is the biggest. Why would you need this much screen real estate to save a file? Okay. Omatum Studios website to the desktop. There we go. I'll show you guys really quick. I made this thing. I got a bunch of sensitive Google Docs today to actually figure out like it's a calculator that based on the channel points, this is the most you guys could probably make a month, and this is the most you can make a stream based on a 5-hour stream. So if we change,
so wait, how long have you been up? How long have you been up for?
4 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm at 20. I'm at 2.9. You're saying 3.9 is the max at 5 hours, so that means about a
Well,
1,000.
it gets complicated because there's like you'd have to be on a streak, 5-hour streak. You're subscribed, so you get double points.
Yep. And
then if we rate at the end, you'll get another 250. Yeah, 3,900 for a 5-hour stream. So it's about right. Yeah.
So then there's the bonus part is what we're not taking into account here.
Why would you? It's only 2,000 points total. Like, yeah, why would you?
Yeah, because I've maybe only gotten like 4 that I've noticed and I clicked on, so I've maybe gotten like 400 points from that.
Yeah, pretty interesting though, right?
Yeah.
And then we have all of our redemption stuff over here, but I'm not going to click on that because there's some stuff we want to surprise you guys with. I mean, they do tell you how much people would make, or how much, but it's hard. I mean, we have stuff right now in the channel rewards. It's like monetary. We're going to pay for it. So we didn't want to make those so low that it was going to cost us hundreds of dollars a month just to, yeah, sort of that defeats the purpose. All right, let me send this over to the Hangout channel because I don't have any better place for this. If any of you guys want to see this design, it should be in our Discord server, so you can join that right now. Get a look at it.
You saved it to your desktop, I believe.
Yeah. You should just like be able to open that up in a something. Why is that so much different looking in the background? Hold on. Or is that about what it looks like when it's tiny? That must be when it's a thumbnail. That background looks really interesting because the Gaussian blur effect kind of like because you're looking at less information, you know.
Yeah.
Kind of reduces it down. Okay. I'm not like super in love with the thumbnail, but I don't mind like the big version of it looks about right to me. So it's a little big. The text is a little big. Just gonna do a quick once over before we get into dev. Probably take a little break before dev. Probably doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I think it's probably smart.
And then I think
switch the brain mode a little bit.
Yeah, and then we'll just rock through dev. We'll hit it with the force of 1,000 tigers.
Yep.
Dude, I don't remember how to do anything dev-wise. I haven't developed anything in months.
Well, I always recommend start with like a code pen or a fiddle. You know, get the raw structure done.
Why in a fiddle? We got.
You could do. I mean, for you, yeah, I do it in fiddle because I like using like not having to stage new crap on my local.
Oh, it's not gonna be that hard. So we'll use pre-pros, right? So we'll use pre-pros and we'll just do this all HTML CSS because we want to stick this on Netlify. So if we're gonna stick it on Netlify,
oh yeah, you just want to output raw HTML CSS. And you're done.
That's all we want to do.
For sure.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then yeah, that's fine.
And
I would say we might have to come back and clean up the SVG depending on how we export it. So I would say what we should do before break is make sure all of our assets are packaged and ready to go, or that's the first thing we do when we come back.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do this one first. These little guys right here, we can do those two. So what do we have? We have these, and that's it. So we just have the big guy up top, which we're going to have to package this correctly, and then these guys. And that icon will get used twice. We'll do all the icons as SVGs, although I'm not always a fan of that because they don't always render correctly. For SVGs, we are going to need what? What do we need to get those into a front end on Netlify?
For SVGs?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought you can literally just have an SVG element.
Not for this big guy.
Oh, for that guy? Oh, good point.
Yeah, for Ruby, I would. Yeah. Slam it in. Chris wants us to code the entire thing in CSS. Good. We could.
You could.
I don't want to. yeah, I don't think that's.
I mean, like, you can
that's how I
want
to spend the rest of my week.
You really wanted to.
Only with pseudo classes. We could only.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good question. So this has to come in. The reason this is coming up is because these types of things, these SVGs, when you bring them in with .svg as like an image, they come in just fine, but you can't talk to them. You can't set CSS and you can't animate inside and all these kind of things. So one of the workarounds that like you'll find in like server side rendering languages is you'll have this little thing that you can throw in there. So for like, you could use like file get content, or there's even stuff for like Ruby gems that do this, because they'll bring it in and like, and what's the word for it? They'll take it off the server and embed it. And also you can like tweak stuff on the way in. So this has to come in as SVG code. Now, what we could do is we could just export the code and paste it in. That's what the server's going to do anyways. So I guess we could just do that, man. We'll just export the code and paste it in and toggle.
Well, Netlify has like a snippet injection thing you can do, and their example that they're using is an SVG.
Okay.
So I'm guessing that's probably
how do we do that locally?
That's the
yeah.
Yeah.
Why does that exist? Because they have some really nice stuff. Like Netlify will do things like on your flat site, it'll like make your links work and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, I guess we'll just paste it in. I don't see any reason why not. I mean, if the slug is too big or something for them, which I doubt.
I would.
What's the slug limit? Like 50 megabytes or something? I mean.
Oh, I don't think it'll be that big.
It's not gonna be that big. Maybe it will be.
No. Oh, we should just export the SVG and see how large it is. Be like, all right, well, that's your answer.
Yeah, I think let's just swing it low, swing it hard.
Yeah.
So why not? Yeah, let's just do all this stuff really quick, and then when we come back, then it'll be this sort of nice little, whatever. I don't know what I'm saying. It'll be like this nice little, right into dev thing.
Yep, agreed.
So first step, I don't think we should. I was going to do artboards for these. I think what we need to do is actually copy and paste these into new documents for Illustrator to not freak out. So tiny. And we don't want to do anything of the transparency to this yet. We don't really care about the color because we're going to recolor it. Well, no, these will be images. So we can do the opacity, but we don't want to do... Or, I'm sorry, we need to do the color, but not the opacity. Let me just see. There is an export SVG thing. Let me see how that works really quick. Export as, is it that? Export as? Yes. And then we can use the artboards for that. So we can make a bunch of artboards here for this. Which will be good because I can just do a big background color because these are all weird colors. Save as SVG. That's close, Chris. I'm going to need to delete that in a minute. I don't really know if artboard size matters with SVG. I think it can.
Now, I would imagine it probably clips it.
Yeah, I think so. Can never remember the right settings for these dang things. But I think that I limit it to 60 wide, and I think the height is like a question mark. So we'll make the height of the artboard, we'll make the width of the artboard 60, and then the height will be a little bit, maybe like 80 or something, 70. Then we'll just center this in there. Yeah. Then we got, what, 10 of these? Oh, get out of there, gray guy. My one gripe with Illustrator is I wish they had a way to change that background color.
Oh, yeah, true. Especially, yeah, no, I would 100% agree with that.
Yeah, I don't know what. There is a way to hack it in. It sucks. You can do a thing called, like, there's a paper color simulator. Stupid though, right? Like, why do they just expect that your background color is going to be white? Because then if you're doing stuff like that, then it doesn't work out as well. Put that in the pile of things. The list of grievances that will be aired with Adobe at some point.
Oh, wait, hold on. Do me a favor.
Yes, sir.
Hit Control K.
Yeah.
And go to User Interface.
Uh-huh.
And that color thing, the very top one, I think.
You think that
Canvas
does it?
color.
Nope. Nope. Not the artboard. Not the artboard.
Oh, you mean just the artboard?
Yeah, because if you're working on white objects, then yeah, weird, right?
That's weird that you can change that.
But you can't change the artboard background. Even if you were saving this out on a black background, they'd be like, nope, that's not what you need that for. That should be that other color. Like, that should always be white. And it doesn't make any sense to me. And yes, they do offer this weird way to do it through saying that you're working on a different color paper or something like that.
But it is, yeah. Simulate color paper. That's what everyone says to do.
Ludicrous.
No, that's junk. That's terrible.
That's a junk solution, right?
That is a junk solution.
Because that's what I'm doing. I'm working on paper right now, Adobe.
No, right?
Working on paper. Who even has ever printed on color paper where they need that as an option? When was the last time a printer had work? First of all. Second of all, like, why were they printing on colored paper? You go to like any of those.
I can understand, like, if you're like making like a Paper Mario style website where everything looks as if it's made out of like construction paper.
I don't think that's what that was intended for.
No, it's not. That's intended to say, like, oh, if I'm going to print on pink paper, I want to know what my stuff's going to look like on the pink background.
Yeah, but they don't ever think maybe you're making things into the same color as this background, and we should change that. Because it would make your life so much easier. Like, if you could go in and set the art, like, we have a background color for this entire website, right? But the way we had to stick this in there was with a literal, like, background layer for the color. Yeah. It would just make so much sense to be like, no, that's the background color. The background color is this. And now I don't have to mess around with another object on my artboard. And there are times. Now, that doesn't mean you should go off and use like some other program. But there are these little things that for a smaller software company, like if we owned Illustrator, right, and we were developing on it, how long would it take us to put in that feature? You know?
Not
like
long.
An hour.
That wouldn't take long at all.
Yeah, maybe like an hour. And I think that's the big problem I have with Adobe is like they have these almost like monolithic approaches to doing these things, and I'm sure they're going through like a lot of crap to make that happen, you know? Like they're going through a lot of crap. Like if somebody said, yeah, that's what I want, they'd be like, huh? You want to add a way to change the canvas color? Well, we need a focus group. And then we need to get we need to sit down with the product owners, and then we need to make sure the developers say it's feasible, and the designers have to come up with the buttons, and then it's got to go through user testing for a month, and then we're going to send it, you know, and like you're just like, and then it's a $1 million feature, right? At the end of the whole thing.
I bet you if we look at like their feature request matrix thing, that's gonna be up there. And I bet you they've issued a statement saying, "Nah, we're good."
Yeah, I bet so.
Well, because if you think about it from their perspective, they spend their resources and their time to put these features in. But if the feature doesn't have like a quote unquote bottom line effect, is it worth the time and effort to do it? You know, like a background color for an artboard, does it save you time? For this part, yeah, because if we're working with white, yeah.
But this is why they're going to get
else,
crushed,
meh.
because these other companies that come up like I haven't used it yet. I used it like years ago. This one I hear a lot about is Figma.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about it a long time ago, and I never gave it a good trial. I just jumped into it and was like, that's cool, and I kind of moved on. But a company like that will continually do these things. They'll continually listen to user feedback and add new things and expand and do
right. And then I
these,
think
like,
once
big feature decks.
Yeah,
right?
and then once you have like the big monolithic guys like Adobe who sees that and sees the feature matrix go faster and faster, then they say, "Oh wait, now this is like legitimate competition now." Then it's, "Hey, we have to do something."
They don't care.
Yeah.
They don't care.
They probably
They don't care. You want to know why they don't care?
because they make so much money already. They don't care.
You know how much money they make?
Yeah.
Look at this.
So much money.
$157 billion company. Look how have they done this year? Oh, that looks okay. How about 5 years? That looks okay. Looks like they know what they're doing. Absolutely unreal. Like, they have such a market. They don't have to care, you know. And I think that's a problem for them.
Right.
Because is there another publicly traded company? Is like Corel publicly traded? Corel. They tried. They tried so hard to be the competitor that Adobe desperately needed, but
There's a cool app that I like to use just for like note stuff, like quick scribbling, called like I think it's called Leonardo.
Leonardo.
Yeah, Leonardo. It's actually a really, really cool little like paint type thing. It's super, super nice. The line work you can do, and it's pretty darn cool. Obviously, if you know how to use Illustrator, it's way better. But
Some of those paint tools are amazing.
yeah,
There's one that's like only on Apples, right?
yeah.
What is that one called? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think I know what you're talking about. Hold on, let me probably have it on my computer, to be honest with you.
Do you have an Apple computer? Is that what I just called?
I've got all the computers.
Did I just catch you have an Apple computer?
I've got all the computers. Right now I'm on my desktop. I don't do this stuff on my computer, on my Mac stuff.
Of course you don't. The old Mac first PC thing. So not fun to go through. Okay. So I'm going to show you guys really quick is how to set this up. And it's going to be a little hard because like this is in the corner that I'm using here. But I'll show you guys a little bit of how to set up this SVG to come out like somewhat usable on the other end. The main trick here is you've got to use the layer names and you've got to use grouping. So we have a group here that's just this logo. And if we wanted to do anything with different elements in here, we're not going to be able to in the current state. And what we would call this is maybe like hex logo. And by naming the layer here, we can export this as an ID. So the ID is going to come out, like it'll literally be in the SVG, it'll be called hex logo. Now, again, if we want to break this up more, so if we come back to it, and we can always re-export this, and we say like we want like more finite control over something, like you would go into this and then bring the level of grouping from whatever these things are back up to the top, which I'm not going to do, but back up to this first layer. And then from there, you would kind of like ungroup it and then rename anything else. I don't really have much luck when you nest, so I'm going to try to nest as little as possible. You can usually get away with things like nth child selectors and things like that if you need to hit a nested item. So we got the hex logo there, and now we're going to go through and group. So we take this and group it. Well, we'll make sure it's not grouped first. We don't want to double group anything. So we have a few groups already. We'll turn those off. So that needs to be grouped. And then this needs to be grouped. And so now you can see everything's like really kind of down to just a few items here. We'll change this thing and we'll call this hero animation just so we have an ID to hit into. And then we'll take this guy and one by one name it. So that would be maybe red group or red paths. And I tend to use underscores here just to minimize the chance that a dash will screw this up. So I'm just going to do blue group. And when this is done, we'll kind of have a nice little tidy group of things that we can talk to using JavaScript or CSS or whatever we need to do. But I think this is the biggest problem a lot of people run into with these SVGs, is that they don't do this part, and then they'll try to bring it as an image, and you're sitting banging your head trying to figure out why you can't do anything to it. If I wanted to be really smart, I would probably just name these all like 2-letter things, like GGMG or something like that. But whatever, verbosity is okay. This isn't 2011 and you're trying to shave characters off. Okay, so now we've got that. We'll save it as the hex hero. We'll save that as an AI first so we can come back and fix it later. We're going to include that in the repo for the project. You're not supposed to do that. We're totally doing that. We're not going to include the AI for this thing in, but we'll include this because it's technically a source file right now. And we could re-import it, but we want this in its current form because we're going to simplify. Something is going to get minified or simplified as we export it. So we're just going to export it as. We're actually going to use a different export system than this. If we can, no, maybe this will be the right one. So for hex hero, we're going to have to click use artboard so it clips. We're just going to say range of 1 export. Now, when you get to this end, like you can see the object IDs. So we get it from the layer names. So that's how we're going to do that. The images are going to be preserved, but there shouldn't be any images in here. If we find out there's images in here, we take them out. The font thing here says convert to outlines or SVG. Just stick with convert to outlines. SVG is going to attempt to embed the characters, and you don't want that. That can have horrible results. You're definitely transporting copyrighted stuff at that point. And then the styling is presentation attributes. So this is where we're going to override some of the things. We're going to use internal CSS for this. So it's going to write a CSS sheet inside of the SVG, and that's how we're going to be able to override these things without having to do things like bang important, right? So this can screw up. If it screws up, the reason it's going to screw up is it's going to overclass things. So it's going to see the same thing happening to a bunch of crap. It's going to create a class file for it, and it's just like not going to be the right pieces on the class file. So that could be a thing. So you just got to keep that in mind. We're going to make sure that responsive is ticked on. We don't want to minify it unless it gets humongous. So we'll just do a quick save and see what it's at. The decimal point, that's just precision levels. So that means it's going to go to 3 points of precision. I don't know where the fine line is there. So if you do one of these and it comes out a little weird, you just jank up the precision. And you don't want to minify unless you really, really see a problem. You don't want to do that because essentially that's going to take your code and compress it all down to a single line. So maybe you do that as a final step when you're done messing around with it. But if you minify and you have to go in and figure out why something's not doing the thing it's supposed to do, that information is going to be really hard to find minified. So let's just hit. I'm surprised we can't see the code. It might be, maybe it's too complicated for the code, or perhaps Illustrator 2020 took that out. I don't know. So we hit OK. And then bingo bango, it just rendered this thing out. It's right here. It's 24K. That doesn't need to be minified at all. We're gonna leave it with the -01 because that's how Illustrator wants to save it. And it's a file we can see, so we could open this thing up and just double check it. We could open it into Chrome like this. It looks good. I mean, it looks like it's got a little bit too much margin at the top, but it might just be centering this thing. We can make sure that this thing is responsive, so we should be able to resize it like this. Yep. That means we could put it on a cell phone if we wanted to. No problem. And what else do we want to do? We want to take a quick look at the code. We can look at the source right here. Yeah, you can sort of see how the classes sort of broke up. This is what I mean. Like Illustrator will do some funky things to try to figure this out. And it's, as a result, has created 30 classes. But that's okay. Okay, we'll let that happen. We'll just let that happen. And what we're going to be really curious about is why there's clip paths in here and things like that. But this just makes it easier, so we can see CLS10 is a fill of that. So if we want to change the color of things, it makes it a lot easier. Now inside of this, we're going to see that there's a outer clip path. This is probably the hex logos. Something in there is being defined so it can be used later. or it's rather it's being used right here. And then you see this. Look how what nice and tidy this is. So we have orange group and yellow group and green group, and then you have all of these classes. See, this is getting the same class as this, which is weird because they're 2 different colors. So that might have broken somewhere in there. That's super weird. It shouldn't have gotten the same class, or it should have at least a different color here. But maybe, yeah, the colors of see, it broke it right there. So we'll have to change. We'll have to try something else. But you can see it's all broken up. Really easy to use. Other than that one thing where it saved it out wrong. Yeah, let's go and fix that real quick. So that's supposed to be yellow. Is there a chance that I change the color on it? Yeah. So that's the wrong color. I screwed up. Whoa. What happened there? There we go. Is that screwed up over here too? Did that screw up in the picture I outputted? Yep. That's been like that for a little while, I think. It's just hard to notice.
I think it's hard to notice because
Yeah.
it's on a red background, and red and yellow make what color?
Red and yellow make orange.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
think it's like, it looks okay. It looks like a different color.
Yeah. You do the little,
Yeah.
well, you're an idiot. Like,
And then also Nick mentioned that your red path is named red path instead of red group, in case you try to do CSS on it later and you can't figure out why you can't.
thank you, Nick. MVP. I wish I could give him points right now. That's the
know,
kind of
right?
thing. Like, I would love to be able to give people points. Just be like, look, you helped out. Yeah, there's 1,000 points for you. They're not really good for anything, but you can highlight messages.
Right?
So we call it, are we pasting the SVG code straight from AI? No, we're letting AI process an output here. So I'll do it one more time because we screwed this up. We'll do export as, and then you just name your file, tell it to use the artboards, contain it to the range if possible. If you have a lot of things, don't do that. And then you just save it. Here's the settings: internal CSS, convert to outlines for font, preserve the images if they're there. But there shouldn't. You don't want to do not do that. Don't put images inside SVGs. You could, but don't. Like it's like putting images into an RDBMS. You could, but there's better ways. Then you have like your object ID is being generated from the layer names, which is what we set up over here. 3 decimal points is usually pretty good, but if we see anything where it's a little funky, we'll bump that up, and then you just hit OK. And then it's going to replace that, and then we'll refresh this, and there we go. We got yellow now. And that should give us like perfectly good code to work with. Perfectly good. So the range 1, that button range 1 will tell it to only save out the artboard named 1. So it's kind of an Adobe thing. I'm sure it's in other software too. But if you had a thing where you had like 6 or 7 artboards like this, and we go and do the same thing, let's say you only wanted to save out like 1 through 5. So you can type a range in of 1 through 5. You can type in, you can hit all and they all come out. I mean, you can do weird stuff like this, 1 through 5 and 7. Like it's kind of like some weird little Adobe range language that you can learn. So that's what that does. Just some little automation crap they put in. So we're all prepped. I think we got this and we got everything else that we need, I think. Yeah. So when we get back, so it's 6:51, so 10-minute break. Come back, we will boot up the project from scratch. It's just going to be pretty simple HTML, CSS, JavaScript. I don't see a need for JavaScript anything on this, but we might bring in some simple libraries to help out. Might use sys just to make it a little bit easier to manage the project. So just some SCSS. I think it'll be pretty quick and pretty simple. So
yeah, I don't think it'll be that difficult to do. We should try to time box it to see if we can gauge our estimate right.
Okay, what I'm thinking is if I had to look at this, I would say 3 hours.
Okay.
I think that's about right to me. I think where the weeds are is more like this thing here is probably going to be more work than this thing here.
Yeah.
Because this thing is just a big SVG we're going to drop on and we're going to be good to go. And we're going to do some animation sequencing on this and maybe take an hour to dial in the animation sequencing and then we're moving on.
So do you want to cherry pick and start with the easy stuff first and then start working progressively harder, or do you want to hammer out the big guy?
Right down. We're going to go top to bottom.
Perfect.
That's my
do it.
That's like my preferred way to do this. I don't know why.
Yeah, for sure.
And we might tweak on the way. Like even as I look at it. Hold on once. Sorry guys, but I got to do it. I just got to see. I just got to see real quick before I go on a break, or else I'm gonna be thinking about this the whole time. As my daughter screams in the background. She's in this moment right now in life where she needs to go to bed at a certain time. She doesn't like doing it. Well, it's actually not even her bedtime. She's getting to that moment though, where it's like she wants things and we have to say no. I don't know. We'll just hit this later. Yeah, so that sounds good. We'll do 10 minutes and be back. Yeah, guys, go walk around for a little bit if you've been watching for a while, or you could go to YouTube and subscribe to our channel, or tell your friends about it, because we're trying to get as many people on YouTube as we possibly can get. I don't know if we have a link for YouTube or anything, but it should be underneath me down in the corner in red. And if you want, join Discord. That's how you can get heads up when the show's coming online and talk in between shows and all that crap. All right, guys. See you in 10. See you in a little bit, Noah.
See you soon.
Okay, back at it.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Oh, I totally forget how to develop things. So let's hope this works out well. Let's make some folders. Okay, that's pretty much all we need. And then move these guys. Illustrator's not going to like this. Let me just close these. Okay. And Sublime Text 3. Go. It's always a good time when that computer fan kicks on when you open up Sublime Text. It's like, what are you doing? All right, so really we don't need much here. We're going to go with an index. No, not there. Don't save. Why would you save there? Sublime Text, what are you thinking? Okay, and JavaScript. We're going to need some stuff in the JavaScript folder and the CSS folder. Probably not going to touch JavaScript for a little while, so we just need to get this skis thing processing. So we're going to do, what do we know we have? We have a reset that's going to go in. We'll just use that as our test case. Reset. And core at import. No, it's some weird thing. I got to look this up real quick. Or I got to open another folder really quick. There's some weird DSL that my preprocessor uses to do these imports. I forget exactly what it was. Oh, it's just add import. Never mind. I don't think we're going to bust this thing into like a million CSS files. We're just going to do one big Mac Daddy.
I don't see any harm with just single.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a tiny project,
Yeah,
and we'll just let the core thing, and just think, we'll probably make another one for like the resizing stuff eventually.
Yeah,
for phones and crap. So we'll let that import both of those, and then what this is going to do is going to crank out an SCSS or a CSS from these SCSS files. I'm going to just give myself 2 rows to work with. And once we get typing, if the font sizes are too small, just let me know. I'll make them bigger. Core, the JS index. That's the other one we want to open. Index down here. SCS up here. Okay, so I got to process it now. So we'll open up preproce. Close this guy. Oh, I probably should have seen how it does the JavaScript too. We'll do that, I guess, when we're doing JavaScript. Preproce. Okay. So preproce is a lazy mode version of using like things like gulp and Bowser to preprocess things. At the project.
And it's great at it.
It's so good at it. And you know, I was looking at this UI today to make sure. Well, first I need to make sure it was still installed. And I just thought to myself, how much easier would it be if we built Maga around this simple? I think this is like the Metro UI or something. Yeah,
the Windows 10 Metro.
It would have been so much easier, and we could probably have gotten away with this. So we want
V2, man, V2.
Right. So auto compile, source map. Yep, auto compile. That's linked, so it doesn't care. We'll process this right now to make our first CSS file. Boop. And then it should crank out core CSS. It did. Okay, good. So that's all we really needed it to do. And from now on, it'll find, as soon as it sees file system change, it'll start to do those things. So let's do a quick hello world. Nope. I actually don't remember what the heck you're supposed to stick in there. What is it? What is
Stick where what?
in the HTML?
To make it work?
Yeah. Hold on. I forget like the little component of it that you have to spin up the boilerplate.
Oh, for pre-process though?
No, for just your normal. I haven't dubbed anything in a long time.
Oh, it's just like doc type.
Yeah, I forget the dang stuff though.
Yeah, like the root. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The root structure crap.
Yeah,
Yeah, I normally ignore that 99% of the time. So.
that's why your sites break. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but that's okay for me.
That's why they just don't work.
Yeah.
Doc type HTML. Oh, is it HTML tab? Bang HTML. No, it doesn't work for me for some reason. Something is turned off because I remember being able to do that. Doc type HTML. Okay. That doesn't look right though. I mean, it looks like that's what they're saying here, but that does not look like it just processed that correctly here. Will. You can't do it in a saved HTML file. Well, way to go. Okay, and then the beauty of preprocess, it builds in a I showed this guy's product way too much, but it builds in a live preview, so we can just hit that button and it proxies in the code, so that we can do things like immediately. Like we don't have to wait and hit refresh and all that stuff. So kind of cool. Probably should have got the fonts figured out too. Let's just do that real quick. Make sure it's working. It's working. Sorry for the bright red. Let's get that background color. Oh, it's so bright. 26, 26, 26. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, sorry. Just like blew out somebody's retinas. Oh, the cataracts. So there we go. We got that going. Next step. So IBM Plex. Let's figure out if that's hosted somewhere. So we're using Mono and we're using Serif. So we're about to stick about a megabyte into this thing. Nobody say anything because I don't care. So we'll select this whole family.
It never happened.
Yeah. So this is actually a small collection. So what we want is the full IBM Plex Mono. The full family. Give it all to me. Select this font. And we're going to use serif for the... No, we're not going to use it at all. I don't think we use serif anywhere. So if it comes up, we'll include it. Customize this. Give it all. Everything. Oh, shoot. We hit the... Now we're red. Oh, geez. So just keep adding. Keep it coming. And we can trim this out later. I don't think we're doing anything fancy where we need any special characters. Get the embed code. Yep. Stick it up here, I think, and then we'll set this here. Okay, so let's do a little texty wexty. Mm-hmm. I think that's it. Looks right to me. Okay. Does the reset sheet seem to be doing its job? It's kind of margined off the top, so I don't know. Just check. You know, it'd be helpful if we stuck the reset sheet in there.
Yeah, I normally just use like a normalized CSS file and just always include it.
Always, I'm more about this Eric Meyer reset sheet.
Oh yeah, same thing for sure. Gets rid of all the per browser.
So you're gonna watch
crap.
this. Yeah, you're gonna watch this tuck in now. So it tucks right in because the browser, for whatever reason, even in today, puts all these weird little pieces in. And really, it's kind of funny that they even have a reset sheet at this day and age. In my opinion, I think that like the browser should. I'm guessing it's something if they pulled it out, it would kill like a bunch of websites on the web would have to redo their styles. Yeah. Okay, so we got that in, and now's when we slow down a little bit and like don't be dummies about this. All right, so our top piece is going to start with the hero, so we'll just call that hero. Inside of the hero is going to be the video container, and then we just call it video, and then the actual SVG, or whatever we want to call it. We'll say the illustration or something. Why am I IDing inside of IDs? Because I'm a weirdo and I want to talk to all these things independently. So we'll do hero and then say I can't, this is all muscle memory right now. This is all muscle memory.
I'm a front end guru. What you need, man?
I think we're good. We probably want to set a couple things on the body too. Make sure no weird stuff happens. So I'm going to do a separate thing here and just say width 100% and then position relative. So I don't want that to be I think it's static is the normal positioning. I don't know what the difference is there, but that'll at least give us a container to talk to for that stuff. We could do an outer wrap here, but I don't think we need it. And we could probably we'll just call this section hero instead of div hero, just for a little more verboseness. Here, hero. So we want to go repeat the same stuff just to make sure it's never going to be one of these problems. Height for this is hard to figure out. So we'll probably do a VH on this. So we'll say like 98 VH. That's the viewport height, which could get really wonky really quick. So we'll have to see if that's a bad choice later. And then position relative, and then we'll start getting inside of the animations in the next line. So go illustration. And this is where we get into the woods. So I got to jam this whole illustration in right here. I don't think that there's like a way to do this unless I'm totally wrong, other than just grabbing this code and pasting it in. Could be wrong, but I think because we're talking.
I wonder if preprocess has an ability to like an include inside of your HTML.
You want to look it up while I do this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, look it up.
So I'm just gonna grab that. Paste that in, and we'll just hide it because at least Sublime has the ability to kind of, well, as long as it's tabbed in, it'll hide it. Now I get to say I wrote like 1,000 lines of code today. That's not so bad. Okay, save that. Take a look. So it's coming off the top just a little bit. It needs to get pushed up just a little tiny bit. The bottom's okay. There's nothing to tidy up here though, Funky Monkey. So you just said you can use this service to fix it up. There's really nothing to tidy up. It's already pretty tidied up. All right, so we got that in. I guess if we can get a better way to import it, that'd be cool. But if not, no big deal. So inside of the illustration, I'm going to start building the ID'd path group. So I'm going to just open this up. I don't know if I have to go into it first. There's something, I think I remember something funky about this. But we'll figure that out. There's like some funky thing where like, I think you have to go into the ID of the container and then into the thing, or else the CSS doesn't know how to namespace it. So we'll try to do that. Let me just open up the source file. And we've got, so we're going to have to do hero animation. And then inside of this, we're going to do this so we can talk to that if we ever need to, and then start hitting. Oh, perfect. Auto completion. If only I had named these all the same. We would be in a different world right now. Green. Okay. The code could be tidier. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, come on. Like, it's just tidied up. Personal preference stuff, man. All right. So we need to make an animation sequence now for that guy. Before we put the video behind it, that's what I want to focus on. So first, let's see if we can take the hero and we're going to background color that black. So we have a clean slate to work with on that. Ooh. So that's a little bit taller than it's supposed to be. You can see this. And so that's probably because there's a view box here. So if I get rid of the view box, what's that going to do? That's
all right. So you can actually import that, but it's not, you have to templatize the whole thing if you want to do it though.
We have to templatize the whole thing.
Yeah. Like you'd make one .slim file as your HTML, and then each section would have to be a template to make it do it right. You can't do it like selectively.
Okay. How do we get around this view box thing?
How do you get rid of what?
The view box thing on an SVG. I need that to just like fit the container. SVG fit container.
Let's see. SVG view box fit the container. Blah blah blah. The view box is the min x min y values. Let's see.
Was that thing maybe? Let me see if the view box is maybe bigger than it's supposed to be. No, it's supposed to be a 1920 by 1000 is the base units. And then maybe, what is it doing where it's giving me a little too much space there? It's like it's asking for more space than it's than it needs. Because we could probably see that as soon as we do a quick little check on it. So that's the right size. The illustration's the right size, right? So why is that? Where is it getting that extra space from? Oh, the section's taller. Oh. So do we just get rid of the height?
Wait, you set your hero though to 90 VH.
Yeah. So let's get rid of that. There we go. That's thinking with portals. Like,
yeah.
Like that's the relative thing that we were freaked out about. Okay. So it's a little bit off the top, but I can live with that. It's like a barely. Oh, maybe not. It's just the Chrome browser. All right, so let's see if we can do some funky stuff here. So I want this to have the appearance of being drawn in. So we're gonna start the start state for the hex group is gonna be no opacity, so we'll get rid of that. The red group, blue group, magenta group, green group, and yellow group and orange group will all get the same treatment. So I'm gonna make another group here. Just if we want to do specific things, we'll back out. But what we're going to do right now is just make this all one combined piece of CSS. There's better ways to do it, but this is how we're doing it. I want that on a bumper sticker, like that I slap on my desk. I know there's smarter ways. Oh, I just obliterated that. Like, there's definitely.
I wonder, you know what? I'm curious about this. Does the CSS natively support like wildcard selectors?
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, okay, cool.
Well, not like you could. I don't think you can put in like a wildcard for that, for the word group or blue or anything. But you can. I mean, like, think about how the selection engine traverses.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's why
yeah.
I'm curious.
So if you could figure out a way to talk to them, sure. But I don't know what it would be. There's probably something we could have looked at here. Might be like a G ID if it's inside of a G or something and it's not the other thing. Yes, and Crazy, bring up a good point, but we don't want to go and muddle with the SVG unless we need to, because we might have to resave it at some point, right? So
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is mess with that now.
Yeah.
And then have to resave later, and then have to reapply all those changes.
Yes, exactly. So we want to leave that kind of alone as much as we can.
Yeah, SVG's closed off black box for now.
For now. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to do this sort of like animation thing where they draw in. Now, there is kind of a way to do this. I don't know if I have a plugin that knows this, but we can kind of take a guess on how big those lines are. And then we do a line dash on them. And so if we look at, what's about the size of one of those things? It's about, I would say about 1,000 pixels, maybe all in. So they're going to be different sizes. We'll just try to see what we can do. Yeah, I can pump it up just a little bit. I can't make it too big or else I really can't see anything. But we can go like right there. So the path here, I got to remember how to do this. I should probably just look at something else I've built that takes advantage of it. So that's the example of using this technique, this little kind of stuff that scurries along. Okay. So it's stroke, dash array, and then dash offset. So that's saying like you're making an array of well, we'll just do it. So dash array and dash offset. Essentially what you're doing is you're saying like I want dashes that are this big and I want this much real stuff and then this much space in between them. And then the offset needs to equal these two things and it will loop if you do that. But this is a cheap way that we can probably achieve it, an effect where it looks like it's drawing in. We'll have to do an animation and then probably just tell it to run one time. So since it's a keyframe animation, we'll have to pull that out somewhere. Okay. So that's the deal. So we'll say stroke, dash array. And this will be static, so we're going to watch this. Let's stick this over here. So I've got a little reference. That's not, let me close these guys too. Dash array. And we're guessed about 1,000. So if we want something that's 1,000 to start and then at the end 1,000. Let's just see. This is gonna be some combination of figuring these out. And stroke, dash offset. What we want to see is we want to see those disappear. I might not be hitting anything. Let me try something else. I'm not hitting anything. Crap. Let's take a look at these paths. Oh, wonderful. They're polylines. What in the world is a polyline? What in the world is a polyline? Why isn't that a path?
That's interesting.
Do
you think Illustrator 2020 CS or SVG export changed up how it used to work?
I think that it must have been upgraded the SVG spec because SVG is supposed to be hitting SVG too.
Oh, could be, yeah. Good point.
That definitely hit it now. So we can pull back stroke width. Okay, and now it's what it's supposed to be. And now, I don't know if you guys saw that, but it did animate. See that?
Oh, yep.
There we go. Yeah, it's doing it the wrong way, but that's because of the transition of the native transition here. So we're going to want to add an animation. We'll call it draw in. We'll set it to 5 seconds so we can watch it linear. It only happens once, and we'll see if it's in the right direction. If it's not in the right direction, we'll change it. We need to keyframe the animation draw in. I don't remember how to do that. Let me just look that up. Guys, I hope if you're getting started in this stuff and you're watching me do this, I've been doing this stuff for 20 years. Okay? 20 years of my life. Like, at least. I was thinking about like 25. I've been doing 20 and getting paid. I go on Google pretty much constantly because this stuff doesn't stay in your head. The idea on how to do it stays in your head, but the whole, like, what code do you write to do it? No, it just doesn't. It just goes away after the project. So we'll just look up CSS animation. Look up this is where you want to go. You want to go to Mr. Mozilla because they have the like most unbiased, unopinionated, up-to-date stuff. So we're just going to see. So we just have to write a statement like that where it says that keyframe slide in. We're going to do that separate from everything else. So we might actually make a little animation CSS thing and import it. That way it's just nice and separated. And then we'll say keyframes. Was it draw in and then just blop. And we could do from to or 0 to 100%. So the from is where the animation obviously starts, and then the to is where it ends. That should have done what it just did. Just made that file, delete it. And so the program I'm using too is going through and like writing all the cross-browser compatibility crap. And we're going to need this available at the top. Save that, and then save this, and that should put that right in there. But really, I mean, like, I think whenever I see those, like, what do you call it, like the coding challenge things, I just shake my head. It's like, what kind of thing is that where you would stick somebody in an interview and then be like, hey, write a binary search or something with the information that's inside of your head? That's just ludicrous to me. Okay. So we're just going to refresh it to make sure that's the starting state. Okay. We're going to set the stroke dash offset to 0 as a starting state. What we need to do is we need to have the starting state rather be it's off screen. So the dash offset, just got to get this tuned in. 100. You see how it's coming in? So if we set it to like 1,000, it'll come in even more. And that's what we want. Okay. Although I think that those paths need to be reversed for this to work. So we might have to redraw that as the SVG. Okay, so we'll say we're going to make it infinite just so we can watch the pattern. And we're just going to say to go ahead and loop that from this is why I have 4 screens. This is exactly why I have them. So I'll do those. Okay, so we want it to start at the stroke dash offset 1,000 and then go to the stroke dash offset. We'll try 0. What we should be watching is this thing draw in one direction or the other. Okay, so that kind of like pops in. Oh, it's so cool.
Okay, well, that blew my mind. I love this.
Isn't that cool?
That is so cool.
Yeah. Speed it up a little bit. Problem is, like, because the lines are technically traversing different amounts of space, like for making this like actually look good, it's going to be too hard. Like we'd have to draw a curve in and draw
Yeah.
curves for every single path. And you could do that with JavaScript. That's actually very easy to do with JavaScript because you can do things where you calc the line distance, and then like you can calc between 2 points and then have it adjust the rate of whatever it's doing. But we're not gonna do it that way. So we need to reverse that. So let's try reverse. Yeah, and then we're not going to want it to be infinite. That's not even what we really want. We want it to draw in. So let's try starting the dash offset at 0 and then animating it to 1,000. That's still coming out of the center. No, Funky Monkey, it's SVG relative units, so SVG uses its own thing. See? Once it's inside the SVG, it's all relative. So it tries to figure out like what the sizing should be, but it doesn't matter. Like it'll just sort of like say, oh, it's 10 something units or 1,000 something units. The real question is, do we want it to draw in from the outside as we're seeing it? So forward. So that's like shrinking from the outside. What do I have to do here? How must I do this? Just one of these go negative. There we go. A little bit slower. Let's stop it when it hits the end. Ooh, that wasn't good. We lost it. What do we do here? Did we lose it because it was already through the state? Maybe. Let me just do this one more time. We'll just refresh it. No. So we want to probably start the dash offset at, well, it ends at 3,000, so we'll start it at 1,500. Because that would be already drawn. Let's start it again. Yep. But it didn't stop at the very end because we need to get this like dialed in. So we'll go 3,000 here. There we go. Pretty cool. Let's bump this up to 7 seconds. We're going to try a different curve too. It's probably a little too slow. Nobody's going to sit there and watch that thing. A little bit faster. Cool. Okay. And we could have these like go in sequence. We could, but for now, let's not do that. What else could we do here? We could have it fade in. Oh. Maybe not. Because really you don't get the effect of the fade. Okay. And because it's hitting the paths, we'd have to match the opacity of the paths. Mirrored bytes. There's a lot of cool things to do with SVG. I would just always say with SVG, when it gets heavy, switch over to WebGL. Because we found out the hard way that SVGs aren't very optimized.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, remember that? Like it was working great.
I remember that.
Yeah, and you just couldn't do it. Why am I getting? I'm getting an alt tag on that thing. That was weird. Okay, so we get that in. Now, does that thing come in and then in comes the logo? And let me try a different animation curve too. So I don't know what animation curves are in the browser right now. So we'll go and look and see. So I got ease in, out, linear, step start, step end. What is step start and step end? Oh, that's just like it just jumps. Okay. I like ease in out most of the time. We can always write our own cubic.
The only thing I'm addicted to right now is winning.
Hey, Morrissey, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the channel, man. So yeah, let's try this ease in out. I usually like that. Ease outs are nice too. Maybe the ease out would be the best play. But we'll try the ease in out. Kind of gives you like nice stuff on both ends. And this stuff's very subtle, but it'll have an effect. Do that. Got to refresh it because editing in that end state. You see what that does? It kind of comes in quick and then slows down at the end. So you kind of get a faked thing of the distance being traveled. I think that works. Boom. Okay. And then at the very end of that, we're going to bring the hex logo back in. Now the hex logo, I want to see if we can bounce it in. So let's try that. So we set the opacity to 0. We'll bounce it back up to 100%. You can see how that would kind of be how it would come in. So it's sitting right here. What I want it to do is I want it to bounce. And so to bounce it, we're going to have to make a curve that goes further than it's supposed to. So curves go from, I think the cubic Bezier curves go from 0 to 1 in terms of how far they are to the end of the animation. So you can do like a 1.5. That'll, if you're scaling it per se, like it would overscale for a second. That's what I want to try. So we'll do, we know it's going to come in opacity 1 at the very end. And we're just going to say animation, bounce in. We'll just do 5 seconds so we can watch it. And then we're going to have to write our own cubic for this. But for now, we're going to do linear just to watch it come in. And we are going to do a scale on this to bring it back down. So what is that? It's not scale, is it? Transform, origin, center. And then we have to scale it from there. Transform, scale? Like I forget these things, so let's look it up. Transform, CSS. No, don't click on this one though. This is the one you don't click on, the W3. Yeah, transform scale. Okay, so then scale takes XY. So I think if we just give it the 1, it'll be fine. So we just want transform scale 0, and then that should, whoa, you guys see that? Oh, well, now it does it fine. Of course. So if we get rid of watch this. If we get rid of transform origin center, look at what it does. It just like comes out of nowhere. If we stick it back in, it's just gonna, well, that's not the thing I meant to say. Whoa. It's just like, it's like, it's so stupid. Whoa, where'd you go? I'm getting sucked into the twister, ma. All right, so we do that, get it scale 0, and then we'll do some keyframes here. I don't really think we need keyframes for this. The reason we're going to use keyframes though is so we can control the animation curve. And if need be, we can always write our own curve using the keyframes. And we could just do that. We could just, that's the easy way to do it. So instead of doing from and to, we do 0% to 100%. And then we're going to bounce it in. So I can kind of picture these things in my head because I've done this a lot. So we'll say 30% of the way in, the scale will go to our transform scale. We'll go to 0.5. And we'll start it at 0. It's going to end up eventually at 1. And then we'll say 40%. We want to get that, or we'll probably do like 80% will be the bounce. All right, let's see if that does it. little slow. Just a little slow. It gotta be a little quicker than that. And then it just at the very end, it just resets back. So we need to tell it at the very end of the animation to hold the end state. So let's do that real quick. So what is that? What is that thing that you set to set the end state? Timing function. New. It's not duration. Is it just setting forwards just to tell it at the very end to stay there? Okay. All right, let's refresh. A lot of stuff going on there. Let's do 1 second, and we're going to delay the start of that by 3 seconds. Yeah, that linear curve just sucks, though. Whoa, what the heck was that? Oh, it's because jumping through easing. That looks horrible. We can't do that. So if we had a straight right through. Okay, and then just delay it so it waits until these things are coming in. I was really hoping that ease in would be the ticket. Probably want that coming in just a little bit earlier. Maybe an easing out, yeah. I think we gotta write our own curve. I think that's the only way.
I've got an old canned keyframe for scale or bounce that I've done before.
Oh, we can go find one. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Just go to goodoldcubicbezier.com. Will this let me do it? Oh, it's let me do it. Okay. It's like, we don't care. Just go as high as you want. We could always just fake the bounce. The crappy part about this is you only get the whatever 4 points for it. That's an interesting curve. It's like a bounce in. A little too slow. I think that's what I'm looking for, is that little pop at the end. It's not going to look good, though, I don't think. Now I'm looking at it. It's just not going to look good. It's like a little too slow to come in that way. Yeah, screw that. Let's not do that. I don't think it's gonna look good at all. I think that maybe messing with the scale is the wrong thing to mess with. Let's see. So right now we have this stupid. It scales in and it comes up. Maybe if that just happens a little bit faster. It's a little too fast. There are these great curves called expo curves I think are the right ones for this. Just like slots in at the very end. I don't love it. Animations, like, to me, is like such a thing. You could be doing this all day. I just want it to curve up a little bit more. Try it out. Can we just be happy with that? What do you think, Noah?
I'm happy with that. That's not bad. I'm totally down with that.
We gotta
Are
have
you
it.
changing opacity on the logo?
Yeah, I'm fading it in.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Uh,
Or it's just weird.
it's hard to tell. Can you do it without the opacity to start? I want to see what the difference is real quick.
Yeah.
Because you're scaling from 0, your opacity and your scale are essentially both linear.
Yeah. And we could break those up.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like it better with the opacity stuck at 1.
Okay, we'll just leave it. So now we have to get the video in there. So do you have any code for me for embedding a Twitch video?
I probably could. Yeah, give me.
Okay. So we're gonna have to stick the video in, and we're also gonna have this interstitial. Interstitial's not the right word. Intermediary layer. But we might actually end up doing that through the video container. We'll just get it in and see, because we need to blur it, and then we're gonna need to probably knock down the saturation a little bit. But I think what we figured out is we didn't need to knock down the saturation as much as we wanted to, or thought we did rather. So let's find that. I'll look too while you're looking. Twitch embed on website.
There you go. Your answer has been delivered to you via message.
Yeah.
Basically, it's a script. You pass it with you include a specific script for their embed version, and then you pass a new script call into it, and you just tell it the height and width in the channel.
This is gonna make me have what? Oh, this doesn't require anything?
No,
is that for real?
You just tell it the channel. Yeah, embeds are free.
Okay.
That's the embed everything. You can embed specific pieces if you want, but right now it's video and clips.
What would you
just embed everything.
I want to embed my Omatum bucks. Like, what in the world?
Well, the everything includes chat.
Which
So it totally does.
we could, yeah, we could include that, and that'd be kind of fun, I think. But let's leave it out for now. So we have they want this where? They want this in the body. Why?
Well, no, that's just their example code. So you're gonna put a div in there for your Twitch ID, or you're gonna put a div in there for Twitch embed, and then you load the script that's required, and then you just call the JavaScript function pointing it to the Twitch embed ID.
Yeah. And we're gonna run some logic on that to say, like, if it, yeah, we'll probably have to at some point run some logic on that. But I guess the channel offline would be fine too. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
The offline video feed.
Yeah.
Just
and
for
you could in
V1.
the layout in one of the JSON objects you pass into it is the layout string, and that tells you video. So it's the default.
Gotcha.
You can.
So we're writing JavaScript now. I don't think we're gonna need too much. So we could just stick it right in. We could just do this just for this one thing. The width and the height. Huh. That'll be. Huh. Do we?
You can do percentages for that.
Cool.
So if you're binding the SVG, you can probably do like a selector to say, hey, give me the same height as the SVG.
Well, yeah, we could do that if we want to write a little bit more code. I'm just trying to see.
Yeah.
So the width and the height. Let's just see what that does.
Otherwise, assuming that the same aspect ratio, then it's just width 100%, then it doesn't matter.
Okay, so that's the everything. And I see that right there. Oh, that's great.
So what you can do is change the layout objective or the layout attribute when you call the embed to just video. You'll see that in the options panel on the dev site there.
Default if channels provided video. Okay, got it. Good find, man. Okay. And then the width can be expressed as percentage by passing a string like 100. Height, is any of that optional? Height is a string. Can be expressed as percentage by passing a string like 50%. Okay. So we'll go 100, 100. Font, nobody cares. Collection, nobody cares. Channel, got it. Allow full screen. If true, the player can go full screen. We're going to turn off mouse events on that thing, I think.
And what I would recommend though is load up that same demo page in an incognito window to see if it's using your Twitch authentication or if they require a Twitch authentication for the embed to work.
What, can you do that like in a pen real quick while I'm on jam on this?
Yeah, I think so.
Thanks, man. Okay, well that looks about right. And save that, and now we got to CSS this puppy in. Oh, you know the worst thing is it's going to be this thing behind this thing. Like, should we just use somebody else's channel for now? Like, so we get, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, just use someone else's channel.
Yeah, give me one that would be safe to stick there that's got some video and a guy in the corner.
Yeah, 2 seconds. Let me see.
Thanks, man. This is the best part about pairing is that like you can offload.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, this is the best part.
Totally
Yeah. All right, so because now we're cooking with concurrent workload. So there's the illustration, good, and then outside of the illustration, we're gonna have the video, and then there, and now this is where it's gonna get funky, right? So the illustration is gonna sit there. We don't care about that. We're just gonna need to position relative it and z-index it up a little bit. 10 is fine. The z-indexing gets crazy sometimes where you're like z-index 1,000,000. Position absolute this guy, and then z-index this guy to 1. And then since it's absolute, we need to give it some width. 100% of the container. Height, 100% of the container. That might break because I don't think the container has height. Good to know. Save it. And position it left.
Do you want to use the chicken stream?
Yep.
Our chicken life.
Give it. What is it?
Our chicken life.
All one word?
Yeah. OUR chicken life.
Perfect. Okay. So that should be back there. Okay, so Twitch is... Hey, that's not a chicken. That's a rabbit. I know the difference.
Hey, I just gave you the chicken channel, man. That's what it said.
So the video width and height... Oh, the Twitch embed's going to have to catch this stuff now too, so at least we don't have to double that up. Twitch embed, we'll go position, relative, width, 100%. Height, 100%. Savey wavy. Megarian, what's up, man? I don't know how to say the rest of your name. I'm sorry. So it looks like we got it. I mean, that's like a home run right there. It's doing it perfect. Really, you have to pay to freaking feed these poor little ducks or ducks. How stupid can I be? These chickens, these poultry items. Is he gonna like? How much do you have to pay to eat one? Can I pay some amount to eat that thing? Whoa! What is that thing? I don't know why any of you guys are watching me. Look at this. I mean, you got this other channel you could be watching. I think that's an alpaca. Not 100%, but it looks like one. Alpaca. All right, so what did we figure out we should be doing on this thing? We're going to do a filter, blur, 10 pixels. Whoop. That makes it a little bit less crazy there. And then let me check, because I think we did have to do something like darken it or something like that.
I'll be back in 2 minutes. My dog needs to go out.
Sure. Did the chicken camera remind you of that? So it looks like that rectangle right there. So we're just we were simulating something, I think, with that, and then we have a couple others, but that's the one. So what we're doing is we're saying we want 75% black on top of that thing. So that becomes 25% of that value. Okay, so we just need to say opacity 0.25. Wouldn't you be able to lower the opacity with the blur? Yeah. As a filter, you mean? Ooh, there we go. And I wonder too, now that I'm seeing it, let me just pump this up just a little bit. Yeah, a little less blur because it's a little darker. And now that we're actually seeing stuff up here, it's a little bit easier to judge it. Let me just switch this back to Omatum Greg. Oh, that's great. That's perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. Like just a little bit of indication that we're online. Now the problem is that my screen is showing this exact thing. So that's a problem. And we're not going to get a good representation of it. But at least now I won't forget to do that and have the chicken channel as the main thing that people see when they go to Omatum Studios, the website. They'd be like, why is it just all chickens? You're going to attract the wrong kind of candidate that way. Hey, Maura, thank you. Thanks for saying it's beautiful. I think it looks great. I think we had a lot of fun with this. Yeah, it's super cool. Okay, so the next step we're going to do is we're going to hit the scrolling section of the site. Now, what I want to do here is I'd love this to be parallaxy, but I think parallax can always cause problems. So the easy way that I know how to do parallax, if you guys have a better way to do this, you let me know. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just set that section to be fixed after we get the next section written. So we're going to do the new one here is going to be the about us, I guess. Do that. And then I'm going to take that and give it a background color of black. Or no, we'll just go background color, whatever it's inheriting. So we'll just inherit it. And then just save it. And now we're going to take the video here, this whole hero layer, and instead of being position relative, it'll be position fixed. And then we'll set the height of this puppy to just like 1,000 pixels or something. Is this doing what it needs to do? Doesn't seem like it. What am I missing here? Set that to something where it'll scroll. What am I missing? Do I got to z-index this little guy up? Now it's the index above it, and margin top 100 VH. Nope. What am I missing? Margin top 100 VH. Avert your eyes. Okay. Yeah, you have CSS right for that mirrored. I'm just like, it's not a complicated piece of CSS.
In your Twitch embed attributes, add autoplay true.
It did autoplay though.
Right, I think that's because you're logged in.
Oh, okay. So
like if you copied that, yeah. When I did incognito, I didn't auto.
Good to know. Thanks, man.
Yeah, and then you might have to add a second segment, which I'll just paste to you in chat, which is like an event listener for it to say when it's ready, play it, like programmatically play it.
Where are you sticking this?
Underneath the var embed, where you put where underneath your, so change your new Twitch embed to be a var embed equal Twitch.embed.
Why are you making a var embed equals? That might be why you need to get it to, that way you need to throw an event listener on it.
That might be why the autoplay doesn't, well.
Yeah. Try it this way. Try it with the direct instantiation like that, the new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me toss it in there.
Yeah, give that a shot because I think like that's what's doing it.
Yeah, I didn't see that you didn't do the var part.
Because it wasn't in the thing. I had to copy paste.
Yeah.
That's why.
And then they changed it. Then they changed it.
Yeah.
In the programmatic process.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the stuff I don't like doing with the parallax. Parallax is tough because how do you know how far to margin this thing, right? This is the stuff I don't love. So if we margin that too little, or if we go to a different screen type, it's gonna just be the worst. That's doing what I want it to do. There you go. You don't? What do you mean you don't? Thank you, Mirrored Bytes. Let me take a look at this code. Which, geez. This is your bare minimum version? You use perspective. This is the code that you use to do a parallax? That's a lot of code, man. That's a lot of code. Holy potatoes. Can we talk about how much code this is? This is 100 lines of code to throw parallax in there. I can't put this much in. I don't want parallax that bad. We'll just... I need to know what everything here does, to stick it in. Ugh. I will come back. We'll come back to it. Let's just keep Devin. Sorry. I don't mean to crap out of your code rate. That's fine. It's just so much. I thought it was just gonna be like a line. I thought it was gonna be like one line. You're gonna be like, here it is. Just throw that in. All good. Don't worry about it after that. We could always barn door the thing, and like as you scroll down, the barn door is out. People really like that effect.
All right, we're golden and incognito. No big deal.
Good. So as long as it's instantiated directly, we're all good.
Yeah, that's fine. That worked just fine. You don't even need that the listener or autoplay fortune piece for it.
Fantastic.
Mine wasn't autoplaying because my browser is set to don't autoplay videos.
Oh, well, we're probably a lot of people's is like that.
Yeah, then you want to use the instantiation one, but I don't think that's going to get around that.
I don't think they'd be able to intercept JavaScript that's telling it to play. I think that they only have the autoplay true stuff broken. That's a good point, though. I guess, well, we'll see. If it's not playing...
Like, it worked, like, in Chrome, it's fine. And, like, my Brave didn't work because I have to hit play.
Dang it. Well, Chrome's going to disable that crap, so...
Eventually, yeah, they will.
Let me do it your blasted way. Should we be using var? Yes, always use var. Dude, this comes up so much. These guys are like, don't use var, man. You got constant let. And I'm thinking to myself, like, how complicated is your JavaScript where you're running into... Well, I guess if you start naming things embed like that, that's probably a problem. But how complicated is your JavaScript project where you're running into namespacing issues? For real. Like, what is going on where that's happening? Anyways. So we probably want an H2 here. Omatum Studios is a Spanny Boy media content network. New Torque. Why not use let and const instead? Because it's not a big deal. Exactly. It's just, dude, the amount of people that you will be asking for like some feedback on your code or whatever, and that's the thing that they tell you. Like I'd like to know how to embed a Twitch video. They don't tell you how to embed the Twitch video. What they do is they tell you shouldn't be using var, and it's just infuriating. Like, you don't have anything to add except for that one thing. Great. Like, that's all you got to add. You're a wonderful person. That's all. I have things that I get a little whatever about. That's one of them. I think there's some class of people that, like, instead of actually helping, all they want to do is critique code, and that's okay, I guess. Okay. So let's make some rules for this. Is the platform idea dead? No, Boston, dude. I gotta hire 2 people, so I need a website set up that's a little bit better than nothing. So I gotta. We're setting up this studio site today. The company's about to get a little bit bigger, but the platform's all well. It's all well, and I actually had a chance to talk with the guy that's gonna be helping out figure out most of the code base, and he's all good to go. So nothing bad yet. That is not bold. What happened here? Is it 1,000? Google, I said I wanted all the fonts. You did not give me all the fonts. You gave me up to 700. Is that right? This is maybe 700 as high as it goes. There is no convention on this crap. Oh, it's font weight 700 with numbers anyway. There we go. And there's a media content network. Okay, and then the span and the H2. I don't know if we change the weight on that. Let's just see. I think we do. I think we dropped the weight for that. Yeah. Weight 600. Cool. And then the color on that's going to go to that yellow, which we should probably spec some of those colors out. Yeah. Where are we going to stick that? Just stick it in here, I guess. Doof. It's a lot of colors. I think we just need these top ones. Nice. There we go. Okay. Oh, this will get changed based on whatever, like the as we start working through media queries. But I think 1440 will probably be the biggest it'll get, even on those big screens. So keep that there, and then we need to center this thing. And then let's pad in the top. It's probably more of a section thing. Yeah, it's a little better. Okay. A little more line height. So line height's computed. How do they compute it in this thing? I can't just say 72 pixels. Can I break the thing? Maybe I can. Yeah. Okay. Good enough. Was creating my own SaaS worth it? Nope. Nope. Dude, there's... If you make 10 things, you're lucky if like 2 of them are profitable. So it's worth it in the sense like you get to build a thing. But I'll tell you, like you crack more eggs and they end up on the floor than they end up in the frying pan. Oh, why did we do this? Noah, why did we make this the design? This is going to be harder than what we just did up top. This whole crazy thing here that's impressive. This thing.
Yeah.
This thing?
Well, I mean, you could just export that as an SVG.
I could, but that's the pansy way out.
It
Um,
is.
Oh, there's just going to be so many things. Let me just take some notes on this real quick. So back out. All right, so there's how many columns is this? It's not as obvious as it looks. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 calls. Great. And some of those, this is all going to have to be flexi-boxed in. Some of those are going to come in differently. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to try to do just the circles first. We'll do those first, then we'll add the line connectors second. So that's going to be 4 calls of circle boys. And they look like, I can't tell, but I think that they're evenly spaced. Yeah, Mega, that's what happens when you build something. Like, you definitely pull things in from the previous projects. Unfortunately, the next one we're building is like, it's Electron View. So we're purposefully trying to like reinvent a bunch of that stuff. Okay. All right, this is gonna be fun. So inner wrap, we're gonna do a little div for this thing called what do I call this? Like content pipeline, and then div circle call times fall. Okay, and then in here we'll do a circle, which will contain the circle. Yeah, circle. We're going to do cir wrap, and then we'll have the actual circle plus the icon plus the label. We'll just see if we can get away with this. And we need 2 of those. Oh, really? What did I break? Come on, Emmett. Emmett didn't want that to happen. There. No, not even going to do that. Okay. Something got in there. Something tried to correct that. So we got a circle. I guess inside of that we can put the icon, and then we need to put the text outside of that. Two of those. And I think we'll just work out those and then get the next ones made in a minute. Where are they? Oh no, where are they? Oh, icons. Oh, that's perfect sizing. Wonderful, thank you. Thank you very much, browser. Okay, and then the label. And now these are going to have different classes. So we are going to say that the first one is blue. So we get that blue font. So make real world software, and then make high quality stuff, but this has a line underneath it, so we're gonna just throw a BR in there and then span this interior one because we're high quality people. Save that. Just make sure it all made it up here. It's there somewhere. we know everything on this page is white, so I'm gonna do just a quick color white. White. Cool. Cool. Now let's get these circles wrangled in a little bit. Got 8:21 is time. So if we're gonna get this done on time, got just a couple hours here to go. And by on time, I mean so I don't have to work on it tomorrow. So this will be a flex box, which I don't think we really need to set up. Let's not set that up quite yet. But that'll make it really easy to size this all in. Circle column blue. Just get this out of the way real quick. So the circles are 140 by 140. The icons are 60 wide. That's their limiter. And the fonts are 14 pixel medium. Okay. We should be able to set font size up in this guy. Okay. That alignment should help some other stuff. The circle itself, width 140 pixels, height 140 pixels, border 1 pix dashed white. Hey, Demon Wolf. Oh man, so Omatum Studio is we are starting a studio. There we go. Got our circles. I don't really love how that's connecting, but I don't know if there's much we can do about that. That sucks. Let's make sure it's there. No, 2 pixels. 2 pixel dashing. Oh, it looks like a child drew it. Perfect. Okay, so there's our icon. Now, what do we want to do about that? We want it centered, so we have to text align center the circle. Would that do it? No. So it doesn't want to center. We could, where's the icon? It's inside of the circle. So we could try to display flex on the circle and then align self center on that. Now we'll get it into the center of the div. And then justify content center, and there we go. Now it's right there. If we want to move this guy, which we do, we want to push it up just a little bit, so we'll just do margin top negative 20 pixels or something. Just kind of scoot it up. Will I make my child work for me and teach him the program? 100%. That's the plan. That's why I'm having her like get used to the computer now, because no, I don't know, man. I think if she wants to do it, if she is like into programming, I'll be really happy. If she's not, no big deal. Like, I'd love for her to be into it though. I think we need more women in the field. It's like a systemic problem. Like, I really genuinely think it's a systemic problem, like at this point, because like it permeates. How many women are watching right now? Like maybe one, if my wife's watching, maybe two. And it's just this thing. It's like, why is there this exclusion, or this feeling of exclusion across even things like Twitch platforms? Like, I'm in a big Discord server. It's like 5,000 people. I say number of women in there is like 100. That's not good. We got to figure out why that's happening. Because every time I've ever like worked with women on software, I enjoyed it. Like I think that like generally is a different perspective that's brought a lot of times. A lot more caring, you know. Yeah, maybe that's it. Demon Wolf is too much of a sausage party. It's too much of like a male dominated thing. So I don't know. I'm not going to speak for a woman until, you know, try to figure out why that's a problem, but it is, and it needs to get fixed. But I just don't know how to fix it. I don't think anybody does. Everybody's trying. I guess you could say the same thing like about nursing or something, though. It's or veterinarians or even like doctors at certain levels. More women than men, you know, so it goes both ways. That label, it just decided this is where it wants to live. Look at that. What are you doing over there, label? What's the point of this? Is this where you thought you should be? Because that's not where you should be. Not trying to. Okay, so this is going to be interesting to figure these out. I actually think because the way these labels work, they have to be absolute position. So if we can get them in the zone they need to be before we absolute. So if they self-center before we get into moving them around, that would be great. Let's start working on that. Lovely. Position, absolute. White space. We gotta tell them not to wrap. Okay, so they're not centered correctly, so we gotta scoot them back in. Now, we could flex box also the column they're in. That might give us the thing that we need to get them centered. Display flex. And of course that happens, right? The width is 140 pixels, so I'm gonna go right next to that guy. Flex direction row. Column. There we go. Absolute white space, no wrap. Why do you gotta do this? Align self, center, go. Center yourself. Go back. I don't want to have to make some stupid way to do this. But I will. I will 1000% make a stupid way to do this. Because I could just fix a width on it. Let's see. How would we center? I mean, position absolute's going to break centering, right? But you should be able to center in a thing based on the absolute positioning, unless the flex stuff isn't touching it. That's the problem. And obviously the text alignment isn't touching it. Because if I make this position, or is it just the size maybe of it's all screwy? Well, there's always 3 ways to do this. So we're going to make a width 200 pixels on that, and then a margin left of negative 100 pixels on that. There's a negative 50 or, oh yeah. So negative width of that, leave the margin alone. Text align this to center. Let's get rid of all that funky flex boxing. What am I missing here? Is that margin left negative? Hundo. Is it negative 50? It doesn't seem right to me. No. Oh, we're not getting centered stuff. So let's try 300. There we go. That's what it had to be. And then margin left negative 150. No. What am I missing here? It's not like I'm missing something. So if you have a thing, let's pop up the inspector. If you have a thing that's that wide, let me get rid of all this weird stuff. Let's see. Width 300. So we have the text alignment of center, which gets it to the center of the label. Label is 300 pixels wide. We need to set where it's supposed to start. So you have to do left 50%. That's right. Oh, geez. And position relative on a column up here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that was it. Whew. Okay. And then the label here, background, color, inherit, maybe? We'll see. No, it doesn't take it. So we're going to have to set that as the background of the other thing. 26, 26, 26. There we go. So now I got a little bit of space there with some padding on this too. So we go padding, top and bottom. We'll give it 5 pixels, and then 0 left, right. Cool. And now we gotta change that guy. Yeah, little guy. Was it opacity 50% and then font 10 pixels? That's gonna be tiny, tiny. Are you sure, Demon Wolf? Are you sure a product of real value? A real product of value? Yeah, I read it. Why don't you read it again? I don't think you're right. I don't think that's correct. I think that you're allowed to give away stuff like you're allowed to do giveaways. I think. You're not allowed to give away money. Which like what's kind of crazy to me that people would give away money. It basically says that like these things, the points don't have any monetary value. But I saw nothing specifically saying don't give away things that are physical. All right, I got to tuck these up. Because honestly, I want to give that stuff away. So come on. Oh, jeez. Really? So that whole time, the label had to be in there with a circle, didn't it? Yeah. They may change it. Yeah, well, I mean, like they have the right to change it whenever, but they got to give heads up to people. We checked it. So I checked it like today. So maybe they got it out of there. Yeah, man, get that 100K points. You'll have it pretty soon. I think you get 100K if we stream. Like we're planning on streaming a lot more. So what are we doing here? Why is that missing? What is going on with this guy? Like Noah said, he's like got 4,000 or something, or 3,000 already.
Yeah, I'm up to 4.5 now.
How long you just been sitting there?
Since the start of the stream.
I mean, like I thought you went somewhere.
Oh no, I've been here.
You could just be talking, man. You got to keep it entertaining for people.
Oh, okay, I can do that.
Yeah. Proceeds to not talk. I got nothing to talk about. Yeah, I got nothing right now. I'm doing like this little in and out work.
All right, so here, can I poke your brain while you code?
You could try. It might work. It might not.
Okay, so I'm curious. How do you decide what do you feel is the best way to structure your HTML? Do you just kind of do it based on like semantic type stuff? Do you try to use a certain pattern?
I definitely don't do it based on semantics. Like I don't care about any of that crap.
Yeah.
I just kind of do what I need to do to get the thing done, you know? Does that make sense? Like I do.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's kind of what I do. Like I just kind of throw the code in there and make it work type thing.
Yeah.
And worry about anything specific later if it comes up as an issue.
Yeah. Like
so I guess
I feel like I've done it a lot. You know, I've made enough of these things that like I have a good idea of what something's going to need to be structured like until like something like what I'm just doing right now because I'm missing a positioning on this. Usually I can nail it though, 'cause I've just been doing it for so long. Like, my time to prototype is so quick, man. Like, that's just what I'm built for. Like, I am legitimately me. I'm not built to make software. I'm built to prototype. You know, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I'm the exact same way. I
Yeah.
can rapidly turn something out much faster than like refined type thing. You know,
Yeah.
like security testing, man, not my thing.
Not my
I'll
thing.
just make
Yeah.
it, throw it out there, give it to somebody else to fix.
Yep.
So why are we making this with pure HTML as opposed to using like an SVG for?
As opposed to using an SVG for all these?
Yeah, for those parts.
That's a good question. I guess because I wanted some challenge today.
All right, that's fine.
I don't know. Like, it's really
That's
a kind of
fair.
boring thing to make like this. And I guess, you know, the SVG, the benefit there is that we're going to be able to squish. Well, with not doing it with the SVG, we'll be able to squish these lines down individually in a Flexbox.
True.
So this will survive on less wide screens.
Less real estate.
Yeah. It won't. It might not survive down to a phone, but it'll survive down to like.
It'll survive enough.
Yeah, down to your crappy laptop screens.
Right.
So,
No, Demon Wolf asked a good question.
how much would
you
I charge for a
logo?
logo? You don't want to know. Lots. Because I would never sell somebody a logo. I'd sell an identity package and
Right.
lots, like 5 figures. I wouldn't. I don't touch them. They're like, that's real crap work that people are, you know, they take on. It's really hard work to do. Because nobody's ever happy. And when I tell people, if somebody comes to me and say they want a logo, I say you go on that 99 Designs. You just get your logo from there. If you need identity, you go to an agency that knows what they're doing. There's only a few of those. You're gonna pay $200,000 to get it done.
I need to do my crap eventually.
Well,
Putting that off.
your crap. You done.
Yeah, like the whole my quote unquote identity.
Hmm.
That's just, it's a pain, man.
Are you doing personal identity? Like,
No, like for the Bane Games moniker.
oh yeah. Dude, I think your best bet is just to don't do it yourself.
No, I know, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to.
Yeah. Like if you're
like
if you
the
want
little
to,
art thing.
it's like you could. The worst thing about doing like portfolio work for yourself in a sense is like you'll never be satisfied with it.
Exactly, yeah. 100%.
Where'd that guy go? What are you doing down here, broadcasted live? You're supposed to be next to it. What is wrong with you? Yeah, it's okay. Hold on.
It just wants to hide.
Flex and then flex direction row. Justify content space crap between. There we go. And
Did you put your on-air thing in?
Not yet.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on with the microservice. We have to check it before we go any further. So there was that like little microservice we were using to do that stuff, and
Yeah.
it doesn't seem to be working. So I was gonna piggyback on that thing, but maybe there's another way to do it. I don't know.
Well, I'm wondering if we could use the Twitch embed to determine the status, because I bet you it returns
I'm also curious. Do we even need that thing?
the on-air thing.
It adds nothing.
No, I don't think we need it.
I think we could ditch that puppy.
Yeah.
Just right out. Who cares?
Yeah. Toss it.
Get her out. Nobody wants you here. Did we see what happens if you what happens if you do an offline channel? Like what's your thing? It's Bane. Are you still
Bane Games. That's it.
Bane Games.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick look.
I still have. I might be hosting somebody right now. I still have like my Twitch and whatnot, but
Yeah, there was some weird little button back there. It probably said the streamer's not currently online or something.
oh, that are saying, hey, this channel is considered
An
adults.
SFW.
Yeah, exactly.
Not safe for.
Got my chicken stream going.
Yeah. Okay. We'll just have to keep that in mind. Okay, and then we got these 3 edited for consumption, catalog for easy access, distributed to the masses, launching real businesses, and the next one. Yeah, I you know what's weird, man, is I'm definitely a sufferer of. I work for a guy who wants a CD, and he's like, "You got the divitis," because I make a lot of divs, and that's just my thing. Lots of divs, more divs than you need.
So what?
Yeah.
Like, what's the matter? I'm the one maintaining the code, not you.
Yeah. But the best thing is I had a job once where I was literally like a prototype engineer. It was awesome. I would do the work to get a product spun up. And that's sort of what we're doing now. Like, I don't know if we discussed this a lot, but what I do for code is not what lives, or not what should live forever in the code base. Like, I should just be essentially building the thing that validates the market, and then let somebody else come in.
Yeah,
and,
exactly. You build the functional prototype, and then that
Yeah.
the growth factor, if you will.
Some call it the X factor.
Yeah, the X factor, sure. And then that determines essentially if you spin up a team or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty common actually, especially in like the turnkey style development shops.
And you would probably not want to watch a stream of somebody doing
Optimizing code.
Yes, it would just be the worst.
Exactly. No, never.
Yeah. Maybe Demon Wolf would, but besides using semantics, the alternative is components. I don't know what you're saying there, Mega. So I think if this were a bigger project, you'd see me handling my code a lot differently. Like a whole lot differently. Because of the size of this thing, this is a baby. I don't really care what happens with it. You know? I don't care if it's maintainable.
Yeah, this is like the one-off front page type thing.
Yep.
It's gonna sit there for a bit, and then that's it. Done.
Couple of months. Okay, so we need some spacing. The best way to space these out. Probably the best way I know to space these out is actually just to give these containers some height. But would that be? Yeah, the height will be fine.
Yeah, you can, because in the mock they look like equal height except for the two.
Yeah, they're the weird ones
Far
out,
left.
and that the height
Yeah.
will let us control that spacing a little bit better.
Yeah. Yeah, height should be just fine.
And we're gonna refer to them by color because that's as good as we could do. So the blue one, at blue, what is that? The column. So we should be able to give it a little additional height to this thing. So it needs to be 280 plus some spacing. Let's try 300. Look at height, 300 pixels. You can see it kind of jump just a little bit there. Okay, maybe align items. Justify we need to flip the flex. Justify content between. Will that do it? Yeah, got it. 350. There we go. Stretch it out, baby. Stretch it out. And if we want to go a little bit more. That was too little. We just broke it. 400. There we go. Cool. Okay. Probably a little too much. This is me tweaking things.
I love pre-process like animations to like show
The little transition state. Yeah, it's amazing, right?
That adds so much to it.
It really does. Yeah. It makes it worth the money. I shill it so hard. But listen, if you're gonna spend money, if you got like $30 to spend it on pre-pros.
Oh heck yeah.
I like the dev. He's a really nice guy, and he listens to people. So, you know, that's not what I would do for you, users of my apps. But yeah, he's like a wonderfully nice guy. And he's I imagine he just makes a living off that now. I think he lives in India or Thailand or something, somewhere out where it's cheap to live. Because for $29, I mean, like what? That's dirt cheap. Huh. So I'm wondering on this other guy, the yellow one. I also have to draw some lines behind it. That might complicate this little thing I'm about to do. And yellow. Still a little bit more. And I always have to keep in mind I have a big screen. I have one of these 16 by 10s. I always feel like I'm like giving myself like I put too much vertical into my designs. Okay, we're gonna
I put myself into a corner one time
doing that.
Yeah, I was developing on a strange like aspect ratio from like an old Dell laptop, and I made like a little HTML landing page, and I did it to be like static based on my resolution. And the second I saw it on another
what is
monitor,
this? 2001 when everybody was using 640.
Yeah, so this was super early.
Yeah,
super early.
Yeah. And you don't realize it, and then you're like, "Mom, I told you to use the other browser."
I know.
Like it doesn't look good.
It was so bad.
I don't think that margin bottom is always going to be the same for this, but that might be the only H2 on the whole site, so we're just going to margin bottom it. 100 and probably a little bit less than whatever the padding is. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, it's so good. Do we need to connect? Yes, we do. We need to connect these, don't we? Because this looks madness. What is this? What is this even?
Yeah, you kind of have to connect those.
Oh, Tamer, did he get impeached today? Did it happen? He's impeached?
Well, I think the Senate has to also vote.
You don't understand though, Noah, that the House could have debated that for a long time. They just decided to go through with it.
Oh, they could have. I'll pull up CNN, see what it says.
Yeah.
Oh no, it says Trump has been impeached. House passed the first article and the majority backed the second. The Senate will weigh in Trump's removal.
Think about to get crazy. I might need to move to Canada. I don't know how this is going to work out. This is going to get crazy, yeah. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. How close am I to a border? I guess I could just go into the ocean. Just head east. I'll eventually, I think if I head east right from where I am right now, I'll end up in like Africa and I'd probably be okay over there. All right. These connections, Noah. Let's do these. Let's do these ones first.
The cheaty way?
No. Yes. Okay. What's the cheaty way? Just tell me what your
The cheaty way is I would make
the
there's a little JavaScript function or something that just puts like a position fixed div or position absolute div.
That's like more work. That is more work than this is right now. Because what we're going to do is we're going to probably make squared boxes that do this. Then we can either do the borders of them or we can make like actual divs inside of them. Let's just let me just show you how we're going to do it. Well, I'll show you with this one right here. But getting JavaScript involved, like that's like bringing in Fat Tony when you need to collect $10 from your grandma.
All right, if we want to go the non-JavaScript, just divs with position relatives, set static positions to them.
We don't need static positions. We can pull this off. We can do it.
Let's do it.
I hate it though. I hate that I did this to myself. So we're gonna do some bars. So I'm gonna start, like, guys, I'm gonna be naming stuff very weird over here because I need to get and we probably won't be reusing these things like classes. We're gonna hack right through this, okay? That's what's about to happen. It's hacking time. So this is gonna be ugly code, and it's not something I would submit with my resume to anything. Just about things are about to get ugly. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna kind of like be nailing things in piece by piece. So bar spa will have a width of 1 pixel, and then the height will be 100% of the container. And now that should show up over here if it were a thing. I'm gonna give it another thing so we can change the bar. We'll just call it bar dash. Sure. Just so I can give it some colors. So we can universally control them all. Bar dash, background, color. We'll start with white just so we can start nailing them in. There we go. It's right there. And inside of that circle call for yellow, we're going to need to tell it to center. So we need to align items to the center. I think that's going to be the easiest one to connect. There we go. It's all centered up. And then these need to have a little bit of margin because they in the design had some margin. Now what we could do is probably a little bit smarter, so we'll do a height of 90%. And then margin top 5%, margin bottom 5%. We're going to try to, we might need to do that in pixels just so we can keep it consistent. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just do it in pixels. So 100% height. What does that look like to me? It looks like 5 pixels. I don't think that's going to be enough visually, so I'll do 10. There we go. So now we got that drawn in right there. That was the easy one, right?
Yeah, vertical's always going to be easy.
Well, the horizontals are going to be the same thing because you can flex box them in.
Oh, yeah. I should say flat
think.
lines.
Dude, this is an I think because the next one over is like a question mark for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anytime they go vertical, we're okay. So let's see. So we kind of see this thing right here. We're probably going to have one flex box here to get these two guys in. And the only real way to do this is we're going to have to match the height of these guys, these two containers. And then we'll center that inside of that. And then this little guy, that little guy's going to be fun to figure out. Probably the same thing. We might get we want this to be flexible. We want this part right here to shrink. Unless we just say, let's see how many pixels we have in these. Because it's 1440 wide right now. The smallest we're going to probably support in terms of screen width is 1024 or something like that. So if we have more than 400 pixels here of these bigger ones, we don't have to flex the other ones. So that was what? I should have counted that. 182 plus 171 plus 171. I think we have enough. So really we're not going to, anything like this little guy right here, we're not going to have to worry about. So we'll just have to flex this one and this one and this one. I'm going to highlight those just in the design. Oh, I can't because that's a connected piece. Never mind. That's a connected piece. Yeah, so let's just work left to right. Yeah, how much money do you think you would take right now, Noah, for the maga.io domain? Like if somebody offered, because it's, I don't know who would buy it.
Oh, yeah, I would. Oh,
What's the number? What's the number?
Good question. Like to buy it? Like if someone offered me money to buy it off of me?
Yeah, because here's the thing. I got this thing. So
man.
Now I'm in, right? Like I'm all in.
Yeah. No, I'd keep it. I wouldn't sell it.
Just because we have the hats, you just say, forget it. Just keep it.
No, but it's not. It's a separate thing, though.
It's a separate thing.
Well, yeah, it's like because it's like you're talking technology, not the same slogan, just the same.
Oh, dude, somebody lit me up. I showed this hat off, and they were like, "You should die because of that hat." And I was like, "Okay."
First off,
so let's just talk about the reason you hate the other word, because people are what was the word? Prejudicial. They judge without knowing the facts. So let's just talk about the fact that that's in like the NASA font, and maybe it means something different. I don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe, just maybe. I don't know. But you just want to jump to conclusions, just like those orange people that you don't like. So let's just talk through that. I never felt like more justified in lighting somebody up like on the spot than I did in that one moment.
So true.
It's like, really? So okay. So you're the baddie too, I guess. Okay. This is gonna get real interesting. So we're gonna do line, column, and I don't know what the best way to probably just do like an adder on this to say like data call. You're not supposed to use data for this thing, but we'll just do that. And then inside of this, we're gonna have. Well, we could call it a circle call, but circle calls have a width of 140, but that would help it know how to make things inside of it. So what we might do is circle call. Hold on a second. We might call these all circle calls and line calls, because then we can use the vertical spacing that we need. Then line calls will just sort of overwrite that. Inside of this, we need 2 lines for this one, but they need to be inside of 2 circle wraps. And we'll call that a bar spa. That's the dumbest thing I've ever named anything. A bar spa? What is spa? spacer. The 9er in there. Yeah. And then that doesn't need to be flexible, so we don't have to worry about that one too much. So let's make the line call here. And then do that. And the width for this is going to be auto. Oh, no. We're going to set the width based on probably the line that it's holding. So the question, I guess, is, are we doing both of these lines in one thing? Like all three of these? We could probably do all three of them. Just make this whole bracket group. So we'll try it. So then the width on that is going to be 97 pixels. And that's, yeah, I'm flexible on that if it doesn't look right. It's 97 pixels wide. For this thing. And that,
This is the part that always gets me when you start getting into like the angled stuff and doing it with CSS. Blows my mind sometimes.
Yeah, we'll see if it blows my mind right open. I don't really know. I don't really know how I'm going to do this yet, man. I'm a little concerned. I definitely am. Like, this is a weird one to do with 97 pixels. Why are we making it 97? How about 100? No, why don't we just be a little? How about 90? Because we need the space. Okay, so that'll be that. Okay, and everything kind of adjusted over on the Flexbox to take that into account. Is there a free way to open a website? We're going to do it today, Sir Skull. So we're going to use Netlify to do a static site. So if you stick around, I can't tell you when that's going to happen. I would say probably an hour or two from now, we'll be launching it. I can show you how that whole process works. That's totally free dollars. They don't charge you for anything. I should have probably flipped the domain name over. Dang it. Okay, now we're in question mark land. So we have one circle wrap here, and then we're gonna need a vert spacer. Let's just name things. That has bar spa dot bar dash in it, and then another circle wrap down here because we're using this to get like the heights of these things. Bar spa bar dash. Okay, that should get us the two horizontal lines. I think. So circle wrap. Okay. We don't care about that thing having every piece of this. So the width of these things is going to be a little bit less. We'll go 75 pixels. And then the bars inside of this. So we have two bars. We have ones inside of the circle wraps and one side of the vertical guy. So we'll do this like this. Stick that back in. The bar spas here are width 100%, height 1 pixel, and then I should have a background color on them already. They're stuck right there. Now we do want this to sort of bump up against the thing on the left. So we'll see how this works out. Because for a little while, it's just going to sort of be sitting there until we get the other spacing involved. I guess we could always collapse this to the left. But then we're fighting, I guess, the what do you call it? We're fighting making sure that it goes to both sides of the design.
I always vote keep it simple to start.
Yeah.
If there's a cheaty way to do it, simple implementation, go for it.
Well, it's just easier to see it if we were to do that.
Yeah.
So if we take this and we say justify content, flex start, it'll just push all that over. You see what I mean? Kind of gets a little weird.
Yeah.
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 So we can always do that if we want to see it. All right. So now we have circle wrap, and we need to get these moved up and down. I don't think this worked the way I thought it was going to work. I think I missed height on something. I think it was this, the circle column, and then the circle wrap in there. Yeah. And we didn't give height to it. We gave height to the circles. So this whole thing I wanted to do didn't work. So we'll just do, I don't think this will break anything. Not really. But it didn't do what I wanted to do. Okay, we'll just walk it in. So these guys, the height 140 pixels. Boop. And then these bars will align. Well, it'll be flex boxes, which they might already be. Let me check. Nope. Display flex. Center. Nope. Didn't catch vertical center on that. Let's just see what maybe it did, and it's like spacing a little weird. Yeah, it did. It's just spacing weird. So we want this to be justify content space between. Doesn't even care. Okay. So we'll just have to do this manually. We know that's 300 pixels tall. So these two 140s only make 280. You know, now that I'm looking at all this stuff, I'm wondering if we should just do something else for that. 380. Oh, it's 380. Okay. I'm just thinking of this connecting thing I got to draw. That's got to go and be taller and move through this thing a little bit better. So this little guy right here that connects, it's a little bit hard to figure this out in my head. If by using flex. Like it's almost like I'm almost thinking if I'm walking everything in pixel by pixel anyways, I might as well just make this shape and center it and it'll line up here. Yeah.
You could go that route, or what you could do, you could treat the T, if you will, as one column with a border left and a border bottom on them.
We're not going to use borders. I don't think. The border left.
Okay.
The T. What did we talk about the T here?
So
here. Ooh. That's not the dumbest thing. And just walk it in.
Right. And you just walk it in, exactly, yeah.
But then we'd have to
if you think about
flex.
that, that's basically
and the
two
border
boxes.
The border left wouldn't be eligible for flex. That might work
Right.
perfect. The borders are a little bit weird, but at 1 pixel I think they'll be fine.
Right.
And then we just catch the correct height. Yeah. Okay. So then really we're just trying to get this top and bottom one to do its job, which should work if this circle wraps here. We get rid of that vertical thing. We'll do the circle wrap and then figure out why that's not centering the correct way. So data call 1. So height would be 3. Or it should have caught this, but yeah, whatever. And maybe I've got to do something else to blue. I gotta call it blue boy. Yeah, let's just put that blue tag on that one because it's matching the blue one. There we go. Perfect. And let me make sure there's a little bit of margin on this. So it looks like I'll just say it's about, what do we say, like 5 pixels, 10 pixels. And I'll make sure it sticks off the side, and I will collapse it real quick. I almost feel like we should just be working collapsed, even though it looks gross. I think that might be the way. So now we need to get those hinges on it and like angled out. That does look too wide. I definitely made that way too wide. So let's fix that. It's supposed to be 65 pixels. And I think I made it like 90 because I was incorporating those other things. So we'll go 65. What? Why are those lines bigger? Oh, because I've got it twice. Why don't we just make that 100%? That looks like more than 65 pixels. What's going on here? $65 by 140. Huh. It looks bigger than it is, I guess. I don't follow that up. Is that right? It's just because like maybe over here there's this other thing happening, which must be playing some visual trick on me. So let's get this guy in. So we need a hinge that comes off of it and angles this thing out. So we need another object here. We can try getting away with after content. That should do it. Then we'll just hinge it in. So we'll say the bar spot here. Oh, there's going to be 2 of them. So there's 2 circle wraps, so we could just say and nth child, whatever, and child 1 and child 2. Maybe. And nth 1. Nope. Oh, I was missing the parens. Or the, yeah, the colon. There we go. Okay, so we have 2 of those to work with. Take that. We got Mr. Bar Spa here. We're going to set some positioning on this thing so we can pop off of it. And then on this guy, we'll say, and after content, nothing. We're just going to get test in really quick with 50 pixels height, 1 pixel background. Color blue. Don't see it. Try it like that. Content width. Maybe we need a display block. Got it right there. Okay, so now we need to position this absolute off the right side, off the top. See if that does it. And we want the right to be the width of that thing. So 65 to do the first part. We'll do 40 to do this. So go right negative. I guess you could do right negative 100%. Or you do left 100%. Should get it off the right. There we go. Now it's just there. Let's make that yellow so it's a little easier to see. Well, it's not that much easier to see. We'll do transform origin. What is it? What is it? Horizontal, vertical. So horizontal would be left, center. And now transform, rotate. It's like a clock. 30 deg. Boop. Done. Oh! That's the stuff, Noah. That's it. That's why we're doing this. Just the angle. That's why I do it. That's why I wake up every day and want to code. I want to angle things. That's all I want to do, man.
I like it.
That's all.
GG.
There we go. Okay, same thing for the other guy. We're going to repeat all that code, so it's really hard to maintain it. And then just rotate it the other way. And then there we go. Okay, great. Now we need a connector going through the middle of it. So let's add some more stuff to namespace that's hard to maintain. So there's our green boy right there. And we'll go div circle call. This might be a little bit weirder. Dot line call. Because really you just need the bar for this one. You need a bar wrap and a bar. So because he's, like you said, we'll just do a border on the left hand side.
Right.
Bar wrap. So I'm wondering what
It'll
just
have to be
happened.
2 boxes.
Why did that just space out? You let me figure out how many boxes.
Okay.
You let me figure this out. I might have a trick. Bar spot bar. I don't know why that just spaced itself out though. How much quicker would it have been if we just saved the PNG? Be done. But would it have been as fun? So what we want is a height of 170. And the width on this has to be flexible. So that's inside of the line call for data call 2. So this needs to be flex shrink 1, maybe? telling it it's allowed to shrink down if it needs to. Height 170. Width 100% maybe. And I think the width on this goes 100%, just as much as it can take. No, something's getting screwy here. It's not hitting it. Data call 1. Oh, it's data call 1. Data call 2. There we go. So it's like it's letting it, it's taking as much as it can right now because it's not being challenged for the space. But if this were to get wider, it would start getting challenged for the space and get smaller. Yeah, thanks, Nick. Bar wrap. So bar wrap then with 100%. This will be with 100%. And then the bar spa inside of this. So we want to do border left on this. So border left, one pixel solid white. That's not where that's supposed to be. What are you doing over there? You crazy? Because we need some margin on that to push off from the other thing to connect it. And that's going to be a little bit more than 170 pixels, or we're going to have to walk in the angles. I think the angles here are fine, though. Those 45s are the ones we probably want to see. So we'll need to push this out, and then it looks like it's already centered. So I think we're doing our job here. Bar spa width 100%, height 1 pixel on that. And we'll see where that's going. So that's going to the top. So we got some things to work out here. Like, why is that here and clipped? Justify. Line items to the center. Didn't do a thing. Also didn't do anything. We'll try justify content. Oh, it's this thing. That's right. Okay. So the other one is spaced correctly. This needs to flex out. Oh, I've just lost my ability to type. I'm sorry, guys. Line item center. That's not moving. So the bar wrap is 170 pixels tall. Is that inside the bar wrap? Yes. And then was I just writing it? I was just writing the wrong thing. Dumb. Okay, so now that's centered up. This looks like a little bit off. Like it looks like it's maybe up a little too high. So we're just gonna do a margin top at 1. I'm guessing it's off by 1 pixel. That's not even moving it though. Or maybe it did. That's not good. That's like it seems off. And I don't want to like screenshot it, but I can just sort of see that it's off by some amount. Maybe it's something screwy in the code to get it to that point. Because see, now it just looks like it's up too far. Not the end of the world. Let's get it off the side here. So we don't really know what that is because it's sort of this weird angle. We can use the something to figure it out. So if it's a 45-degree angle, it's 40 pixels wide. 20? Or is it going to be like 33 or something like that? There's some math for that. We can
Pythagorean's theorem.
Yeah, we can just walk it in though. So we'll say here margin left 10 pixels and then just sort of 12 pixels. Is it 15? Is it 20? Oh, we need to tell these other things not to shrink either. So everything that's a circle call can't shrink. So flex shrink 0. Oh, look what that did. Just push them right out because they were shrinking down for spacing. And I think even in fact these things shouldn't by default shrink. So we want to manually be telling things to shrink or else we're going to get funky results. Because that pushed that down into place right there. So it looks like it's going to need to be a little bit taller. So we'll just do that here. Let's do this the easy way. We'll just grab it and start using the dev tools to smash it around. Just close enough for hand grenades. Height. That's about it. 182, 183, somewhere in there. It's close enough. So 183 tall. And the good thing is, like, as we shrink this down, it shouldn't care. Like, it shouldn't. We don't have to readjust this for anything else. Like, we don't have to readjust it every screen size or anything like that. 183, and then what do we do on the other thing? Margin left 28. Okay, save it. Let that reload. Cool. So now we got to give some more spacing to the left of this. Now we actually need a little bit more spacing right there too. So the margin, I don't know if margin is a shrinkable thing, but let's just pretend it is. And we'll put margin on this green column instead. So that's going to be that 10, well, it's 20 pixels of spacing. Well, we'll give it 20, I guess, because it looks like it needs it. Broadcasted live.
CSS wizardry, man.
Dude, this is not wizardry. This is like
Oh, I know.
Harry Potter trying to just survive finals right now.
Right.
So we're just gonna talk to Green Boy and green. Margin, top bottom 0, left right 20. Let's see if that does it. That's what we wanted. That is, why is that margin so crazy different looking? That's crazy, like, compared to this. Like, visually, something's wrong. That's a 21 pixel margin right there. But right there, it looks humongous. It's almost like it got both the margins on one side. What happened there? Let me just measure. It might have computed that thing a little hot. My eyes might deceive me, though. So that's why I kind of look at this crap. It's saying 20. It says 20. But it, yeah, look at that.
It don't look like it's 20.
That's not 20. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit more. So why did it take... So we need to figure that out, because this will affect the scaling stuff. You can see that right there. You see that, like, the orange is your margin?
Yeah.
Yep. So what... Oh,
so go
it got margin on this one. So it got margin right on that.
Exactly.
Because it's also the green thing. So we gave it to both things. You dingleberry. So we need to do that. If it doesn't have a data call, don't do that. So not. Maybe? I don't think so. I think that just broke it. Not data call. Not data call. Maybe? That was it. Okay. There we go. I feel like I just passed one of my finals for CSS tricks.
That kind of came across as like a trick question for a minute there.
yeah. You did what now? Okay. So the next one we're going to do is this guy, which is another Flexi Boy. And that one's going to be 170 some odd pixels. But really that's going to be 100% because you're going to let everything else is going to have a defined width except for these. And these will compute out to be whatever they need to be. So I guess my little just exercise there was stupid. So we'll go div call down on green, data call 3, just like that. Do it again, breaks it. Okay, probably don't want to do that just like that. Oh, it's got to go after it. So let's just move that. This thing is just eating up so much time, man.
But I think it's an important part of it to actually do it the right way.
You think
I
so?
think it's smart. I think so. I mean, it's a nice graphic.
And it kind of like if we have a lazy day, I can come back and animate this thing, you know?
Yeah, for sure. It's fine to be static to start because we already have the really cool animation at the top.
Yeah. I don't need that height on this. Yeah, we've fulfilled the quota for animating items on a page, the Greg quota. There we go. So that's in. There we go. And now the next one's going to be that angled piece right there, and that's a question mark. I guess it's going to be in this this big group right here, which is actually probably going to need to be its own thing. I don't think it can be connected to the thing here. I don't think there's any way to do it. Because you're going to have to make this go past this guy. So what are we doing? Are we doing like a thing here, and then it comes to here, and then it comes in? There's no fancy border left on this one, you know? There's no cheat in this design. Let's just...
Yeah, I think that one you're kind of stuck. You just do it manually.
We're going to just do it manually, yeah. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 pipes. We've got 2 that can be pseudos. And we got 1, 2 that need to be divs. And now the good thing is, I guess we can take that and then... No, we're not going to really be able to repeat it over here. So, okay. Wilp. Let's just get into it. Connect right here. I'm just wondering if there's any... No, there's nothing really we can do to, I think, make that any easier. I do think I'm going to stick the margin on this container really quick, the yellow one. So again, that's going to be like margin left, right, 20. Just to start that process out. We might want to go through really quick too as we're doing all this and just... Well, I guess we'll keep it bright white, but we're going to have to go back and lighten the color on everything. It's a little bright.
Yeah. And if you don't want to do the little curved S things, you could always put like a dashed box around the 3 verticals. Not have a connecting line in between them. So it's just one line going into your dash box with the 3 and then a line coming out into the launch.
So you think just do this and just like call it a day?
Yeah.
Do another one on the other side and call it a day?
No.
That's cheating it, man.
It is.
Let's not do that. Let's do it for real. So we're already this far. We can't give up.
Hey, you're the one who's saying I wonder if we could cheat that.
I know. I don't want to just get rid of it, you know. Hold on a second. I'm gonna put the other one in. I'm gonna go one past it, past the group, so we can sort of make sure this works real well. 5, and that should have gotten that one in. Cool. And then that needs a little bit of left. I think these beginning and the ending ones, they have less margin. They go to like 10. Yeah. Okay. Well, here comes the hard part. Okay, so we have a pipe that goes up and down, and then one on the left and right. So we'll start with the up and down. And maybe what we do is with the up and down ones, we attach the 2 angled pieces to it, and that way we're just
I would attach
moving
them
that
to the
in.
top.
Yeah. So we'll start at the top and then go from there, I guess. Let me see.
Yep.
I'm just trying to set this up in my head. Got one that goes here. Divs are going to want to block in top to bottom. But in this case, we might want to change that. Or we just walk the pixels in. Why don't we just walk the pixels in and just absolute position this thing into place? So if we absolute position it, we're going to want it to come down and be built off of the bottom. But we can just absolute position the whole thing. Yeah, it's just absolute position. Let's just make it easy. We'll open up the dev tools. We'll make it real easy. Horizontal.
There you go.
Yeah.
Tap the arrow keys, man.
That's the cheat. In this one, that's the cheat. Bar dash. Yeah. And so we'll do this one. We'll call that hoary. Old hoary. Oh, that's not good. Old hoary. Is that where the word comes from? Like being horizontal?
Ooh.
Did we just figure it
That's
out?
Great question. I think we just answered like the age old.
Did we just figure this out, guys?
I think we did.
What? You're just a horizontal person. And they're like, that's too many words.
That is hilarious.
Yeah, I think we just figured it out, man. Etymology with Omatum. We just.
There you go.
It doesn't have to be the
That's here
truth.
every Wednesday.
Yeah, it just has to be what we think it is.
Wow, that's actually hilarious.
Can you look that up? Is there some place we can?
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up.
Can we
I'm gonna
contact a museum or something? Harvard?
Right.
They have a lot of books there. I feel like they would know.
I'm gonna look that up through an incognito mode just in case.
Oh yeah, because you don't want to get those ads. Your wife would not like that.
Exactly.
She's like, "What are you doing looking this up? Why am I getting ads for STD checks?" I don't know. Yeah. I
Comes
actually.
from German.
Oh come on! No, we're changing the meaning. It's a thing.
Yeah, screw that.
That's what they.
Yeah, we like.
That's
I
what those
like our answer better.
eggheads over at Yale thought. But listen, Yale. That's so funny. It makes sense. I think just say
It does.
it.
No,
Just-
it actually does.
Just
totally
say it.
does.
Just say it. Just teach your kids that, and
Yeah, for
a
sure.
couple of generations from now, they will. Yeah.
It'll be in Merriam-Webster. Where'd it come from? It'll be like, oh, it's an old language called Omatum.
it's an old. So we're gonna have to walk the width of this in. I don't think there's like a easy way to
I don't
do
think you're
this.
gonna have an easy way to calculate that.
Yeah, because they're not even 45s, right? Like
Yeah.
they need to get Okay, so old hoary here. Sorry, that's like a Jeopardy answer. You just
Hey, it's better than we go from long boy to hoary. Come on, man.
It's not even a bad word. I'm saying it like in context.
Oh,
Of
I know.
horizontal. We can definitely get the width of these things, and I'll make that a little bit easier. So the width of this is going to be about 30 pixels. Okay. And then the height's going to be 1 pixel, and that should start to show up on my screen. Now, what am I missing? Oh, it's because the same thing. So I got to do that. Okay, good. It's that way down here. That's exactly where I didn't need it to be. So we're gonna try position absolute. We're gonna smack it into the right side of the container. There we go. Now it's in place. So now we'll walk it up. I'm gonna do top 0 and just see where that gets me. That's not good. So now we're gonna be negative topping this thing. That's great.
That's how you know your CSS took a really good turn.
Yeah, when you're negative topping. Yeah. You're negative topping your hoary. Okay. Okay. We could do this all day. There we go. Up she goes. I saw it hit something there, so we might have to z-index this whole thing up. That looks about right to me, somewhere in here. Hey, Lycan, what's up, man? I don't know. We figured out the word where a word came from. So there we go. So that's top negative 198. Perfect. Sounds good. Sounds like we're CSSing now. Negative 198 pixels. Save that, and then we'll build off that little the thing that's going to angle off of that, so we can place the other thing. I really don't know. I'm gonna do width 45. Let's do this all in a row now. Content, nothing. Display block. What is it? Right, 100% to get it off the left. Transform origin. Right center, I think. And transform, rotate, negative 45 degos. And we need some width and some height. Width, 45 pixels, height, pixel. It did nothing. Okay, what am I missing? Bar spot after. That's not what you want to do with that. Background color. Well, that's not exactly where I wanted that, but it's getting close. So what did I screw up on this? Transform origin. Doesn't need to be left. No. Right center. The positioning's wrong. So I didn't even put positioning on it. That's gonna do it. Position. Absolute. Yep, there we go. Oh no, it just barely clipped that little box right there. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Ooh. Let's just go back and make those a little bit less wide. This is when you really know you're screwing up. You got boxes to clip things out, and are you screwing up, or are you getting a website launched in one day? I think
you're getting a website launched in one day.
Yeah, that's right. What are the labels? Yeah, here we go. So we go to maybe 60. It doesn't need to be a lot. And then that's going to go from 150 to 130. Yep. There was a time when you had to position everything like that with these left 50%, margin left, negative half of the thing. I'm glad we were past those days. I'm like, those were the worst days when we didn't have Flexbox. All right. So we got Hori's doing her thing. Why is it a her now? Why is that a her? Vert. And okay, so this is gonna be so hard to walk in. I almost want to do the angled part first, I think, but that's not gonna be possible unless it has a height. So, dang. Bar. This is gonna be so hard to figure out. Spa. Height.
Can you after and after?
You can after anything you want to do. No, you can't. Pseudos can't take pseudo. So width 1 pixel. Let me just get that. Oh, dang it! It pushed the other one up. Didn't think about that part. So that's gonna have to go position absolute, because that's the state we're at. Absolute. We get to do this again for the other one, so that's fun. And
can't you copy the one that we're building right now? Because we're just doing the curved, right? The curved, the vertical, and then the curve.
Yeah, we should be able to do something that's like for the next column over to the one to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should be able to do something like saving
and then we just
some
have
of
to
this
extend
stuff.
the horizontals, and maybe that one we should be fine.
But it's not. I guess we could always try to reverse it too. See if that
Yeah,
works.
true. Yeah.
Special absolute. So we do bottom. Bottom's gonna have to move up a little bit, but we'll start there. And this is just gonna be such a thing to figure out. Left. Just get it off that side. It definitely needs to go more left than that. Where is this thing catching width from, though? What is this? Where do you feel like you should get width from? It's definitely getting it from something. So we're going to have to walk the width into. Wonderful. Just one more thing that we got to nail this thing down. And we know it's going to be at least 40, so we'll push that up. 60, maybe 80. 90. Yeah, I think that's close. Okay. Well, let's at least get part of the height figured out first. I guess we could set this off the top too. So top 0. And jeez, what are we doing?
We're having fun.
60. That's a good number to see. The old 166 negative top. So really, it's just the same. Could we have done this like Well, that's to get it all the way to the bottom. So really we need probably less height than that, but at least that's easier to adjust now. So now we can just move the other guy down. So we'll do height 126. If I were the only, we're not the only people that do this, right? Like this is a common thing.
Oh heck yeah, yeah. No, the CSS is so like liberal when it comes to what you can do. So
I hope so, because I feel like
if you're not
I
supposed
feel
to
like
do
there's
it,
some
it shouldn't
kid
let you.
watching right
That's the
now
rule
who's
I go
like,
with.
"This is the way to do it," and
Yeah.
they're gonna grow up to ruin Google or something. You shorten that parallax code if you want to go. Yes, Mirabite, I love it, man. Shoot it over. We might not get it in tonight, but we can get it in. We can get it in like the next quick version on it, or I can always like, you know what I could do is I could put this. Why don't we put this in a public GitHub repo? And if you guys want to fork on it, you can. Because I mean the code's public anyways, right? Oh, you're brilliant. Thanks, man. Okay, so that's that part. I just like. I just think that might be the best way to do it. Just like stick it in, because it's got to be in a public repo anyways if we're using Netlify, right? I think.
Right. No, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like kind of the rule of how they figure out what should be free. Okay, so let's just grab this other code. Oh, did not like that though. Not that way. Not the seize it. Okay, now that's not in the place we want that in. That's not where we want that. Why did that figure out not to be at the top? So we have to say bottom 0. Is that going to be? Oh, we got it. Okay, so what do we need to do now to make that come down just a little bit more? We need to get out
We
Google.
have to adjust the height of the vertical
And also we're going to have to like probably walk it in just a little tiny bit.
just a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Could you imagine being the next person that has to work on this? And I go in, I say like, I want all those lines to be changed just a little bit.
Right.
That should be my test for. Well, we're not hiring any developers, right?
Yeah. But when we do, we're gonna give them this code.
Yeah, and just give them some horrible like little changes that are just gonna drive them wild.
Yep.
Okay, so the height of this has to come down just a little bit. Okay, and now so that's 134, so I'm gonna lock that in over here. And then the width that we kind of arbitrarily set now can be appropriately set. Nope. What am I missing here? What needs to happen to get that to move over? What do we stick on this to make it move over? So there's a vertical bar. The left of the vertical bar. I mean, it's saying it's got to be 30. 31. Crap. This is when all that little stuff needs to be locked up a little bit more. So that goes 31. Wait, was it the width though? Like the width of this shouldn't matter though. So really we should have built the bottom one first and then the top one second. That's what we should have done. And then the right on this needs to come in just a little bit, even though it's going to be kind of pushing in to that sacred margin. Who cares? So -3 on that. If anybody gives me crap about 3 pixels, we're done. We're done. I'm going to go be a doctor. At least when you're a doctor, you got malpractice insurance and stuff.
Truth.
There we
You
go.
don't get pixel insurance here.
Pixel insurance.
Yeah.
Thanks for the pixel insurance, doc. Now, could we do this a better way? Let me see. So if we padded the top of this, what if we padded the top by, would it be 165 pixels? 165. Okay, then we get rid of this. Let's just see if that did half of what that was supposed to do. It just made that not work at all. Okay, never mind. My thought was we could have padded it and then like reuse the code again, like the exact same component.
Oh yeah.
Why didn't that work? I figured that would work. So but hopefully we'll just have to adjust these.
I think it's because of the origin point of the very first item, because we built it from the the top down.
Mm-hmm.
So I bet you that would work, but I think we need to give the a different origin point to get that same effect.
Yeah. Let's just copy and paste the code. What are we trying to do here? Win an award? I still want one, man. At one point in my life, I want the Webby. This is definitely not a Webby site, but I want it so bad.
Truth.
Maybe not a Web. Well, Webby's probably too hard because we would have to be like an agency with a book of work and all that stuff. And what I want is the Triple W award. I want that thing pretty bad. Okay, so why don't we just copy and paste all this because that's about how the night's going. And well, I guess we could probably let's just try and see because we could probably just modify a couple of things. Data call 5 doesn't even show up. Okay, what do we miss here? So we have circle call and line call, data call 5 doesn't show up. Why doesn't that show up? It should be right here. It should at least be doing the same thing that one's doing.
Is it the wrong column number?
No, it's right there. Did it not catch? It should have caught width. It doesn't look like it caught width. It's 90. And that one's getting width 100%. And that one's getting no width. What? Oh. Bad CSS. Wonderful. And it even has decided to render this a different way. What in the world? Oh, no, man. I don't know some days. Oh, crap. And we missed it. It actually has, like, yeah, it is totally like a reversed thing here. So really we need to flip this thing over twice.
You technically have to just rotate it.
We need to
90
reflect
degrees,
it. Yeah.
Rotate it.
Reflect it once and then again. That's what we need to do.
No.
Are you sure?
I mean, you could, yeah.
We need to get this little line right here, right? Oh, yeah, if you just rotated it. You're right.
Yeah, if you just rotate it 180 degrees and move it down, it's the same thing.
Yeah, let's make this real stupid. Let's do it.
Yeah.
It's time to get real stupid.
Let's do it.
And data call equals 5. Maximum stupid mode. Transform, rotate 180.
Yes,
drag.
do it.
Beep. You should have seen that. It was glorious. Let me do this again.
Oh, that was beautiful.
It was like exactly what you wanted it to do. Transform.
Oh.
That was so. Okay, watch. Oh, I'm gonna do that, and then we'll just click over here so you can see the screen. Watch her go. Whoop. just. Oh yeah, that's where I need to be. Oh, it's so good when that just works out that way. We didn't plan for that. It'll break, but it's not breaking right now, so we're in. We're 1,000,000% in. Sorry, it's just so funny to me.
I love it.
Were we not going to do any animations up here? I guess.
I mean, I would put the little, maybe just every once in a while, like a pulse.
Okay, let's go back and hit that at the very end, or we could do it right now because I mean we just got this, we just bingoed this whole section right out.
Yeah, the rest of the sections are pretty much just text. You're gonna have a little bit of fun with the Twitch YouTube panel with the angle, but I don't think that's gonna be difficult at all.
Yeah. Oh, we need to get these colors.
I would say
let's fix these colors really quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
So what was this? This is a Rigba white with 50%. Okay. Where are you? There. Rigba. 255. Let's see how much of that needs. It's probably fine. We just have that one border, and that's it. That's the only odd one. Border left. Hey, what's up, Edward? You like it because it's so stupid? I think this is peak CSS right now. This is what you're supposed to be doing with CSS. You're not supposed to be cranking them with Bootstrap and trying to figure out how to make some reusable component that you can throw up on Medium and dribble for everybody to throw freaking likes at and claps on. You're supposed to be in the trenches trying to get something to work. You're in the DNA of the code now. It's handcrafted. I can't even find that border. Border left. Must be right here. Ah, right there. Rigba. I'd be proud to show this to like the W3C and just be like, this is what you guys wanted us to do, right?
Right. Especially that transform rotate.
That was glorious, man. Just like kicked it into place.
Hey, man, when geometry works, it works well.
Okay, so you want to try for a pulse here, and just we could do a pulse, or we could maybe we could shoot out like every so often. There's some line work that gets drawn in. Let me try.
Pulse is probably the easiest to implement first, and then if we feel it needs more, then we can swap it.
Let me try it. So how do we double animate on something? Can you put 2 animate tags on something? Because this might be.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Yeah, I think you're allowed to, right? As long as they're namespaced. Yeah. Okay, let's go up here. Kind of regretting this decision to have the one thing. But if we do that, what are we gonna do? I don't know. Can you? Let me look.
Just test it with a very, very simple animation addition. See what happens.
Yeah, I think you're allowed to, right? With a comma, though, you have to do it with a comma. So this is going to get real complicated because I need to write the delay in and all that stuff. Unless who cares? We could just have them on top of each other.
No,
So-
wait, SAS can do, or SCSS. SAS can do random number generation, though, right?
Not like in real time. Like,
No, I know,
it
not
only
real time, but
compiles
like on load,
once.
right?
Yeah.
Because if it's just a pulse, it doesn't really matter when it happens in comparison to the thing. It just needs to be greater than the delay of.
Yeah, let me just see what the pulse even looks like.
Yep.
That's a 1 second. That might be way too fast. Let's just see if that broke anything. Let's refresh. This is the best part. Oh, so good. How many times have you made like a thing and just sat there and just like refreshed it a million times?
Oh, plenty.
Just watch it over and over and over again.
Especially when I break something, that's pretty much what I do. I have to refresh it a million times.
Yeah. So we're gonna give it this different dash array for the pulse. So we'll say the dash array is gonna be probably some big number first. Let's say 1500, and the next one will be like 10, and then 2 stroke dash array. I don't know if this is the way to do it though. 15. So we need to reset it back to what it wants to be. Let's just see what that does. That's the wrong way, right?
Well, it depends. Do we want the pulses going in? Or
I
do
guess
we want them-
it could go that way, right?
I would. Yeah, I don't see why it can't come out.
Check that out. Just gotta slow it down.
That's a big old epilepsy warning right there waiting to happen.
You wait.
I know, right?
There she goes. There's the epilepsy that we.
Oh.
Look at this thing just go. Look at it go.
Intense.
Yeah. Because it's trying to figure out these two competing things, you know.
That's how you take advantage of the video.
That is super cool, though. I mean, I think that's super cool. Like, because like we just did something that, you know, just randomly, and like that's what we got out of it. Was this,
for sure, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, there's something weird about it. What if we gave it 100 seconds to do the pulse? What does that do? And can we delay that out? Because look at what it's trying to do. Look at the math it's trying to figure out to rectify. That is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. Like I think that's pretty cool. This is that first part where it's like really trying to get a handle on it, and then it's like now it's spreading out the keyframes. Because you could just keep it like, you could keep it small, and we could do that. Check that out.
Now that breaks my brain, and I love it.
Yeah, does it?
Yeah, I love that. Because it almost makes it look like the logo is like being placed, because now the floors and ceilings are essentially moving.
Yeah. We can keep messing with it. So what if we could do these like little tiny ones. There we go. So now the trick is going to be delaying this out. So I got to figure out how do you write a one line delay. No. Yeah, there we go. No, we don't want the transition. Let me see. Mozilla, you'd hope, would have this. Mozilla animation. You'd hope they have an example like this, because the problem with this is all in order, right? So I think, so you see this 3 second, it goes duration, timing function. Okay, so we have duration, timing function. Then we have the delay. So we use the delay after the timing function. The timing function is linear, so the delay is after. Do that. Then we'll refresh the page. So it'll draw in, and it'll flip to that. Now what we could do is we could do at the very beginning of that whole thing, it starts off as where it's supposed to end up, which is 1500, and then we'll transition that 0% to 100%. In the first percent, we'll move it to the next thing, and that should kind of give it a transition out. I have to refresh it to see it. That's crazy. That's crazy. So we can
That's intense.
slow it down even more.
Yeah, that initial flash gets you.
That's so cool. How is that not the coolest thing you've ever seen?
Okay, I like that. Screw it, keep it.
Yeah. Okay.
I
What
like
do you
that a
guys
lot.
think?
That was cool.
Hey, Skull. Thanks for that, man. I hope you guys have a wonderful day too. All right, let's do this one more time. If anybody was watching and you hate this, let me know. If you think it's the coolest thing you've ever seen, let me know. Can we
Totally clip it too.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Oh, I love it. I love it. Like, I'm just wondering if we slow it down even more. So it just double. So then it has like this slow flow feel. Oh, that's even better. Why is it better the more it does that? Like the more it sort of like trips out.
Yep. I'm a fan.
Because I think
Make it slower, what
it's
happens?
trying to rectify. Yeah, let's double it again. So this is 800 second animation. So it's going to slow down quite a bit. That might be the one. Because
Yep,
it's
I like it.
so slow that you can sort of get that it's doing something.
I like it.
Yeah.
So the real question is, what happens in a different browser?
I don't even want to know.
Does that do the same thing?
It's got to. It's just math. It's just math. You're telling it to go from this dash array where the dashes are so big that they're the full size of the lines. And then you're saying, now I want you in 1% of the animation, and 1%. So that's for an 800 second animation. That's in 8 seconds. I want you to resolve this full line into an array of dashes that are 5 pixels or 5 units and 5 units spread. So we could even do this a different way. Like we have 5, 5. This is an even spread. We could try it with like, what if it's not even? Like what if it's 10, 5 or something? And if you do that, it might even get even funkier because you kind of see this like they'll look a little bit different like that. Or we could say 0, 10 or something. And then you get dots when you do that. When you do 0 for the first number. And the dots are really interesting too, but I just don't think they convey very much. So maybe 2. Because they sort of convey the motion with 2. I don't know. The 10-10 look cool too, though. All right, let's do one more just to lock it in. It looks like it was powering up the logo. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, I'm in. Now, do you think because we dropped down the fidelity of the lines, we could bring up the video in the background a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not.
Right, because there's less competition now.
Yeah, but it's also, I also think it's going to heavily depend on how bright the video is going to be. Like if you're staring at a white screen, for example.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that'll affect it.
Because we don't want to lose that, right?
Right,
So,
yeah.
do 5. I'm going to try double the video. Yeah, you lose it right there, right? Let me just do that real quick. Go to a white screen. Oh, you totally lose it on a white screen. Yeah, so we'll keep it down then.
Yeah, I'd keep it pretty low.
Yeah, because well, let me just watch the white screen for like 10 seconds. That's quick, man. I didn't realize the delay is almost nothing.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. It's pretty quick.
Okay, not bad. So we like this sort of gentle flow out of the logo like this? This is what we're looking
I
for?
do. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, yeah. I like the fast like pulsing getting into it, and then it eases into the slow, nice.
Yeah, so you kind of
Baby dashes.
so you like this right now.
Yeah,
guess
I
we're
like
not
that
still.
right now.
And let me just see one more thing. I want to see what happens if we tell it to slowly ramp up to 1500 after it's done its little crazy dance. Do your crazy dance. And now what we're going to do is we're saying slowly make these lines bigger. So over time, they're going to restore to that original size. I could watch this all day. This is the one.
Yep.
And just like it's slowly getting bigger over 800
Because
seconds.
someone watching this is going to stare at it and be like, what the?
They're going to be like checking their water and stuff. Did you spike?
Yep.
Give me the mushrooms again.
Oh, that is so good.
It's so cool to watch it like slither, right?
Yeah.
It like slithers off the logo. Guys, I don't even do drugs. Just keep that in mind. You don't need to do drugs
Yeah.
to see this kind of stuff. Like my drug is of choice is
And I love how we
CSS.
can still get the moire on the edges.
Yeah, it's what's going to be there. It's going to be there
Yeah, I
anytime
know.
the
I
pixels
love
get a
that.
little tight. The
Yeah.
anti-aliasing like just gets on top of itself, and
Yeah.
yeah.
So nice.
Oh, it's just so cool. Yeah.
All right. I say leave this as is for now.
This has got to be this. This has to
Yeah,
be this. This is the
leave it.
best iteration. Yeah.
Just leave it.
Okay. What else do we have to do here? Do you want to take a quick break, or do you want to just power through this?
I think all we have left is the social panels for our streaming, and then the
We need copy.
job section.
You want to write some copy?
Yeah, we can do some copy.
Do you want to write some copy?
I mean, I could. Yeah. Let me pull up a doc. Let me.
Yeah. So if you want to write
Got some copy.
the what we do copy for Twitch and YouTube, I'd say do something very short, like this is where the magic happens, blah blah blah, and then
Yeah.
this is where we catalog it, whatever. Just keep it straight, and I'll jump and I'll do the career opportunities piece,
Yep.
And then we'll jump back up.
I'm just going to use the microsite doc to do some copy.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah.
And we want to rewrite career ops, but like that's a simple. Let me just do that right now. You do that and I'll do this one.
Sounds good.
What happens after 800 seconds? We're going to find out. So we'll just revolt. We'll let that run. As you can see, it's sort of like it's slowly going to get longer and longer. And then we could do it's on an infinite loop, so it should restart. At 800 seconds, that should restart. It should just kick in again. And we could sit here for the next 15 minutes waiting for it to do its thing, but that's that. There's no reason it shouldn't do that. It should hit that, and then it will repulse from the beginning, meaning it will go back from this 100%. It's going to go back to 0. Although we said infinite forwards, I think that's contradictory. Let me double check that, because I think that's the direction. Oh no, that's it. Okay, so we could alternate it too, where it kind of goes the opposite direction. So we have reverse. Let me just see. So we reverse it. So if we reverse it, it looks like it's going in versus going out. Oh, it just doesn't want to do anything in that reverse mode. Yeah, it's probably the double-edged sword of it, Revolt, is that it'll look good for like a couple minutes and then it won't look good. It'll eventually hit because it's got to go through all these steps. So somewhere in the middle of these steps is where you're really liking it. It's like somewhere in here. But it's kind of nice that it's sort of gradually moving at this velocity towards it. So it's kind of a hard thing to figure out. If we were doing this like manually, we could get a lot more control over it, but really this is just letting it take over, let the chaos take over. Anyways, so we got to write this little section here for career ops. We do have the 2 job openings. We have production assistant and video editor. I'm a little worried that we're not going to put the job descriptions here, but we can figure that out tomorrow or something. This would just be enough. So again, we're not using this to hire people. We're using this so when people land on it, they're like, oh, it's a real company. So we've got one little flexi line here that's going to suck. And this one over here. Okay. Then we have this little column break here. This can probably land and then separate the line here. I think that might be the easiest way to do it. And then flex. This will be a background. And then this on top of that in this call with this separation here. I'm kind of thinking of a manual way to get that knocked out. And I almost think like now that I'm seeing it, we might as well just do this twice and do it up here and then have a little column that says like, here's our Twitter, which I don't even know if we have one. Here's our Discord server. So we just use the Discord for now, I guess. So let's rewrite this. Oh, I hate writing. We believe that business can be a force for good and that all employees should be respected. At Omatum Studios, employees self-direct their careers with guidance from senior members of the company. Omatum Studios employees self-direct their careers. That's kind of true. Like, we're going to be pretty loose with these guys with guidance from senior members of the company, which is really just me. Guidance, sure. You'll be given responsibility and independence and work across functions collaboratively. Across several functions. Because I think everybody should kind of be a little jack of all trades. Collaboratively, we provide... Nope, we don't do that. We provide a stellar work environment, a promising future, and only hire hyper potential individuals in the respected fields. If you're looking for a challenge, don't hesitate to Sure. I mean, this is just some corporate statement, so it doesn't need to be perfect. We're not writing a love letter. I'm not trying to convince somebody to go to prom with me, so that'll work. Current openings, production assistant, doop, doop, easy. We're gonna want to get these in there real easy peasy. So if we break this up a little bit, let's see. So we're going to try to make it so we use the same thing for both of them. So do section, and then we'll do first call, second call. What we want to do is make sure that whatever we do here, it goes like this on mobile, because I think that's going to look just fine. This little thing, all this like whatever crap, electrical crap, just goes away or something, or maybe it stays there and just does this part. And then on mobile, we'll just say tuck this guy down instead of sticking him next to him. So that's Flexbox all day, baby. And what's going to be nice is that little bit of margin we're going to use to push this down is going to it's going to be able to stay for the mobile and kind of give that. So it's a little bit, spread out. I wonder if we reverse these, if we say career opportunities are first and then where to find a second, but whatever. Slowly melting out up there. Well, let's get into it. So this will be section, it'll be an interior section, INT. It's going to have an outer wrap and an inner wrap. That's going to be a little hard to figure out because it's going to have these things that need to go to the edge. That's going to be fun to figure out. There's a smart way to do this and a dumb way to do this. I think we're going to do it the dumb way because why not? So we need to get that big piece in there. That big piece could be separated into the outer wrap and just be called like the heading lines or something. And then we'll just sort of walk into that. So it'll be like one big piece of code that makes this show up behind it. I'm just trying to think where that could fall apart. So the inner wrap is anything within the blue. Here. So really, yeah, this will just be a separate thing. But it'll be like one solid piece. Then we'll stick it inside. So why don't we do the divs that we can see first, the content divs, then we'll get that other guy inside of it. Do a call main, then a call sup. Call sup like that. And then we're going to do a little section header with an H3. Actually, we probably don't want an H3 because we probably don't want to fight with the block of that. I'm going to say div headline or something. Career opportunities like that. And then the headline here, which will probably be a subline or something like that, subhead. And this will be current openings. Okay, and then this is just easy, just a little paragraph. Paste that right in. Boop. BRs and all. Double BR so we get some nice space. Okay, and then current opening. So we've got 3 things that need to go in here. 2 of them are going to be job cards, and one's going to be just the more info guy. So it's a UL jobs LI3, and then class equals job. And so we'll just get that coded in. Href mail to jobs@omatum.com. I don't think we need a target blank on that, so just leave it. Jobs@omatum.com. Okay, so the actual job card is going to have 2 things: subjective role and then location. If any of you guys watching want a job and you got skills doing this stuff, you let me know. You're going to have to move here. And I'm not going to pay for you to move here. Sorry. But if you're a video editor or production assistant's a different type of job. Like actually when I stream with Noah, a lot of times Noah will do the PA stuff, but it's kind of intense.
All right, there's a lot to go into that.
Yeah, and like once you have somebody doing it full time, like it ends up being like, holy crap, the amount of crap you're gonna have to do on top of just watching a stream while it's happening. And the hard things are gonna be, man. Like this is an 8-hour stream. What do we like? What is the deal with the PA then? They have to be around for it.
Yep.
Yeah. I think they've got the hardest
like
job.
Markers is a big one. That's going to be the big one that's going to help tremendously. Like I could have been marking every single question, right?
Yep.
There's a level of granularity attached to it that determines still.
Yeah, and I think that like it's a critical role, but it's also like you don't need to be super skilled to do it, which is kind of the nice thing of the PA role. But I'd be happy to train that person up. I'm sure the editor would be happy to train up a supplemental editor. You know, it's just I think it's just more like a chill job. You know, you get to work with me all day.
I like it.
Yeah, man. What did we figure out the column width on this crap was gonna be? Yeah, I guess I'll figure it out. That's what Flexbox is for. You don't gotta figure out anything. This will match on both of these. So font size 48 pixels. You know, and I think for tonight's target, let's not do mobile. Let's just do this one version and get it up, and I'll get through the crap of the mobile on my own. I mean, I don't know if we'll have time. That's all I'm saying. I guess we could try to end on it, but I'm just not sure if we're gonna have time. Because I think we'll get this one thing working and get it committed and get it into GitHub, get on a Netlify, switch the domains over, and if that's not an hour from now, I'll spend a little bit more time on it. I probably should just do the blasted mobile. I'm sure like I'm going to send this to somebody and they're going to be like, why didn't it work on my phone? It'll be like the one key person. The best video editor in the world. That doesn't need to get paid too much. What is this? This is like the weirdest font weight I've ever seen. It's called text. It's like, what is that, 400? What is that? Yeah, it must be close. It's close enough to 400. Font size. 24 pixels. Nope. Subhead. That is way too big. Why is that so big? Bringing it down to 300. Okay. So now we need to get the flexi boy here figured out. So the left call, I'm guessing the left call is about 50%. That's 700. Yeah, 720. So that's exactly 50%. And then the right is going to be 497. That's probably a third. No. 497. It's not a quarter. It's a fifth, maybe. Okay, so let's do. The main call is 50% wide. Boop. And then we're going to tell this it needs to flex. So we'll say int wrap flex, which does nothing. Inner wrap. Now we have to actually tell it to flex. Display flexi boy. There we go. Got the flex. And then we don't really want anything to shrink or grow because we're going to kind of like tap it into place. But I guess if we had to have one that's shrinking, it's probably the main one. Okay. Now we probably don't want to push this thing over, so we're going to do some justify content on this to push it to both sides. Easy peasy. Then now we have to push off the left-hand side with some width. So the width on this was 497 pixels. Like, let me just see. Yeah, so what is that in some sort of percentage that makes this? Faster Aaron, who made this, the design of the site? You missed it, man. We made it today. You can check it out. We'll have it up on YouTube. If you want to go subscribe to YouTube right now, that'd be great. Because then you can get the video when it goes up. It'll go up in 2 days or so, 2.5 days. That was it. It was divided by 3, so it's 33. Unfortunately, the hardest thing to get into a percentage, 33.3333% wide. I don't know how many of those you can throw in there before it just says it stops. As many as I want. As many as I want.
I got 3 copies for both.
You get,
so either you're gonna love them or you're gonna hate them.
You did 3 options. I would have just taken one half-assed one.
Oh no, I got 3 options.
It doesn't take much to make me be like, "No, that's great. It's writing." Don't show it to me. You know.
You got 3 options.
Okay. So for some reason, this font, it's showing up wrong. I don't know if you can see this. So you see what this looks like here, compared to what it looks like over here. It's vertically a completely different font. So this is something that happens sometimes with fonts, is like at a particular size they will have given hinting to it. I think that's what happened. At a particular size they gave it the wrong hinting. Or they saw some problem with it, or they wanted to display a certain way. So it's off. It's gonna bug me. I mean, maybe it's that funky text weight that just happens to be that one way. Let me see if I can find it. No. That's so funky. Okay, we'll just take it. So I'm gonna.
Does it fix itself if you do like a 0.5 font size with it?
I probably wouldn't, because it's like even moving around it, I'm not seeing. I brought it down just a little tiny bit, and I didn't see anything change.
Oh, that's weird.
It got like proportionally smaller. It's weird. I mean, we could try that 0.5 just to see. Oh, F you, Noah. Really?
Did it work?
Yeah.
Ha!
It was actually 23 was fine, so the odd number was fine. They just pushed it out just enough.
Yeah.
To be what it was supposed to be. Beautiful. Let me get this size locked up. So 16 pixels, and that's going to be 26 pixel line height on the paragraph there. Font size 16. And the weight is regular, so I think it's fine. Oh, it does not. That's not a good weight. Font weight. I want to bring it. I'm tempted just to bring it right down. 300. I didn't screw with the opacity on that other one or anything. I don't think. Then we'll margin this sucker by just a little bit. It's about 60 pixels there. What's the other one? 60 pixels. Nope, 40. So it's 60, 40. Margin. Just make sure that's nice and precise. I think it broke it. It didn't want to do it. Oh, wait, that was the other thing. Yeah, this guy. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to do some other stuff to get that line in, but not yet. I got to get this into place. So where does this line up on? Oh, Craig, really? Okay, so I have to get this top of this, the X height of this. I think that's what it was, the X height, to line up with the baseline of this. I'm going to walk that in. There's no other easy way to do that. So, do we pad it? I'll just use margin.
you're doing my cheat.
You're using the window to be the ruler?
That's what I do. Literally what I do.
Yeah. As long as you have the whatever thing turned off in Windows, it works fine.
Yeah,
All
absolutely.
the drop shadowing and stuff like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
just turn it off. There I am, margin top 99. That sounds good. Margin top 99. Yeah, we used rules when we were making this. 99 pixels. Oh, did you see? Like, I'm not even deep into a project, and Chrome is like, there's 10 things. Just so you know, there's 10 things. There's 10 broken things. We don't even have JavaScript in here. They're like, there's 10. There's 10 broken things, man. What? Oh, it's the. It looks like it's something from Twitch. Oh, that's interesting. So Twitch has got some tracking that they're running, I think. Wow, it's a lot of Twitch problems. Whew. That is a whole lot of stuff. We still got video up here though, so
It's probably their the V1 of their stuff. It's probably calling like old V1 Kraken stuff, because I know they actually just deprecated the V1 Kraken API, so but the embed code is still using it.
Ah, okay. Okay, so let's set some of these things up. I think we made this one the same as the other ones, but these guys are just a little bit different. So 70 pixels tall. They're 100% wide, 70 pixels tall. And if I had to give them 8, 10 pixels of space. 70, 170, 10. All right. So, jobs. No. We don't need to do that. Maybe we do. Jobs with 100%. That's a real quick way to do that. Doop. Okay. Well, that's there for some reason. That's just on top of that. Okay. And then if it's a job, it's a background color of RGBA 0002. Border 1 pixel dashed RGBA 255 255 255 2. And they all have padding left. Padding left. I think it's about 30 pixels. And let's just save that and see what that does. Okay. Margin bottom. What do we say? 10 pixels. That's 1 pixel. 10 pixels. Deep. Okay. Font sizes. I think they're all the same font size. 21 pixel. Yeah. Other than the other thing. 21 pixel. Doop. Oh, wow. They got real big. That's got to be tinier. It got so big, man. There we go. Much better.
That might be a little excessive.
Yeah, it was a little big.
Just a little bit.
I think we can actually get rid of the height on these because they have line height, and that might tighten it up just a little bit more. Yeah, I guess we got this going out there. And then what we really need to do on this, though, because we have this left-right thing going on here, is we need to flex this. The job container needs to be flexed. Display. Flex. Yep. And then align. So again, we'll just do the justified content, and this will split it over to each side. Space between. Doop. It kind of like gets it to both sides. Or need padding on the other side, but I don't think it's 30. I think it's a little bit less. Maybe the left isn't even 30. 1, 2, it's 20. Let me make sure this is 30. Yeah. So padding right 20. Why are you working in pixels? Because it works. Sorry, nobody asked that.
So true.
I just heard it in the back of my head as I'm working in pixels. I have tried to use all those. I have not found another unit other than pixels that I like. I know this sounds silly.
Yeah, I've tried like the M's and Rems.
Yeah.
The pixel, and that's.
I just can't get precision, you know?
Yeah.
But I think the guys that are really good at it, they'll mix and match these when needed.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Certain times pixel will always reign supreme. Other times you're relative great.
Yeah. Dude, that seems way too wide. That is way too wide. Look how wide that looks. Right?
Why is that so different? Is the font size on the job title the same as in the design?
No.
Okay,
We made it smaller.
gotcha.
Let me just...
You can probably bring the whole thing in somewhere.
Did something get computed wrong, maybe? So it's 480 wide. That's what it is over here.
Yeah, so it's just the font size. It makes it look.
Oh, you suckered me. Box sizing border box. That's what it was.
Box sizing border box, the rule that always just magically fixes crap.
yeah. Well, it's because padding and stuff it's so silly how it gets computed outside sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we're gonna need to round that guy. So bottom left and top right. Border, top right, radius, 20 pixels. Nope, that didn't do it. Border, top right, radius. There we go. And then border. I'm sure there's a better way to do this, but shut up. I don't want to hear it. Border, bottom, left, radius. There's like a way to combo those two things together. Somebody had asked me that once when I was at work, and I was like, I didn't want to hear that crap because I tend to write my CSS real weird, and they brought that up. And they're like, you could do that better, and it was just like, no, you can't. Like the browser takes longer to do it if it's all one thing. It's a total just BS,
You don't know any better though. You're full of smoke. No one's gonna call you on it.
Yeah, and they were like, "Oh, I didn't know that."
They're gonna spend hours like doing performance testing on one statement just to come back.
And then and it's gonna find out it's like completely valid. Like,
right?
You're like, oh.
You're like, oh.
They're like
well, okay,
presenting a paper at W3C on how to fix it.
Oh, for sure.
Clean it up. They're doing forks of the Chromium to try to get it to. Why is it worse if there's many of them? I remember when people would do those crazy things and they would say like, I had a friend that like convinced me that it was faster, and I believed him for a long time. And it's just like one of those things. He's like, it's faster if you write all of your CSS in alphabetical order. And then he was, I was like, really? He's like,
no, I don't know about that.
Yeah, this is performance increase. And I was like, okay, I'll try it. So for like good period of time, I thought that was like the gospel. And you start telling people that, and you're like, no, it's faster if you do that.
It's gonna become one of those like man, myth, legend type things.
Yeah, it actually becomes they actually start optimizing for it. Yeah. But
You're screw it. Why not?
I did read something that was close to it. I read once that in the older browsers, there was actually the new browsers, they reorganized the CSS, but they'll there was a time when
they do it for you.
Yeah. Yep. There was a time when they didn't do that, and like you'd want to have display first and then position next, and then
right there. I remember precedence order when you're writing your rules.
Yep. And so I'm like, yeah, alphabetical. That makes sense because if it's sorting it for you, it's easier for it to sort.
Right.
I'm an idiot though.
That's funny.
I think that should be a rule. Is that like you should have to at least 10 times a year, like just tell somebody something that's completely wrong.
Oh, for sure.
It's like the way you prank people, I guess, unless it's with stuff that's serious.
Yeah, don't say something.
I am 100% certain. Like, do you remember when we were doing Badger? And,
of course.
Okay, so remember Badger? Do you remember when I was like halfway through it and I realized that there was like straight up injection happening? Like you could just.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can remember very clearly having a conversation with one of my friends. At work, we were working on production applications that went out with real money in them. And he was like, don't worry about it. Rails will figure that out for you. It cleans the parameters up.
No.
This is what he said to me.
Yeah.
He's like,
no, that's wrong.
He's like, you'd have to turn it off. Yeah, but I think it was one of those prank things. Just to
that's funny.
Get me caught with my pants down one day. And I'm like, I don't know, when somebody was like submitting me badgers on that thing that were blowing out my whole, they're like blowing out my whole interface.
Oh, that's so funny.
I don't know, like, I don't know how many sites I must have like had to go back after that stream. And I was like, oh my
crap.
God. And I was going into like all these other projects that I'd worked on, client stuff that
Like,
I
all
had
right, we're gonna
done.
prevent this from ever happening.
Yeah, I was like, oh no, oh no, like,
Oh, that's hilarious.
yeah.
So at a previous position I had, one of our ideas was anytime it's a submission, we would always have to clean up the inputs, right? That's always going to happen. And we kept running into like these little desperate little mini things that are happening, and you still have injection vulnerability. And so we were like, you know what, screw it, we got an idea. So we just built a little microservice that all it did is take in input, clean, spit back out.
That's it. It
We
was
just, like,
was it
yeah.
like a, what do you call it? Like a Lambda?
Yeah, it's basically a Lambda
Yeah.
function. You can call it that, yeah.
Yeah.
We just built the Lambda function that literally all it did was clean crap. And so we just pointed all of our inputs to it. So you just dump garbage into it, it'll clean it up, and then it spits the cleaned garbage back out.
That's so cool.
Yeah. Oh, I love it.
I can't get enough of this. I can't quit you, Omatum Studios. Sweet logo thing at the top. What a happy little mistake that was, of just being
That
like,
was great.
can we put 2 animations on it?
Yup.
Yes, you can. It will
So
blend.
now the real question is, do you want to put 3?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
What are we gonna do? What's the next step of this? Like
What do you
you're
want?
playing with fire at that point, man. That's like that's just a problem.
You
I
could
think.
you could toss a little animation to time it with the actual logo itself, so it flickers.
I'm so tempted. Because I think that's the only thing I don't like about it. Like it becomes in so abruptly, you know. I would almost like say that the scale is the wrong thing. Does that make sense? So let me just
Yeah, well,
try
that
one
or
thing.
maybe add rotation to it too, so it looks like it's spinning in.
Let's not make it like that newspaper.
Yeah,
I'll just see if it was just opacity.
it might be just opacity.
Yeah, and mind you,
With the
we're
lines now, it might be better to not have to. Wait, what?
wait, what?
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
Yeah,
let's do it
yeah,
one
I
more
see.
time. The problem is you're seeing the stream behind it. That's
Yeah,
obvious.
it's like 3 seconds. It's not that bad.
Let's just keep looking at it. And I think we need to time that tighter if that's the case. Did you ever see the logo? Have I ever shown you like what I did for the project management method I was working on?
I've seen like the UI designs for you.
No. Did I ever show you like the blog I made for it?
I mean, you might have been passing, but
Let me just hold on a second. What do you think of that? We'll do it one more time.
ooh, yeah, no, I like that.
So it just sort of fades in.
I think it's better.
Yeah, me too.
Much.
I just gotta watch it. I gotta go into the hyperspace one more time. Oh,
I know, right? It's so nice. Oh, that's so nice.
that's my favorite part is when it hits that next thing and it's just like now it just looks like it's flowing out after it freaks out, you know. Hey, Soundroom, thank you. Yeah, it's super cool, man. We got this figured out today, huh? This is kind of cool.
Beautiful.
You know, it's kind of cool because like this logo that we got here, like it really made this work. I think.
Yeah.
Like if it were just our regular hex, it wouldn't have worked.
And what I like about the line, the dash animation is since it's like a rounded edge almost, it looks as if they're pillars. It gives the flat edges what we used to have makes it look like they're rounded almost.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. So you get almost like a 3D shape attached to it, which is great.
Is it because they're like kind of coming out like unevenly, right? Because of where they
Yeah,
terminate.
exactly. That's exactly.
Yeah.
It's because we have the flat angle on the top and bottom. Remember how they used to be angled with the sides of the hex?
Yeah.
Now because we have the flat
Because
angle,
we
it
gave
forces
them
it.
different distances to travel, right? And then this now they have to get like a different length, and
Yeah. So
Yeah,
now it
it's super-
forces it to look like it's a rounded tube almost.
so cool.
I love it.
Love it. Yeah, me too. All right, so it does like to I forget who, I think Revolt said like it just doesn't look great halfway through. So again, we'll put it up, and if you guys want to mess around with it and say like I figure out a way to make it look better at that, like where it is right now, it's starting to get a little bit slow, right? So it's like a minute, 2 minutes in, it starts to slow down. So we could maybe figure out. It's definitely, you screw around with the keyframes here, you'll get it.
Yeah,
figured
a
out.
lot of it's going to be just keyframe stuff.
Yeah, just gonna be adding probably another layer keyframe in, like that
Yep.
comes in maybe at 10% or 15%, or
Yep.
maybe this is the 10% keyframe, and then there's another at 100 or something. Yeah, it's something like that. But yeah, I don't know. I think it still looks pretty cool here, even though it's like a little slowed down. Looks so cool. Okay, we can look at that all day. It's like a moth to the flame. So we got this thing's done. We just need to get that little line grouping in. Oh, what do we do? Noah, why do we give ourselves
So real question, do we need that?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay.
Do we need
Well, then do it. I mean, not much more I can say on that one.
Yes. It's not necessary, but neither is this freaking thing up here. It's like a mandala now.
Right.
Religions will be formed around what's going on here. Look at it. Really. Oh, it is. I can't not look at it. Oh, it's so cool. This makes for great content. Okay, let's keep going. Somebody's gonna have to be like. There's gonna need to be a light on my desk that someone can press and say, "Move on." Stop looking at your animations, Greg. Nobody cares.
Right.
Okay, so we need to get the line group behind it. I don't think it's terribly hard. I think the hard thing is gonna be nailing it in. But once we nail it once, it'll be nailed in both places. And I'm gonna make it in such a way that I don't know. I actually don't know how to pull this off. The other one here is a little bit easier. This one's a little bit harder because if we put it behind it, how are we going to figure out the widths in these things? So it's 100% wide. It comes in, I would imagine, positioned absolutely below these guys. Like below this career stuff.
Did we already do the line for the where to find this portion? Oh no, we haven't done the where to find this portion.
The where to find it? We're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we are. Yeah. Sorry. No, I'm doing this one first. And then we'll go back and do this. Because I figured if it's just the same thing, we'll make it the same thing.
Yeah.
That's what we'll do. And we'll just do the same thing where we do it like other places you can find us as the title here.
Yeah.
And the same thing. It's a ULLI. It's like the same spacing. It looks boring.
Right.
We have the same thing twice, but two different whatevers. These will get like a little bit wider. Oh man, we got these little guys inside here too. Okay, let's just get the line in, and then I'm thinking we can take a little break after that because this line's probably like an hour away. And this is as I keep looking at, like I'm sort of like like a gunfighter like circles around the other guy. They're trying to size it up. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm just sort of trying to size this stupid thing up. Is there an easy mode out of this? Let's just ask.
Yeah, there is an easy mode out of that.
What's the easy mode?
The left line, export the left line as a SVG, so it's just one thing.
You want to just
Like
SVG this whole thing?
Yeah, just SVG that, but not the text.
We can do that. Yeah, because I think this is one of
You're
those.
not animating those.
Yeah, there's no animation.
I would SVG that.
Yeah, let's do it. We could animate it though. No.
Could.
We could.
Insert Jeff Goldblum meme.
Right. Yeah. That's sort of where I'm at though in my life right now, where I just do stuff to do it, and
Yeah, for sure. You have fun with it.
because if we use an image, we don't have to worry about anything, right?
Right.
But I'm gonna make it so if we wanted to, like if some part of
Right.
us wanted to do this, it's there. It's available. It's available for animation.
Could be.
Okay. Oh, I really want to animate it now, Noah. Even if it's just one of those dash array things, so it's sort of like kind of drawing, like it's just doing what we just did, but not anything crazy. Just
man, now you're selling me. All right.
like a slow ambient. Yeah, you feeling it now?
Yes.
I thought you'd be feeling it. Let me get it in. Let me get it into an artboard. I thought it would work.
I like it.
So we're going to take this. We're going to make it white with no opacity so we can change that later. There are some dots in there. I don't think that's going to screw anything up, though, those anchors. I'll put it up here. Okay. You have to make sure that this is tight. Probably not that tight, though. It's got to be tight on the top.
Do you want to go directly against what we've said not to do and SVG the text too?
No. The type's going to be really... I'm going to show you how easy this is going to be with the type.
Yeah.
You're going to be blown away because I got a trick. Now I'm going to be blown away. You're just going to be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, my trick would be a div with the background color to block it to match the background of the whole page.
Bingo. That's the trick.
Yep.
Let's call this the last hurrah. Last hurrah. Because this is the last part of the site that's complicated.
Oh, you still got the lines inside of the soldier panels.
Those are easy. Those are just like CSS triangles. Or...
Oh, yeah, true. That one. Yeah, that one.
Wait a sec. Can we animate those too? No.
I mean, you can if you really want. You can animate whatever you want. We should have just built the entire site in SVG and export it and be like, boom.
We should have
Flutter
built the whole thing in VR. WebGL.
Sure.
That's what we should have done. I'm going to save a couple things right now.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Make attorneys get attorneys, somebody just said. It's SVGs all the way down, man. That's all you got to know. Okay, I think that those angles might not be the exact right angles, but they're going to work for us right now. I'm trying to think where are we going to run into trouble with this is probably when we resize it a bit smaller. But we'll just do breakpoint resizing so we don't have to worry about doing responsive. Responsive
yeah,
took
you can always
over.
change the viewport on it too.
Yeah. Or we just flip it off. If it's a big problem, just turn it off.
Yep.
Okay, so there's that. And we're going to need to export this as a SVG. So we'll do that. And just going to tell it to use the artboard, even though we just have the one. Export. And then make sure it's got the layer names. Got it. Internal CSS. Yes. I think we want that so we can overwrite it. Then we have responsive, sure. And then decimals, things. Okay, good. That should be saved.
I wonder if this is going to use the same internal CSS previous SVG we've already exported.
This is a good question.
I would imagine it would.
It's going to be like .cls stuff.
Yeah.
That's why you namespace in like this.
Yeah.
Like you don't ever.
You have to.
Yeah. And you gotta hope that you didn't like have CLS 0 somewhere in your actual code.
Oh, I know, right?
Yeah. Let me clean this up a little bit because we got a lot of code open right now. So we have the outer wrap, the inner wrap, and then in the outer wrap, I think is where this goes. So the outer wrap will have this thing called section head. And now in that will go these SVGs. So because we're doing it this way, right? We're not going to be able to import this. We're not going to be able to use an image of it. So we got to do this thing, get the code. It's such a tiny amount. I mean, look at that. That's like barely anything. Do that. I think that's tacked in. Let me just check. Yeah. We'll call this a last hurrah for the careers because I think we might have to do this 2 times. The stroke is 5th. And we got class 1 there. That's just stroke. Okay. Stroke fill, minor limit, and stroke width. Save that. There she blows. That's easy peasy. And I will bring that down and into the space. Even though it kind of looks cool, like as is, that's not hard to do. Anybody can do that. Let's make it hard to do. So I'm going to close this fig right here, and it's going to be a polyline again. Yeah. I mean, it's so weird having done a bajillion of these things, like to see it change to something called polyline. Like, and I would love to know the story behind that. And I guess I'm just a geek to kind of want to know why that's happening like that.
Oh, for sure.
You know. So this will be last hurrah careers. What a great way to name it. And there's gonna be another one, so it'll be like last hurrah what we do or something. Where to find us. That's fine. Where to find us. That's too many letters. That's too many things. That's fine. WWD. What would Noah do? And do that little guy, and then we'll hit the polyline. And at least let's knock the opacity of it down first, because I think it was like 0.25 or something. It's like nice and light like that. And now we can mess around with it a little bit once it's let's get it down and in. We'll mess it around. So that section head is the class. Okay. Let's hope this works, because I think I'm forgetting something. Height doesn't matter. I need to type more. Look at this, like, just all over the place. Okay, and then Z index 0. Section's gonna need to get some positioning. Boop. Okay, almost there. Almost there. It's almost over. It's almost the pain's almost over. Okay, so that's walked in, and now the problem is that the paragraph is down a little too far. So I gotta bring up the sup. We should have done that first. We should have locked him in. Oh, jeez, 83. Really? Is this what we're gonna do? We're gonna have to get it right in there. There we go. Done. And now this has got to come up. So that was 90 to 82. So whatever the paragraph is here, we're gonna negative margin this thing, or we could probably better off do this. 52. Just to tuck it in. Okay. So yeah, now we have that problem. Then Noah figured out how to solve that. So I don't know why we're getting the SVG in front of that though. That's a little curious. Should have been Z index behind it. Visually, it's behind it. It's a little weird. So now we just got to take the head and the subhead, and do background color. I don't know if it can inherit. I don't think it can. I think we got to pull the color. 26, 26, 26. It doesn't look like it's in front of it. That's weird. Padding left. Do I need to put padding on it? No. So I have a trick to do this. I've used it a ton. But how did this not come up in front? So the Z index on this is 0. Column stuff underneath, which is the inner wrap. We can put that on the inner wrap. We can say position relative, and then Z index this up just to make sure. It may have been flattened. Hey, Felipe. So the lines that are up here are all CSS. The lines that are here are SVGs. We cheated on it a little bit. Okay. So as you can see, we kind of get this like full line here.
It was a good cheat.
It just saved us a bunch of time.
For sure.
Yeah. And nobody's gonna be able to tell.
Nope. Plus you can animate it.
Plus we can animate it. So we do padding left 20 pixels, padding right 20 pixels. And what we want to do is then margin left negative 20 pixels. That'll kind of like suck it back in, but kind of give it that space. This guy's a little concerning. I think I need to change this over to an inline block so it collapses. There we go. Boop. That was quick. That was real quick. We'll take all that code, then stick it on the other one. And we're gonna have to probably do a little tiny bits of pieces to get that to look a little bit better. No, I think it looks fine. We could maybe knock it down to 10 because it's a little bit smaller. No, let's keep it at 20.
Yeah, I like it. 20. Yeah.
So Felipe, these are borders and boxes. So it's borders and height 1 or width 1 things. So I think we use the border here, and the rest is all just divs. And some pseudos too, like that's a pseudo, the little angle thing. I'm really tempted to animate this now that I see it, but we're not going to do it. Don't let me do that. That's not what we're here for. We're not here to animate
Nope.
that thing. Okay.
Not there.
So let's do one more set of keyframes. Keyframes. We'll call it ambient, pulse. And this will be the same kind of idea of you're kind of just like going to have these little things moving. and I'm gonna see how much this actually like could like. I just want to see if this is like gonna work, right? So we're gonna say animation 5. We'll say, I don't know, 10-second linear infinite forwards. We don't want this to be shocking. We just want this to be like a little meandering.
Yeah, just subtle.
Yeah, like a very subtle thing. So we're gonna say stroke dash offset, I don't know, 100, and then stroke dash array 99 and 1. So you can see the little things here, the little tiny pieces. So let's change that up to 595. This is sort of little pieces. And now let's get them in motion. There we go. Maybe a little faster. Let's just see if they loop. Yep. Let's do some. Let's make that a little bit cooler. So we'll go 90. Let's just see if we did 10.5. What would that look like? No. Let's do 55. Maybe the 5 is what's throwing me off. What if we did 0.5? That breaks it. 0.50. I don't know. You're going to see it skip a little bit because you have to match the offset animation to whatever this is doing. I don't know. What do you think would look better here, Noah? Do you think it's like longer lines, more spacing? What do you think it is?
I think probably just more spacing. I think the line width is good, but I think just more spacing. Maybe not 2080. Maybe what's 2050 look like if we do like a 50 gap?
Like that. Kind of see.
I kind of like that actually.
I want to try bigger because I want those angles to like.
Oh yeah, that
those
looks
angles
good.
to like slink. Yeah, when it was like too close, it's just like it's obvious, right?
Right. Yeah. I think I think the longer line with the gap is probably good. Because I almost want it to look like it's not moving until unless you're like staring at it. You're like, oh wait, what?
Yeah. You're like, huh?
You know what I mean?
What?
Yeah.
You're gonna already be all brain fuggled from the top part, man.
Exactly. So it's another little extra.
Hey, thanks for the cheers, I forgot that song existed. Did you hear that thing?
No, I didn't hear it. I got you muted on Twitch.
Smart. That's a little too fast, but I think that's the right. Let's say 10. So you want it even slower. You want like that. Or is that too fast?
No, I like that. That's nice. It's a good pace.
Okay. And for the other one, we could reverse it so it kind of
Exactly.
Yeah. Let me just watch this for the 20 seconds just to see. Because just want to make sure it doesn't like flicker out. We could probably just add it to 1 second and see that. If it's gonna flicker. No, it's gonna loop. Okay. Will it loop? Yes, it will. Make it longer. Okay. Cool.
Yay!
You got that.
So now we can use that same SVG for your panel.
Yeah, we just do it one more time, right?
Yeah.
So let's get that started. I'm just gonna grab the same panel. We'll just play it twice.
Yeah, for sure.
So the other one is what do we call it? Is it like where to find us? Find us.
Last Hurrah WWD, I believe, or something.
Yeah, for that one. And then this is. Let's take a look at this design now. Where to find us? And then we're gonna have those two things there. Where to? So that two things will go there. Then over here it'll be like. So it'll go Twitch, YouTube, in a row, like stacked. And then on the other side, instead of saying current openings, can it say
Other locations or something?
yeah, something along those lines? Other. And then I don't know, social. Try to make it easy. Class jobs. This would be class social item. I don't think we need an ID on that. And then what would that look like if it was like a Discord link? Would you just say like the name of it and then they click it?
Well, what are you gonna put under there? Because you could actually just toss like because Discord like is like that weird purple. It's still purple color, isn't it?
Do you want to do like the backgrounds of them too?
Yeah. I would
Okay.
just do the background representing it.
For now, it's just going to be Discord.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
And is that so? If it's going to be Discord, we don't need we're not going to put like anything but that. So what we do, like that's just an A link. I need to get Discord. Can you give me a
Hex code for Discord?
no? I need a Discord invite thing.
Oh yeah, I can do that. I'll get you one. I'll see what ones we already have.
Just bang Discord.
Oh yeah, good point.
It's probably gonna be some freaking Twitch tracking link.
There you go.
Thanks. Oh, of course I can't copy it. Why would I be able to copy
Oh yeah.
that? Why?
I can't even right click it either.
What's going on, Twitch? Why can't I right click the link? Yeah, I'll just get rid of the class on it too, and then probably target blank, so it doesn't keeps them on site. All right. So we need 2 items, Twitch and YouTube. So I really think I need to take a break. It's like 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
We will get this done tonight, but
Yeah, for sure.
first, actually, before we take that break, let's reverse that on the other one.
Oh yeah, good idea.
I don't think it's that easy. I think we actually have to write 2 separate things for this. This might as well just write 2 separates. Is it as easy as writing? No, it's not forwards that you change, right?
Can't you just say backwards?
Can you?
I'm pretty sure you can just say backwards, or it might be reverse, but I'm pretty sure it's
I
backwards.
think it's reverse. It's reverse. Yeah.
Oh,
So the first one will come in. Let's refresh that. Yeah, first one comes in like this.
Yeah.
And the second
Beautiful.
one comes up like that. We have fun doing this. Why is it so blank though in the middle here? You see that?
Yeah, I think it's the timing, because the gaps that we're putting in is probably about the
They're
same
so
width
big.
as the box.
Okay.
You can fix that by making the gap shorter, but that's
I wouldn't mind doing that. Let's do like half.
Yeah.
We'll just reduce the whole size of it. 150.
Yeah.
And then it's got to go 450, 900. It's like half. I don't think that helped. What am I doing? Well, maybe, yeah. There's just more of them. I don't know, man. There's something about that I don't like. I don't know what it is. I just don't like it. Like, I don't know if I'm used to seeing the lines being there more or something. Like, I want the lines to be there more, I think is what I'm getting at.
Then you either have to make the line the longest. Well, here the line needs to be the longest size of one of the boxes, at least. Otherwise, you're always going to have a big gap behind the box. You know what I mean?
Yep. That's what I'm doing. So I'm making it like 1,000 wide.
And then I would just speed up the animation time, like lower it to like 1 second so we can see
To just see what?
so we can see like how much of a gap there is at one point in time. Because if we do like a 20-second animation, we got to watch the whole thing.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think that's about right.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
I almost wonder if we speed it up a little too.
We could speed it up. Yeah, we could
Yeah,
make it
we
10
should.
seconds instead of 20. Yeah, 6 seconds actually isn't bad. It doesn't
not
look that
bad.
bad at all.
That is a little weird, like watching it move the gap through, but I guess that's fine.
Yeah, but the way the timing works, though, it almost looks like a line comes in the
yeah,
bottom side.
yeah, like it's doing it at the same time. It's
Yeah.
squirreling up here. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay. You know, we didn't go back through and figure out color for all this stuff, but I think we're okay.
Yeah, I honestly don't even know if we need color for that.
Yeah,
Definitely want to change that Discord color, though.
that's fine. That's the color it's supposed to
Yeah.
be. That's the Discord color. Okay, let's take 10 minutes. Guys, we'll be back in 10 minutes to finish this thing up. We're 9 hours in. I think we'll have it done in an hour or less. This is pretty quick. We're at the end of it. If you guys are new here, we have the Discord server, which Noah just linked so we can get the link out of it. Hit that follow button. That way you'll see when we come on, you know. And something that would really help us out is we have a YouTube channel that we're trying to build up because we're kind of launching this media content end of the business. We need a lot of subscribers on YouTube, like over 900. So if you just take a minute while we're on break, jump in there, hit that button. That would mean a lot to us. It costs you $0. So it really makes me feel good though when I see those numbers go up. Because I'm a dopamine fiend and I need to see it go up. Okay, well, we'll be back pretty soon, and what's coming up is like we'll be finishing up this design, and then we'll be hitting GitHub to save it, and then Netlify to host it, and we'll do some DNS flipping to get it over there, and that'll be it. And then you guys can jump in and see how the code looks from behind the scenes. So anyways, guys, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Noah, see you in about 10.
See you.
All right.
You ready to finish this?
I'm ready to finish it, man. We got it.
Let's do
We're in
it.
the home stretch. That's weird. So we left it go for like that 10 minutes and it just sort of does this now. Yeah, some tweaks. Or we just let it kind of be the thing. I did want to check one thing before we jump back into that little bit. Now, there was like something with that Twitch everything code about VODs. So it says the VOD collection to play. If you use this, you must specify an initial video in the VOD collection. All VODs are auto-played. Is this only if... Like, there's nothing we could say here to say, like, if we're not live, play the VOD?
I am not sure. I'm thinking about this. Hold on, let me see.
Let's see if it shoots us back an event saying it's not live. I don't see anything for that. You know, what would be interesting too is if like if you moused over this, like the logo thing would go. Like you could like mouse over and bring the stream in and get the logo.
That would be kind of cool.
Yeah, it would be kind of cool. Just trying to think like that would be something you'd want to have happen once it was doing its stuff, right? Because you wouldn't.
I actually wouldn't, because I don't think anonymous viewers count.
No, I mean you would want it to be like you could. This would be doing its thing, right? And then maybe on a set timeout, like then you bind some event that says like, okay, now allow for mouse events on top of this. And when it catches a mouse event, it'll fade out and bring the video up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but wouldn't you want to drive them to the actual Twitch channel though? Because you want them to.
I don't care about that. It would just be to show the
okay.
video behind it.
Oh, well then yeah, you can do that. Absolutely.
Okay. What's the best way? What's the dumbest way? Window, set timeout, function, stuff. And then maybe after, we'll do it for seconds and then so we need to take the mouse events off of something first. I don't know if this is a thing I can do. Set a style. CSS text, okay. Or set attribute.
Well, yeah, set attribute will erase everything attached to the style attribute for anything previous.
Well, there's no other style on it, right?
Okay, well then if that's the case, then
because we want to just make sure this thing hits.
Yeah.
Pointer. Okay, and then when you hover, or do we want to just attach a hover to it?
I mean, I would, after the timeout, just add a class to that specific thing and just do it in.
Well, I'm trying to hold on. I'm trying to figure this out. So user select, pointer events none, user select default. Because we basically have to stop the mouse from touching the other thing. And then I don't think that's even pointer events. Pointer events is clicks. User select is right. What am I thinking? So we want the mouse.
You just want it on hover after a certain time, right?
Yeah, we want the mouse to catch it, and then we want to say don't catch it. And then when it doesn't catch it, we'll do the video. It'll have a hover. Let's do some transition on this. And then this will do opacity 1, filter, blur 0. Let's just see if that works. I don't think that's doing it. Did the set timeout hit? No. Oh, that's not how you do that. Illustration. No. I still didn't get it. So video document get element by ID illustration, and then tell it to set the attribute of style to a thing. It's not even hitting it, you know? Huh.
Your console's not throwing any errors on your set timeout function, is it?
It might be. I don't know. There's a million other Twitch errors.
All right.
No. Nope. Is that set timeout? Like maybe I wrote that wrong.
I think it's function first, then the delay. I'm pretty sure it's function first, then delay. Yeah.
Yeah. It's been a while. A little rusty.
I know, man. I totally get it. I built myself a baby library to do this.
It did it. It didn't get rid of the blur. Oh yeah, it totally did. Look at that.
Oh yeah, nice.
So now we just got to get rid of the thing on top.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, inception time.
You might be right about that class. Because it's going to have to be when this other thing is hovered. Oh, man. So when,
I would make it super easy. Just add a class on the parent.
But what's that going to do? How is that going to make it so it's going to have no pointer events? So what you're saying is if this is hovered, if video is hovered, then go back and make it so the other thing. No, okay, hold on. This might be a thing we can do with the sibling. And hover sibling, right? Illustration,
right?
Opacity 0. No. Let me just write this without the skiffs. Number, video, hover. It's like we got half of it doing a thing it's supposed to do. What is the way to do a sibling selector with a hover? This might be like one of those things. Nope.
Yeah, I'm on the exact article you are right now.
It might be one of those things. You can't do that, dummy.
I know, right?
I mean, they're siblings, right? Are they siblings or are they not? Let's double check that. We have illustration, sibling to video. Yeah. So number video hover plus number illustration. Look at all the mouses on the screen. Look at them all.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Such recursion. What are we missing here, man?
You're gonna high five yourself from behind there?
Yeah, right. What are we missing here? There's something. This seems like a thing you should be able to do.
I mean, I would.
What was that noise for?
Because I'm debating. Like, I wouldn't do it that way. I don't know.
Well, you're telling it to have no pointer events, so you can pass through the hover.
Right, but what I'm saying is, why don't you just do on the SVG itself, right, or the illustration on hover after a certain amount of time, it's going to add a class to it, and then on that class selector, then you say and take the video which is inside of there.
It's not though. Oh, you mean do it like to the hero?
Yeah.
Do it to the hero.
Right.
Do it
because it's the hero that you need to cover, and with that,
the
then you
hero. That's the way
use
to
SAS to
What are we
nest in whatever you need to do.
Yeah, what are we doing? Let's get rid of that. Yeah. I did that the complete stupid way.
No, you're trying. Yeah, you can try to do it with siblings, but I would
on
do it in parent.
So what is it? Add class.
Class list dot add, I think. Let me look.
That should have been it. Classes add. So it should have hoverable.
So now I would inspect it in the finished
Let's
one to
see if it got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got that. So then.
That's good.
So now I just got to figure out why this is doing a weird thing. Okay, and hoverable. That's also being hovered. So if it's a hero with hoverable and it's being hovered, and take the video and stick to it. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, that's right. But it's not that one. That's this. We did this before. Twitch. Embed.
Yeah, it'll be the Twitch embed, and then
There we go.
Then you do the exact opposite for illustration.
Yeah, and then we're just gonna bring the illustration down while that happens.
Yep.
And I think we also want to see, like, there's no pointer events passing through, so I think we're going to kill the pointer events on the illustration. So it just immediately goes away. I think that's about right. I think that's the right call there.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would do. Yep.
And you should have full navigation ability here too.
Like inside of here, inside of the Twitch.
Yeah, well, no, it'll let you. Like the way that the embed works, you should be able to click on pause, for example. Unless you specifically try to those out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we want to do? Set that up so you don't want to do that like right off the get-go, right? Because then this is what people are going to see.
Yeah, I would say maybe after like 10 seconds or so.
Yeah.
Add the class to it.
So here they're watching it. Yep, and it jumps away. Okay. I'm going to make it this a little bit longer because it's almost like if you scroll back up or something.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so cool. It's so cool.
Yeah.
My computers, the fans are kicking up to handle this.
Oh, I would not doubt it.
So it's going to do all that, and then you're still going to have like this extra a couple of seconds before you can smack it. Cool.
Yep.
That color is just so muted. Wait till you guys see this thing not on stream. Oh, it's so recursive. Look at it go. Ah, I love all like the little mouses hanging out.
And all the mics start to move now.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, I feel like Rey in Star Wars.
Oh, dude, I know.
She's like, let's take the hat off now.
I'm seeing that on Friday.
Are you?
Yeah.
The new one?
10:45 in the morning.
Look at those hats coming off.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay, then the hat goes back on. I'm sorry, guys. This makes for horrible viewing, but this is
I love it.
9.5 hours in. This is what it looks like.
All right, we're on the home stretch now.
Look at all those Gregs just going through. This is
you gotta look behind you, yeah. You gotta look.
Yeah. What's going on back there? So okay, enough. I could do this all day. I will too.
It looks like a TikTok filter.
Oh man. Okay, so let's put a little more padding on the bottom of those interior guys. Probably just maybe just margin bottom. Just to double it up. There you go. It's a little bit better. There's a little space here. And then where to find us. At least we got this simple one. Let's fix Discord really quick. Discord colors, logo colors. That's the brand stuff right here. Blurple. Really? We're going with Blurple? And you give me the CMYK code just in case I want to print business cards out. Thank you.
Oh, right.
So we have a hex color.
7289 da.
Da. This has been a fun stream, man. This is like...
Yeah, no, I agree. It's good.
Christy's out there like, are you almost done yet? And I'm like, this is so much fun. I don't want
home
it to be
stretch,
over with.
literally at the end.
Yeah.
Got 2 little square panels to build.
And this thing on the side. So don't forget about that guy.
Oh, yeah, that too.
So we're going to just grab... Well, that's the about. That's the one that's not going to be easy to do. Well, actually, we probably don't even need to jump into this Find Us panel. What I need to do here is find where, there we go. So we call this just a blank UL called, yeah, that's smart. Smart job there, Greg. Let's call this socials. Socials. Just gotta do the same thing. That didn't hit. Social item discard. Oh, there she is. Okay. Do the same, maybe rounding on these things too. So we're gonna do this kind of trick to make the whole thing clickable. Yeah, good enough. Do a little hover on that too. You could probably just move the background color onto that. Oh, dang it. So we lost the padding? Why did we lose the padding on this?
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, I know why. The padding's on the LI.
Oh, it's not on the A.
Yeah, just move it down.
Hmm.
Wonder how much of this we could move down. Yeah, we'll just get the padding. Little transition. Maybe not black. If only that were an RGB color and I didn't have just the CMYK to work with, I could RGBA this thing, but no. Nope, not today. Let me just...
Wait, do you just need the RGB?
I got it.
So yeah, I have a different site, I guess.
Oh, look at you and your elite sites that you have.
Yeah. Did you
Alright.
get what numbers did you get? Let's see if it's the same.
114, 137, 218.
Yep. Beautiful.
I don't know if I love the idea of a link getting darker when you hover it, but that's happening.
Yeah, it's a little funny, but it's okay.
We're in for
It's
it.
not bad. It looks, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So we got Discord and then where to find us. Now we have these two column things. I'd love to see your copy in a minute. Let me just get this stuff cranked out.
Yeah,
So
do your
let me
thing,
take a
do your thing.
quick look. So we need now if I border bottom a rounded box, does that work? I'm gonna try it. So I'm gonna make the Twitch box first. And this isn't gonna be easy because I am a dummy and I used opacity for that instead of actually finding a color. So let me just get that color really quick. Gonna have to do that for both of these. Although I guess I could make the background color that, but no, it's gonna be a pain in the butt, I think. Let me think. RGBA. Yeah, let's just RGBA it. Forget this. Instead of making it a color. Okay, so those are gonna be less wide, I think. Maybe more wide. I don't know. Was it 720 wide? I think was this guy. So we'll just, I guess we'll just let it go that far. Where to find us? This is gonna be the Twitch box. Yeah, I forget that. What is this even called? Like channel box. And then inside of that, it's gonna have a name, and then next to that is going to be the info, and then inside of info is going to be call left, and then next to that is going to be call right. Boop. Okay, so Twitch. Call left has three. Well, no. Would you do this with call left, call right? No, you'd probably just do this with flex. So 3 flex items. Just looking at the structure.
Yeah, I'd probably go 3 flex.
Yeah, because we need this stuff to line up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks good. Ship it out. All right. Let's make some skis for that. And I'm going to put a little data attribute on this so we can change the color. Oh, wait a second. That's on the wrong thing. Don't even care where these go anymore. Just putting CSS close enough. Just getting close enough for things. That's it. Name. Is that all it's going to take? No, it's going to need an extra thing. Oh, no. We need to make that a color. It can't be an RGBA. Because I got to cut the thing out. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yep.
Was trying to save some time.
Yeah, oh, we tried. We failed. It's okay.
Yeah. I'll have to do this again in a minute for YouTube, but I got this. What? Where? Oh, no. Okay, there we go. Just thought this is it. This is when Illustrator decides it's time. It's time. You've had enough.
I know. I don't want to jinx it, but we're both wrong on our gentleman's bet.
Yeah. What if we have not had a single like real?
We haven't had a single.
We had
one.
to close it though. We did have to close it and reopen it. So that's got to count.
Yeah, but I
for
don't
something.
think that counts.
It's got to count for something.
Half a point, sure.
Okay, that's better than 0 points. Background color. So this is gonna have to catch that. You know, I used to do this stuff manually. Like I would just, it was the worst phase of my life when I would go in and like just recolor things by RGB code. So if I need something darker, I would just go in and be like, I can figure that out. Like I can figure out how to drop those colors down a little bit.
I know, right?
Just be like, oh, I'll just change just the 33, 26, 75. It works, kind of, I guess, if you don't care about your branding.
Right.
Then this is background color, and that name thing. Can I do all that with afters? Yeah, I could do it before and an after, and probably do that without any additional code. So we'll just leave that background color, and then say this has got to be the actual Twitch color. Don't sue me, please, Twitch. I'll win in court. Okay, so now I got that. And then we need the border bottom of the thing to be... What is this, like 5 pixels? We'll just give it color. 10 pixels tall. So border bottom color, same as the other thing. I don't know how these people that like do their like 12-hour streams without taking a break do it. I don't get it. Have you seen that where people are like 12-hour stream, no breaks?
Yeah, that's dumb.
How do you pee? Where do you go to the bathroom?
Yeah, it's not a good thing to do.
Yeah. Okay, so we need to get Well, we've got the box here. It's definitely filling the space it needs to, so we're just gonna double do that, and then border radius. I think it's just a 10 pixel right around. Ooh, but it didn't catch this guy. You see that? Like this overran it up here on the top for the name. That's interesting. That's supposed to clip, right? Supposed to clip the content.
I thought it would, yeah.
Yeah, border bottom width 10 pixels. And then we're gonna have to do border bottom style. Border solid. Didn't even color it. Border bottom color 6. That's the right color. Huh. Let me get rid of the border radius. Like, does that just not work the way I thought it worked? Do you have to set the color after? I'm thinking there's some screwy like order of things getting messed up here. Nope. Border bottom. Like, is maybe border bottom color not a thing?
You could probably do like border bottom,
Yeah,
and
we'll
then
just
use
type
the
it out.
longer version.
Yeah. Just to see if it does it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a dummy. I'm using the background. Of course it's not. Of course. We're not using the right color.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I'll do it.
That'll do. Hey, it did the thing that we thought it was going to do. It curled it right in. Perfect. Thank you. We won one tonight.
Sweet.
Just the one, though. Get that there. And then we got to figure out why the name is blocked out up here. That's super weird. Why would it block itself out? I was under the impression that would not do that. But the worst case, it would just border top left radius 10 pixels. Border top right radius 10 pixels, and Bob's your uncle does it. Okay. So the name, start working through this thing. We could box sizing this. Box sizing border box, and then just pad it in. Padding 30 pixels. Oh, it didn't do what I thought it was going to do at all. That just broke everything. Okay. Well, I tried to be smart. We're not going to try to be smart.
There was an attempt.
We did try. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And that's how tall. 70 pixels. Okay. Give it the old college try. And grab that Fonty boy. What are you at? Semi-bold, 24 pix. 24. Wait. 600. Boop. Okay. And then the next container is going to be fun. So what is this? The info container. We probably want to pad this all around 30 pixels, I think. Yeah. And then display flex. No, we probably don't need to flex that one. We need to flex the guys inside. Let's just do that, and let's go back now and get this little thing in. That looks like totally different purple to me. Oh, that's just different monitor. I need to get these monitors all color calibrated on the same wavelength here, because this purple to me looks...
I tried doing color calibration on my monitors at one point. Nightmare. Do it again.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't care.
I used to use the thing when I used to work at, like, when we go in and like set the computers up, we would use spiders. Yeah. And so I bought a spider to do it, but I bought like the cheapo one, like the $200 one, not like the $4,000 spider. And it calibrated everything wrong. And I was like, well, that's, $200 wasted. Like, great.
Right. And then you don't want to buy a more expensive one because they're like, well, that's
well, the more expensive ones, they definitely work, but like they're super expensive. Yeah. Okay, so we need a name after, and then we need to put some position on this. Position. Okay, and the name after, this is going to be interesting. So we can set up the geometry of this right now. We go position absolute. Hey, Plenty, how's it going, man? Position absolute. I think the height's about 60 pixels. So we'll go right, 0, height, 60 pixels, width, 200 pixels. And then we're going to make a background color of like red or something. So I can see if it's in the right spot. Content's got to be nulled out. I think we need to tell it the display block. Okay, so then we just do bottom 0. Hey, Planey, we're doing a microsite. I've got to hire some people next month. And we're doing a little microsite so it makes the company look a little bit more legitimate. So we started this morning or this afternoon, and we're almost done with it. We're going to launch it pretty soon. Okay, so that does that one, and then we're going to have to, for each different thing, these are going to be different colors because they're just fakes. So after, and I think the before is going to be the same. So before, background color, and then just the same as that darker color. Because we're just faking it. Like there's a way to do that with clipping. We're not going to do that. So now we got the first part of that figured out. Now the really hard part is the before is going to be a triangle, and I'm just going to use a generator to grab that code because I'm not an idiot. Yes, I am. I take that back. But you know, I'm just like trying to save time when I can. CSS3 triangle. There's some weird math that gets involved to figure this out. I don't want the CSS tricks. Thank you very much, Chris Coyer. I just want the code. So we want a triangle that looks like that. And we want it to be 60 pixels tall. Yep, that's it. Just a little eye sock like that. I think that's the right angle. I mean, that's the 45. I think. That looks like a 45 to me. It's half of a square, so it's gotta be a 45. And then we just take this.
Yeah, that's 45.
Yeah, grab it. And then now this is the. Gotta still do this stuff though. Bloop. And then we'll see if that position's in. Probably doesn't. That's just decided to go over there. Okay. And then this is the thing we're gonna have to mess with. So I've got to leave the border color off. And then up here, we only want to do the after. I thought we were going to get away with both, but I forgot how these things get their color. Really, there's not a triangle thing yet. Like, what are you gonna, Noah? What are you gonna do? Because you love your triangles. When there is like the triangle creator inside of, just regular old code.
That'd make my life a lot easier. I'm still gonna like triangles.
You're just gonna triangle everything, aren't you?
Yeah, right.
What kind of stuff are we hiring for?
That just proves my point that I knew that was the way to go at the beginning.
It just validates it.
Right? Just validate myself.
Like Ozymandias over here. I was right all along.
Right.
So Pliny, what am I hiring for? We're hiring for a content production assistant. That's somebody who kind of like helps manage a lot of the things around like time logging for a stream and interacting with the audience and making sure like there's a smoothly going process when content needs to come from Twitch to YouTube. Some little like light research too, but it's a pretty easy job. Like I'm pretty sure you could do that job and like another job at the same time. I'm pretty like if you needed to, like you could sit there and do homework while you're watching me stream, right? Like it's not that hard. The other job we're hiring for is a video editor. So that's one I have no experience hiring these people, and like so Noah and I have sort of talked through on how to screen those guys out. But yeah, if that's what you're into, just let me know. You got to move to Jacksonville, Florida. I'm not paying for it. That's just what I'm saying to everybody. You got to move here, and I'm not paying. So this sort of my way of saying like if they're here, that would be better. I feel so weird, man, like uprooting somebody's life to come do a job like that, you know?
I uprooted my life to move to California, so not any different.
I came here for a job originally. You know that? Yeah. I came here to like work for a friend of mine, and it fell through. It was kind of like, it was devastating at the time, but then it's interesting because I've always been like an entrepreneur, you know? Like that's what I enjoy doing. but that's when I got my job working at an incubator, and that was the best. That taught me so much. Like, I still like have people that will like hit me up and ask me about that and just like try to extract information, right? Because it's like that's probably the most challenging type of job. I think it's more challenging than client work, because at least client work ends at some point, or like it's more clear or whatever. You know, you're constantly booting projects up. It's crazy, man. That's the whole reason I got into that. And up until that point, like I don't know, just I didn't really think that would be what I was doing. I thought I was gonna go, be more like an attachment into a business and do consulting and stuff like that.
It's crazy how like you see yourself doing one thing and
then
it's completely different.
Yeah. What was your thing? What was the thing that you thought you'd be doing, this time of your life?
I thought I would be doing like my teaching physics and chemistry.
I can see that.
I went to school for double major in physics and chemistry, and then partway through I was like, this sucks, I'm not doing this.
Well, would you have done like the teaching at like a real place, right? Like,
yeah, well, I would have
like
probably end up
magnet school or something.
I would end up like trying to get like a university type thing, or I would go into like go work for like JPL or NASA or something like that.
You think you could have make it at JPL?
I've turned down a job at JPL from a development position before.
I would go there just to see the aliens.
Yeah,
that's where I'd go.
Yeah, no, JPL is actually really cool.
Where are the aliens? And
when I
get a job in their photography department, and you start airbrushing out all the UFOs.
Yeah, one of my wife's friends is materials engineer for JPL, so we go there to have lunch every once in a while. It's actually really cool.
That's awesome. And you get to go around there and see what they're doing.
Yeah. Well, certain spots we obviously aren't allowed to go to.
That's where they keep the aliens.
Yeah, exactly right.
You ever hear that story? I don't want to get up to so it's almost midnight and we got to get this done, so we can't go look all this stuff up. But have you ever heard the story of the guy that like hacked JPL and found all that crap?
I think we've talked about it before. Yeah.
Have we?
I think so. I'm pretty sure we have.
Okay, I'll shut up then. I just think it's fascinating, and he went to like prison for it.
Trying to remember his name.
Yeah, there's like some British guy.
I thought he was Romanian.
Maybe.
Huh.
I don't think he was Romanian.
I don't know.
All right, let's read Noah's copy. It's time.
You're either gonna love it or you're gonna hate it.
Yeah, they could be both.
Hopefully, I'll get you 90% there, and then you can adjust.
Okay. So we talk about aliens, conspiracy theories, and development stigmas. When that's not happening, we focus on ideas, experimental design, and rapid prototyping for our projects. Rapidly prototyping our projects. Focus on ideas, experimental design, and rapidly prototyping our projects. Focusing on idea generation, design, and development. Encouraging viewer participation and feedback. Join our stream to see how we work on all aspects of a project. We experiment live with our projects and encourage viewer feedback. Rolling high-quality designs into a rapid prototype is key. Building real-world applications with real-world use cases along the way. I like the first one. It's great. I like how because it gets right into like you're gonna show up on the stream and you might see like us diving into some weird stuff.
So I kind of tried to do 3 tones with it, right? So the first one was like legit, this is hilarious, this is what happens, and then it's like a little half and half. And
yeah, I love it, man. You did a good job on it.
Yeah.
Like that first one, you nailed it. Like you must. I think that's because what that does is it screens people out.
Exactly.
Totally. And they're gonna be like, "What? Aliens? Those things don't exist," and that's just not going to be tolerated in the office. like I'm going to be like, if something happens where like some alien news comes up, I'm walking into the office and we're talking about it. That's just if alien news comes up. like it comes up. Like it's happening. Like there's news being generated every day about aliens. Ooh, that broke. Okay, so font weight width 130, flex, shrink, don't shrink. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, a little bit of spacing on these. I think something's a little weird about the sizing on this stuff, so I'm just gonna mess around with it for a second. Let's see, 26 pixel text. That's gonna break things. Yep, thought so. Dang it. Gonna have to do the same over here. That link looks great. You liking the moving lines? Plenty. Can I blow your mind? Wait till you see the top. Just wait, man. I'll show it to you in 1 second. This is the poor man's micro interaction. You just make the line show up underneath. You ready? Because we're all the way down. We're all the way down. I'm going to hit refresh, and we're going to go to the top. Watch this. Oh. So good. And then it's going to calm down. Sort of slow down. You can like hover that and see the channel as it's just the live video from the channel. And I think we're going to have to tweak the way that looks. Like, I really think that might not end up being the live stream. That might end up being the office stream. Just like whatever's live in the office. Oh, look at it go. This is like the sort of thing you could put in front of somebody in like Brave New World, their butt. Like, and just start telling them like, you're going to buy things. I'm going to sell them to you.
Oh, so true.
They're like, how is it Tuesday already? Yeah, that looks good, man. I love this though. They did a great job on that. That's like the perfect capture of like our stupid like stream. It's like,
Yeah, for real, yeah.
yeah, that development stigmas. Yeah, that's not happening. Focus on ideas, experimental design, and rapidly prototyping our projects. Yep, but perfect. So we just need to do the one more of those for YouTube, and that should be pretty quick.
That should just be copy paste and then change
Should
color.
be. I need to get my YouTube channel link. Can you pull that out of the thing that's under here and stick it up?
Yep.
Thanks, man. So it's gonna change this. That's gonna change this, and then we'll call that YouTube. Then we get to go read the YouTube one. Hoping it's just as good. So 1 to 2 days after streams. Am I transitioning into more streaming? Remember you were working on a bug reporting app last time I checked in. Yeah, plenty. So we're taking streaming very seriously. Streaming is the half the business model.
We take it about as seriously as we take our aliens, which is ridiculously serious.
So freaking serious. Did you send that to me?
Oh, I put it in the doc right above the YouTube copy.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll just
figured you couldn't be copy and pasting anyways. I
gonna
figured
be
put
in
there.
there. Yeah, gonna be in there anyways. Okay, let me just grab this first. So do we want that sub confirmation? Like, yeah, because that makes people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Suckers.
Yep.
Give me that sub. Plenty. If you have a minute, just go on YouTube and just sub to us, man. It would be a big help. I'm trying.
Sure.
I only have to say that 900 more times until
right?
we were at that number. Okay. Not able to catch us live? Check out our YouTube to catch the raw streams, condensed highlights, and time lapses of our projects. Okay. This is where we archive and catalog all of our live streams. We also edit down those streams into different formats for different types of viewers. Want to see how often Adobe crashes on us? There's probably a video about it. Okay. I like that center one. We know 5 to 8 hour streams are tough to join, so you can catch the highlights in the full stream here, maybe even special exclusive content you won't see at stream. Ooh. That's
Right?
it. That's
I know.
the one.
I like the last one.
Yeah. The same wavelength here, man. We're just.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait till I get you one of these MAGA hats.
Oh, yeah. I haven't worn a hat in like a solid 15 years, man.
Why don't you wear hats? Do you
Because
not?
I'm basically already halfway bald. I don't need a hat.
That's why you wear hats, because you're thinning. That's why I wear the hat. I
Fair.
have thin hair.
I got that nice big giant male pattern bald spot dead center in the back of my head.
Oh no. Do you remember the YouTube color for the red?
FF00000.
Is that the one? Yeah, I think that was it. Okay.
It's basically faux.
Well, you'd name a kid if you really didn't like him. 255. Okay. Do that. And then, yeah, I'm gonna still have to eyedropper that. I don't know how to. I don't think it would be like 128. Maybe it is like just 128 red. You watch. That's what it's gonna be. 128 red is half. I don't think it's gonna be though. It's gonna be something weird. Copy. Paste. Hey, thank you for the sub, Plenty. That's the hardest thing, man. Like, we do okay on Twitch. Like, when we come on Twitch, audience grows. Okay, we did a stream on YouTube. Like, first of all, nobody shows up. Second of all, audience just stagnates. So it was like, dang, like, how are we gonna get all these people that we need on our YouTube to show up? It's a big question.
I think we found the answer. Stay on Twitch.
yeah. So like, we're staying on Twitch to do the live stuff, but that means I have to, like, every so often be like, hey, we got this other thing. Yeah,
Yup.
I'd like it if you.
I don't think there's anything wrong with plugging it though. I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's not any different than anywhere else.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't like you notice I like don't run ads or anything when we do.
Yeah,
this.
exactly. Yeah, and I think that's a fair exchange by hearing a plug everyone.
Basically, this whole stream is a giant plug. Maybe I just
Yeah.
I feel weird about that.
It really is.
Do we just leave this? We're gonna have to do a little margin, right? We'll do a little margin bottom. Margin bottom. That's gonna look so stupid though when we have to mobile this thing. Okay, so do we need a footer?
Nah, screw it. I don't think we need
Screw it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Does your mail link work? Did you put the mail to on there?
Maybe. That's probably important to check. Hold on.
Make sure that the mail thing works.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a real email. I think that works. Okay, so we got this and this, and what do we got to do now? Do you want to do like a quick mobile?
Yeah, just change your user agent and see what happens.
I don't want to. All right. That's not gonna do it. That's not gonna do it, Google. Let's do the iPhone X. Looks good.
Anytime
so bad.
Now refresh the page while your agent is changed. There's a
dumb
bug.
It is. Yeah.
All right, good.
Looks fine. Dang, man, we got more work to do than I thought. So didn't we say we'll just do the mobiles tomorrow or something? Like,
yeah, we can do that.
And do all the responsives tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah. You're probably gonna be on your own for that one though.
I'm not even gonna come on stream. I'm just gonna do them.
Perfect. Then just
that's like I put on
fire on mobile. Just put better yet if your
I
screen
put on
width is
sad music.
X, big old thing that says turn your phone sideways.
Yeah. Well, the responsive stuff, it's something like that you can get through really quick, like really, really fast if you don't have any distractions. You can like nail it out in like half an hour.
Crank it out and be done.
Yeah. Okay, so that's good. So what do we have to do now? We need to get this thing onto
build it in pre-pros, put it in a repo.
Yeah, let me it's already built, so we just need to get it.
You're good.
Get GitHub opened. Because we're just taking on GitHub for reasons so we can use Netlify. So hopefully I have like a valid GitHub account. I don't know. I was thinking we should probably have it knitted inside of that, and we could do command line git, but I don't know how to write any of that code anymore. So what do I do to do this? So add, is that the thing, or do we init it inside of the thing?
Oh, I just use the web interface. If you're just dumping something in there,
What do you zip it and just throw it there?
No, you say upload files and you point down to the directory, and then
I didn't even know you could do that.
Well, no, I take that back. I init my repo in the web interface, then I clone it onto my local, and then I dump the files into it, and you're done.
That is the worst way you could do that.
Yeah, but it works.
That's the worst. What?
I've never had any luck trying to knit it.
I'm really afraid of like how much needs to be updated in that GitHub. Yeah, no, there's like a trick, right, to init it through through this thing. Because what I don't like about this is it's got this local path in the name, and you type it in, and it's like, oh,
Exactly right. Yeah.
what is this newer version? Why wouldn't you have just installed it in the time when you restarted? You dummies. Okay, let's just not use the web interface then. Commander. We can figure this out. Surely we can figure this out.
Oh, I meant web interfaces in like GitHub.com in your browser.
Okay,
I
so
never use their Git app. That thing scares me.
that thing does scare me. I think I've
It's scary,
nailed
man.
out a
I don't wanna
project.
deal with that.
Mirror Bites, help me out, buddy. So we're gonna go to the project folder. That's a Nanobox folder for some reason. Nanobox Studio. Git init deep. Okay, so there we go. We got the Git repository initialized. I think. I don't see a Git. I don't see it in here. Great. That's a good sign. And I don't see it in my folder structure. Let me open it up and see if maybe it is in there. There she is. Okay, so we've got that. And now we need to get a repo for that to go into. Git remote. What am I thinking?
May I make one suggestion? Copy and paste your source files outside of this folder. Just in case
Okay.
you decide to wipe it.
Just in case it does. Could you imagine?
Just in case.
I would just be done. I'd be like, forget it. I'm gonna go be a veterinarian.
Yep. So copy that crap.
Okay. So we got it. We got a little copy there. Git add remote origin. Yeah. Git add remote origin. Failed path spec remote did not match any files. Hold on a second. Git remote add git at GitHub username new repo. Git at github.com. Is that seriously it? So it's git remote add origin git at. This guy is a freaking genius. Look at him. What if I have a company account? Like, what am I logging in to GitHub with? Let me go see what I have for GitHub logins, because I feel like I've got several. I need to just probably stick this in the Omatum one. Yeah. So like, how would I do this thing? Username for whatever account. Dude, well, I have one account. I just don't know what my freaking username is. I should probably not be showing this on stream. As I like show, like they're like, oh yeah, your password. We'll just show that.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just click the Nanobox thing.
Oh, whoops. There it is. There's the database. So I have it says change username, but so
don't ever change your username. I learned the hard way. Don't do it.
Don't do it. It does say don't do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Pay attention to that warning.
Okay. Account profile. It doesn't really say my selected verified email display. That must be my account. Okay. So GitHub Greg Dizia at Gmail. So you said account. So hold on. Use the username for whatever account. So that would be my Omatum. But how is it gonna know? I'm not sure how this is gonna work. But Mirrored Bites knows what he's talking about, so we're gonna listen to him until we watch this thing get deleted off the site. Omatum Studio.
Normally, when you do the remote, it'll see if it exists, and then it'll authenticate with a password for you. So you have to let.
What was that? It didn't do anything. I hit enter, and it just was like, sure. It didn't do anything. Git remote.
Right
add.
when you push it. Yeah,
okay,
like
so now we're gonna do
push
git push, u origin to master. Okay, source ref spec master does not match any dot. Failed to push some refs to git at github.com/Omatum Studio. What does that mean? Master of Git master, git add dot. Oh, that's the thing that could delete everything. That was the one.
now you can do the git.
Yeah. Because it actually has stuff in there. Yeah. Oh no. What?
Git commit.
Git commit. Yeah, I don't even. Let's do that. Oh, geez, what's this? Why did it just give me this thing?
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Just hit a colon.
Why
Do
am I
shift
inside
colon.
of a DOS GUI now?
Yeah, because this is like the commit message. So just do like a shift colon
Shift. Okay.
and then do WQ.
Aborting commit due to empty commit message.
Yeah, that's fine.
And now what do I
All
do?
right. So now do git commit. Don't hit enter.
Don't hit
And
enter.
then space -m space.
Initial commit.
Yeah.
The stream commit. Let's actually get some SEO juice on this thing. Awesome.
There you go.
That seems
And
like it
now
did the
you do
thing. Yeah, push it up.
And now you do the git push whatever thing.
Okay, the authenticity. Oh, is that a thing that we probably shouldn't have on stream? The RSA key.
Yeah, I would
fingerprint?
probably scoot that up there.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Are you sure you want to continue connecting? Sure. Okay. Permanently added this thing to the list of known hosts. Permission was denied. Could not read from remote repository. Make sure you have correct access right and that the repository exists. Oh, it was saying that was their fingerprint. That wasn't ours. Okay. So what now? So now do we have to make the repo really quick?
So this is when I just go to github.com.
You need to log in via the git command. So git login.
Basically, yeah.
That doesn't work. Why? Yeah, why don't what's the other way? No, I need to know how to do this. I've never learned it. So what is the git login? Oh, really? You're going to make me do this thing? Now I feel like I'm a dum-dum. You're like, let me just link you to the manual because you don't know what you're doing. I mean, how would I see what my name is right now, though? Because I feel like
you can read it, I believe, by looking at your git config. So I think you can do git config -- global -- list, and it should list all your.
Yeah, I mean, it's right there. Although it has an email that I don't use anymore. So I wonder if that was the problem. Yeah, no, it's using my corporate email for this. I'm just gonna try to push it one more time. See if that does it. No, it didn't. But this time it just said that you need to make sure the repository exists. So maybe that was the problem, the repository. Now there is one. No, I didn't create it. Nobody told me to create it. Nobody said that was not in the steps. Permission denied. Could not read from remote repository. Make sure you have the correct access rights and the repo exists. Let's just upload it by the web form. Okay. You need to create it first prior to push. Yeah, but it's still saying that thing. It says make sure it exists. So I don't know if my key got cycled at some point. I think I may have cycled a key at some point and just never updated it here. All right, how do you upload directly to GitHub? Set up in desktop.
That one's actually pretty easy.
Upload an existing file. There you go. And then what you
basically upload. So just open up the repo when it's empty, and then just go to upload file.
That's what we're doing, folks. That's where we're at.
Drag it up.
Oh wait, what? Okay. Drag files here to add them to your repo. Okay.
Yeah, I normally just use the or choose your files and just pick the directory you want.
I tried that. It didn't like it.
Oh, it didn't like
I don't know if it's going to like that git file in there.
Oh, don't do the Git file.
You get out of there.
Yeah, don't use the Git one.
You're no longer initted. Go. Go. You're online. That's going to be a fun job of remembering my Netlify passwords.
Yup.
I think, I don't know. Are they all up? He said 19 out of 20. You're not 20 out of 20. What's going on with this? First of all, let's do this again. Twitch.tv. Greg, initial commit. Processing. Why does it take minutes to process my files? What are you talking about? Minutes? What is this? Minutes. Why would it take any time at all? What's going on with this thing? Yeah, come on. Do we really need to take minutes here? Is that what we need to do? Do I have to sit here and just wait for this to spin? The little squid guy. Oh, it's doing it. Okay. So JS didn't make it up for some reason.
All right. Well, let's upload files and do it again.
We don't, what was that? It decided nope to the JS. Do we need JS, or was these were empty files? Maybe that's why.
Oh, it might be an empty folder.
Yeah, that's what it was. We didn't put anything in there to tell it to go up. Okay, so now that this is here, first of all, if there's some sort of is there some sort of license I can attach to this that says, yeah, this is not takeable? Well, I guess there's no license, so defaults to something, right?
Yeah, I believe you want to assign a license. Settings for that.
Where would this be?
I am looking.
I mean, I would love it though if people would hit the button to, like, if they want to help, you could do it there.
Yeah, for sure.
Transfer ownership. Delete. Don't do that.
Oh, where did I see it?
I saw it when I was spinning it up, and I just didn't do it. Yeah. Don't click on that, probably. The secrets. Whatever. I mean, I think if it doesn't have a license, you should just assume there's no freaking license, right? How to read me, maybe?
Oh, okay. So this is what you do. So go to the root of the repo.
I'm there.
Okay. Go to create new file.
Okay.
And then call it license.md. All capital letters, license.
Oh, I just had to start that. As soon as I hit that, it's a license template. Okay. Choose the license you want. What is the one that says don't use it? There's no private. So I think, no license means don't use it, right?
I don't know. Let's click the one that says learn more about which license best fits your project.
Do you want your project to be... No. Do you want it to do... No. Do you want your project... No. None of these.
You can just put the license text file and be like, yeah, don't use this for anything.
Yeah. So is it license.md?
Yeah, license.md.
Is that good? Don't use this. It's mine. Yep. And commit that. Private or not, the license there says don't use it. It's mine. Mirrored bytes. Perfect. Yes. That's all we need. Your Honor, clearly it stated, don't use this. It's mine. Okay. So what else do we need to do? Netlify. I don't know. I think I may have taken projects off of Netlify before. But yeah, I guess we're good. Whatever that thing is. New site from Git. This is my favorite part of Netlify. Let's see. Look how quick this is. Boom.
I know, right?
You want to use this account? Yep. Hopefully I know passwords for that account. Boom. Which one do you want? Let's take this one. Okay. Install your organization Omatum on that. Wait, install? What does that even mean? Why do I have to install this? Hold on a second.
Probably because it's going to read it, so you want to tell it to only do specific repositories.
Yeah, okay. Well, we don't put anything there. Everything else is on Bitbucket. That's fine.
Yeah, but you still want to specify it, because otherwise anything else you put might be like, oh, hey.
Yeah. Let's do that. And then Omatum Studio. Great. We'll deploy that. Owner. Yep, that's my name. Greg Iwikijikijigal. And build command, I don't need it. Publish directory, don't need it. Advanced, we don't need a TOML file, I don't think. Nothing's happening here. Just upload it. Site deploy is in progress. Let's get the domain hooked up. Open up DNS simple. Did they just get ownership of my project through that? They may have.
Probably.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so I got to point this sucker at Netlify. I'm sure I've got to wait. Yeah, because we got to catch the doc. Omatum studio verify. Yeah, that's mine. Suckers, you're not getting my money. We could not provision a Let's Encrypt certificate for your custom domain. Why not? Why not? Why would you not be able to do that? So what do I need to do here? So Omatum Studio, primary domain. Check the DNS. Okay. Recommended a name or alias. Why would you say or? Why would there be an or here? So
Yes, this is their like way of doing like a DNS password essentially.
Okay. So no DNS. This is an alias. Screw it. Do it live. 1 minute. Go. Play that. Okay. Next up, is this the triple dubs CNAME there? One minute. Do it. Go. Play it. Horrible. Better. Let's get that cat involved. Alright. See what's up. Check it. Come on. Come on. How long is this gonna take? I remember when this used to take 48 hours. Now I'm just like, come on. Come on.
Site's up for me.
It's up.
It's up. Not secure yet, but it's up. Oh, it looks so great on my monitor.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah. My poor neighbors downstairs just heard, oh yeah. Like yeah, give it.
Links look good.
Okay, let me
Clicking on them
see.
all to make
We'll
sure.
verify the DNS, now we'll provision the SSL. Boop. Oh, come on. We cannot provision a Let's Encrypt. Why not? Verify again. We're ready to provision a TLS. Okay, do it then. Do it. Yeah. Why can't you? Do it again. Provision. Oh, come on. For real? Why can't they do it? What would be the reason why they couldn't do this?
I don't know. That is a
Remove the title though? What do you mean, Ipiv? Remove what title? Hex Hero?
I
Where-
see some issues.
Oh no.
Not big issues, just little issues.
It's an alt tag that's coming in. I don't know why it's coming in. It should.
Oh, not that. That's not what. Yeah, that's fine.
That's literally like that's something. Yeah, I don't understand why that's there. I can do some stuff to make sure that doesn't happen. Master skills.
I think you can. I think the issues I'm seeing you fix with the responsive stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, are you on a big screen?
Yeah, I'm on a 1440 wide.
You're on a 1440 wide, so not like a 2840 wide or something.
Oh wait, no, yeah, my bad. Other way around.
So you're on 2840. So I don't have a
Yeah.
bigger screen to test this on.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you see anything and you want to fix it, just jump in and fix it.
Yeah,
Do a
I gotta
pull
see
request
what's the
or
best way to
something.
do it. It's mainly the SVG lines. They're not lining up with the headers on a larger screen.
On a larger screen.
Yeah, I'll give you a snip so you can see.
I'll
what
just
I
take a
mean.
look. I can always stretch it out.
Oh, yeah, sure. Good point.
What do you mean they're not lined up? They look plenty lined up.
No. The snippet's easier.
Oh, these guys? Yeah. That's gonna be a problem. Yeah, you've identified a problem. We'll probably have to do is tell that to go no wider than 1920, and then do like a straight
Lock
line.
it in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just start making the list, I guess. Because really, those lines, they're just floating right now. Look at them.
Yeah, they're just kind of there.
Yeah. So that's gonna look horrible. Well, I guess whatever. They're supposed to be like that one way, but if they're like this, it's not a big deal for right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do we gotta do? We gotta get SSL on this. Do it. Give it. Verify. Provision. Missing certificate. Of course it is. That's why I'm trying to hit the button. Of course it's missing it. What is this? Netlify. Come on. Let's not screw around here. This is why you don't get paid money. What is going on with this? So they got both of these are working. Oh, wait. We got it. So I hit the buttons enough, and apparently it did provision. So do I have to disable auto? Yeah. Okay, let's see if hitups is up. Boop. Yeah, baby. We got it.
Nice.
10
All right,
hours.
I put a little
26 minutes. We did it, man.
tiny list on the top of our doc for us, so we know.
Thanks, dude. Thanks
I
so
like
much
it.
for coming and doing this with me today, man. This was fun.
Heck yeah, man.
This is a lot of fun. Like, we railed this thing out. So I'll put the link up here if you guys want to see it. Or let's put it in Discord instead.
Yeah, let's toss it there. I'll link to Discord. GG.
Heck of a thing. Getting something that quick.
You know what I call this, right?
What's
Greg's
that?
one-day builds.
Greg's one day build minus responsive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't count that.
Yeah, responsive tomorrow. All right. Well, that was awesome. I think that's. How much do you think we could bill somebody for that? Like $1,000, $2,000, $5,000?
Easy.
What are you thinking?
Easy.
What about just for that animation at the top?
Just for the animation at the top, I would probably end up. That's easy, like $2,000.
Oh yeah. What you say is you want something crazy going on. That's what you sell. You don't even sell them anything else. You want some crazy going on.
Oh,
up
for
top.
sure. Yeah.
All right. So if we had to just like a real quick run through, if we had to say like what was the funnest part of this for you today?
Oh, by far the top to get that going the way we want. It was great.
Yeah, I think we could have figured out ways to make that more included in the rest of the site, but it would. I think we would have.
I think we could.
Yeah, so maybe that's something
But I think we
think
have
about
enough
over the
restraint
next
to know we shouldn't.
couple.
Yet.
Yeah, next couple of days we can maybe figure that out.
Yeah, for sure.
But I don't see any.
Yeah,
So the whole reason of building this was just so like when I'm putting up job descriptions, I don't feel like like oh yeah, there's this website you should. But no, really, we do the content thing.
Yeah. So the one thing that the one thing we don't have right now is the actual job description, right? Like there's no modal, nothing like that, which just I think is fine because we can just say like, hey,
yeah. For more information, hit that thing, right? Because again, this is gonna be like I'm gonna be promoting the job descriptions elsewhere.
Exactly.
So I'm gonna be sticking them like I'm gonna use the job cannon and set it out to like 100 different websites.
Yeah.
And then this is just so in there we can put like the company name is Omatum Studios, and then say here's our URL if you want to know more about our company. It's not really like there's not much information here, but it's just like hopefully they don't watch this and they say like he made this like a day ago, like, and he's talking about this like yeah. I don't know. Well, dude, do we have anything else we need to hit? Do you have anything you want to talk about?
No, I think that's pretty much it. I would say just like I said, if you only came in near the end of this, you can definitely check out the VOD on YouTube.
Yeah, we'll get the
there
VOD up in
weekend.
2 days. Yeah, it'll come up maybe
Yeah,
on like
give or take.
Saturday, Sunday. This is gonna be a crazy big video. I'm very curious, like how big is this? This is a big boy. This is it's like a 48 gigabyte video. Jeez,
That'll be fun.
that's gonna take like a whole day to upload.
Yeah, probably will.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, that's it. That's all I got for now. I don't know when we're gonna be back on. This is the part that is like kind of hard to predict. since we're getting all this stuff set up, I really need to get this ranked out, but I need to figure out when the period for MAGA is going to be. And I feel like it's going to be in January, like probably the maybe we get started a little bit earlier, but my fear is that we start into it and then, you know, like I've got so much crap going on. I really can't talk about the rest of the crap going on. We only just discussed one piece of it today, is that I'm buying an office and then I'm sticking people inside of it, and we're going to try to make this content happen, you know, a little more regularly. So I don't know when exactly we'll be getting another stream in. Maybe we find another project like this that we can spin up really quick. But as you know, like we're going to be getting back to MAGA when this is all over. But dude, I had a great time today, and I had a great time with everybody watching. A lot of great feedback, a lot of great suggestions, a lot of people helping us through some quagmires and whatnot.
Heck yeah, man. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Hey, dude, I love when you can show up, like anytime. Doors open. All right, guys. Well, thanks again. See you guys later.
See ya.